Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 191 to 210. Yu Xiaoxiao took out the piping hot roasted chicken and the osmanthus duck, wafting out a tantalizing aroma, and placed them in front of Headmaster Yuan. Yuan Xinian was about to abandon his elegant and scholarly pretense in order to take the food into his hands when he suddenly noticed a few teachers in the vicinity out of the corner of his eye. He hurriedly reinstated his classy mask and said, ahem. I, the headmaster, am an honest person who doesn't take presents. Xiaoxiao roasted him endlessly in her mind. I wonder where all of that food I brought over previously went, Now he says he doesn't take gifts, he's truly a sly old man. Arg, her younger brother needed to rely on this old man for his future, right? She had no choice but to continue this play. Headmaster, I must tell the truth. I came over today because I had something to ask. Do you have time to talk with me? Headmaster Yuan raised his head even higher as he stroked his beard. You're only just asking me about something, no need to bring gifts over, right? What's going on? Just tell me directly. A gentleman must be magnanimous and understanding. There's nothing you can't discuss with me. PSH. Still pretending. Does he like to act that much? Xiaoxiao deliberately placed the 2 packets of oiled paper filled with food back into her basket as she smiled. Headmaster Yuan is truly honest and magnanimous. So admirable. Although Yuan Xinian's head was angled 45 degrees up, his eyes were still blatantly fixed at the food. When he saw that Xiaoxiao putting the food she was going to send him away, he immediately became anxious. However, he couldn't reveal his inner turmoil and could only use his eyes subtly to hint at her. Yu Xiaoxiao deliberately pretended to not understand his unspoken plea and continued to speak in a louder voice. Headmaster, I overheard people saying that someone could pay 500 taels to get on the admission list for Rongshuan Academy. If that's true, you need to leave me a spot. My younger uncle is also a scholar. Although his talents are average, he tries very hard. The expression on Headmaster Yuan's face immediately changed. He didn't care about food anymore and looked sternly at Yu Xiaoxiao. Where did you get that news from? Since the start, my Rongshuan Academy has always only cared about the aptitude of potential students and not the depth of their pockets. I, Yuan Xinian, founded this school for the sake of finding worthy talents for the imperial court and not for getting rich. Let's not talk about just paying a paltry 500 taels, even if someone who couldn't pass the admission examination came over with a mountain full of gold and silver, I still wouldn't let him into the school. Once there was a young son of a wealthy family from Zhongnan who had just missed passing the entrance exam by just a smidge. The father was willing to give the school half of his assets for the sake of his son's admission. However, they refused it. Luckily the man's son was hardworking and studied very hard for another year before he managed to pass the entrance exam. Headmaster Yuan, don't be angry. This is what happened. My grandmother went to the melon store and told us she wanted 500 taels from us. From what I can tell, she wanted to use the 500 taels to have my younger uncle enter Rongshuan Academy. So I did my best to placate her and told her that I would come to the academy to ask you if that was true. Yu Xiaoxiao briefly described the situation to the older man. Headmaster Yuan very quickly calmed down and frowned. Let me think about this for a bit. I think there are 2 situations. The first is that Rongshuan Academy may have a spy, who's using the admission quota for his private gain. The second is that your family encountered a swindler who was using your younger uncle's desire to enter the academy to cheat him of his money. Come with me to rest in my office for a bit, I need to talk to the head lecturer and school administrator about this. Xiaoxiao agreed with him and followed Yuan Xinian's personal assistant into the headmaster's office. This wasn't the first time she had entered this room, which was steeped in a scholarly atmosphere and was full of interesting antiques. She placed the oiled paper bag full of food onto the table and then took a book from one of the shelves to browse through. The servant brought in a cup of fragrant tea and saw the oiled paper bag oozing oil onto the piece of paper that the headmaster had just written on. He felt his heart ache at the sight. The characters that his headmaster wrote were more valuable than gold. He then noticed Xiaoxiao casually flipping through the only book that was said to be written by Wang Yucheng, and a feeling of nervousness bubbled up in his heart. He was afraid that the little girl wouldn't be careful and damage the book. Yu Xiaoxiao, who hadn't finished middle school before she dropped out in her previous life, felt like her head was going to explode as she looked at the traditional characters in the book. Although she had spent a little time studying along with little Shido, so she could recognize some more commonly seen characters, most poetic verses had more obscure characters that were impossible to guess. She managed to find a few verses she had seen previously in school and did her best to appreciate it while scratching her head. Yuan Sinian, along with the head lecturer and administrator, entered his office and saw this exact scene in front of him. A young girl, plainly dressed, with an old book in her hands. Her large and lively eyes seemed to take in everything. "Little girl, looks like you have read books before too." Yuan Sinian revealed a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Cao hurriedly placed the book back in its original place on the shelf and grinned. "I only learned a few words with my younger brother. I took a book off of your shelf without asking your permission first, please accept my apologies." Yuan Sinian laughed. "What's wrong with liking to look at books? However, let's first talk about what you told me earlier." Head lecturer Liang's face was solemn and serious as he said, "Our academy doesn't have anyone here who is selling admission spots for money. Miss Yu, I'm afraid you must have encountered a swindler, right?" The administrator had seen Xiao Cao a few times before and had a good impression of her. He proposed, "I think that you should probably report this to the authorities, okay?" Headmaster Yuan sonorously proclaimed, "We absolutely cannot tolerate a criminal who is using the school's name to defraud people. Shishu, take my message to the county yamen. This concerns our school's reputation, we absolutely need to get to the bottom of this." When Yu Xiaocao saw that what she had wanted had occurred, she said her farewells. She looked at the time and noticed that it was about time for classes to get out. That group of little fellows, who constantly cried piteously for food, must have been waiting for so long. Naturally, Xiao Cao didn't know that as soon as she left the office, the three men left in there, whose combined age was over 200 years old, almost started fighting over the contents of the oiled paper bag. In the end, Headmaster Yuan acted as if he conveying a large favor and decided to give the other two men half of the chicken and duck. When Yu Xiaocao arrived at little Shatu's dormitory, 4 pairs of dark eyes stared piteously at the door. The table in front of the little fellows, other than the portion of green vegetables that little Shido took out, only had bowls of white rice on it. Okay, looks like they were all waiting for her chicken and duck to complete the meal. When they saw Xiao Cao appear, the little fellows all immediately looked towards the basket in her hand expressionlessly. Once they saw the basket had 2 full oiled paper bags, they cheered and ran towards Xiao Cao. Such a group of practical boys. Second sister, when they heard that you were called over by the headmaster, they all became gloomy and couldn't help but wonder if they weren't going to be able to eat delicious food today. Little Shido stifled his giggles and watched as the other boys fought over the chicken legs. At least they had a conscience and knew to leave him some too. Previously, the food that Xiao Cao had brought over had been taken by the headmaster several times. Later, she learned to bring 2 portions of food along. Obviously, this time wasn't an exception either. Xiao Cao smiled as she watched the little boys eat her food with endless praises. "There's enough portions of the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck to fill everyone's bellies. Slow down and don't choke." Little fatty son gnawed on a duck leg as he opened his greasy little mouth to say, "Second sister, I'm super happy that I got to dorm with little Shido. Last time when we had a break and I went home, my mother even said I got fatter. There's nothing to be done though, second sister's cooking is just too delicious. Second sister, bring some oyster sauce vegetables next time. It's less greasy and I need to lose weight." Lu Jinye calmly split the roasted chicken and duck into 4 portions and placed his portion inside his large bowl. He ate slowly, so if he had to fight for his share against Fatty Sun and Monkey Satu, he would end up losing every time. Thus, he made his bowl his own territory. He always grabbed his portion early to avoid Fatty Sun taking all of the food away. When he heard that, Lu Jinye slowly swallowed the chicken meat in his mouth and smiled. "Isn't it easy to get some green vegetables to eat? The dining hall has a lot. If you want to lose weight, it's even easier. Just eat the food from the dining hall for a whole month and I'm sure you'll lose 10 catties." Fatty Sun frowned and a long-suffering expression appeared on his face. "Forget it. Can the boiled vegetables in the dining hall even compare with our second sister's skills? The food is only fit for pigs to eat." how can I possibly stomach it? If you want me to spend a whole month of eating the food in the dining hall, let me just die fat instead." Everyone burst into some good-natured laughter. "Xiao Sao, it's really you all. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the doorway. Everyone turned their heads around to take a look. Little Shito immediately greeted the person. "Brother Xiaowen. Have you eaten yet? My second sister just brought some roasted chicken and duck from Junsho restaurant over, come eat some." Junsho restaurant's roasted chicken and osmanthus duck. Rumors said that it cost 5 taels each and had now increased to 10 taels apiece. Despite the increase, the supply still wasn't enough to meet the demand. The Yu family had progressed as his mother had said, their life had gotten much better. However, now the Qian family had better days too. His family no longer had to worry about selling their ducks, and even their duck eggs sold well now. They now made dozens of taels from selling their ducks to Junsho restaurant. In addition, his mother had recently hatched a flock of small ducklings and even caught a bunch of ducks in the wild to raise. Now, they had around 400 to 500 ducks. At home, after getting the sweet taste of profit, the Qian family was now preparing to expand their duck business by a lot. Qian Wen looked at Xiao Sao. It had been a long time since they last saw each other, and the little girl had grown in height a bit. Her fair and clear skin looked so tender that one could almost pinch water from it, and her pair of large eyes seemed to be able to look into the depths of a person's soul. His mother had told him that the roasted chicken and osmanthus duck at Junsho restaurant had a lot to do with this little girl. In addition, in the spring, the watermelons that the other villagers didn't see much use for had even been sold for over 500 taels. Furthermore, that wasn't even including the Yu family's braised food business at the docks and their seafood product wholesale business. He felt like the distance between his and her family seemed to be growing larger and larger. However, he didn't think that was a problem. The teacher said that with his current level of schooling, he could participate in the children's examinations next year. If he could easily pass the entry-level exams, then he would become the first person from Dongshan village to pass the prefectural exams. In addition, at that time, he would only be 15 years old. Now that his family's circumstances had improved, he planned on taking the next set of exams to become a graduate and then become someone who had passed the imperial exams. By that time, Brother Xiaowen, this chicken leg is for you. A fragrant aroma coming from little Shitu's hand suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Qian Wen smiled at the little fellow and replied, "I've already eaten. You should eat the chicken leg instead." Usually Qian Wen made sure to look out for little Shito. The older boy studied very hard and, with his own efforts, was in the top third of the intermediate class. Little Shito not only liked this older brother from his own village but also respected him quite a bit. The little boy persevered in trying to give some of the delicious food to Brother Xiaowen. "Even if you've already eaten, you can still have a taste of the chicken leg. It's really very good." Qian Wen could no longer refuse the little fellow's kindness and took a piece of chicken about the size of his thumb. He placed the meat into his mouth and carefully tasted it. The meat melted into his mouth and revealed a flavor that he would never be able to forget in his lifetime. Even when he passed the imperial court examinations in the future and was able to eat roasted chicken frequently as well as other delicacies, he could still never taste the flavor he once had. Yu Xiaosao watched the little boys contently and felt immense satisfaction when she saw how happily her younger brother was eating. She couldn't resist temptation and pinched his plump face. Little Shito puffed up his cheeks and perfunctorily resisted. "Second sister, I'm not 3 anymore. I'm now a student of Rongshuan Academy, so stop pinching my face. If other people see, I'll lose face in front of them. I pinch your face because I love you. It's not like I want to pinch any strange person's face off. I now understand why there's this saying, when a son grows up he doesn't want his mother anymore. You haven't even become an adult and have only gone to school, yet you don't want me, your second sister, anymore, How disappointing." Yu Xiaosao twisted her head to the side and forcefully opened her eyes wide. She let the feeling of disappointment rise in her and managed to blink out a few tears as she looked accusingly at her younger brother. Little Shito immediately panicked and quickly put down his rice bowl. He rushed over to his second sister and hugged her arm, lightly swinging as he said, "Second sister, you're still my second sister. You will always be my good second sister." Don't feel sad, I was the one who was wrong. Pinch me however much you like. Qian Wen had noticed Xiao Xiao's crafty actions and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Although Yu Fan was clever and quick-witted, he was truly no match for his second sister's little tricks and antics. Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, and the tears in her eyes flowed down her eyelashes onto her cheeks. A sad expression surfaced onto her face, which, when paired with the tears, made her look extremely desolate. Little Shido almost burst into tears, and he continued with a sob in his voice, "Second sister, don't cry. In the future, I won't do this again. Don't be upset over me." Little Fatty Son butted in and shoved his round, plump little face in front of Xiao Xiao. He loudly proclaimed, "Second sister, don't be sad. If little Shido doesn't recognize you as his sister anymore, I'll take his place. Look, you can pinch me all you want. I bet my face feels a lot better than little Shitu's." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but let out a peal of laughter. She rubbed little Shitu's face and ruffled little Fatty Son's hair as she said, "I was only scaring you guys, don't take it seriously. Quickly eat more. It's not early anymore, I still need to go back to Dongshan village. Shido, study well and I'll come by tomorrow to take you home." Tomorrow was when Shitu's weekly break started. Little Shido now knew he had been tricked again by his second sister. He sniffled a couple of times and met Xiao Xiao's eyes with a solemn look. He vowed, "Second sister, don't worry, I will always be your little Shido." This promise of his had been engraved deeply in his heart. Even after he became the youthful top scorer in the imperial examinations and famous throughout the land, whenever he saw his second sister shamelessly acting up, he always reverted back to his usual reaction. Before Xiao Xiao could feel touched, little Fatty Son butted in again, "Second sister, I will always be your little Fatty Son too. In the future, when you make delicious food, don't forget to bring a portion for me ah." Xiao Xiao pinched little Fatty's face, who was slightly taller than her. She didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she replied, "Don't worry. Even if you don't call me second sister, I'll still bring your portion along. All right, I'm heading out. If I leave any later, I won't be able to get home before it gets dark." After waving goodbye to little Shido and his friends, Xiao Xiao went back to the melon stand. Lady Fang's carriage was already ready to go. Xiao Xiao's family's 2 carts had just enough room to hold all of the necessities of daily living that she had bought earlier. When Madame Zhang saw the 2 carts full of goods, she turned green with envy. There was a large sack of white rice, a large sack of wheat flour, and also a piece of fatty pork that weighed at least 5 catties. In addition, there were some fine articles of daily living that she had never even seen. She suspected that the contents of these 2 carts had to be worth at least 10 taels. Sure enough, the family members of officials were never stingy with their spending habits. However, the fortune teller did say that her family was going to produce an official. Once her son passed the examinations, she would also be considered the mother of an official. When that happened, she could easily walk around with her pockets full of money. Since the carts were stuffed full of goods, their speed naturally became slower. By the time they got to Dongshan village, the moon had just peeked through the tree line. When they passed by where Madame Zhang lived, she refused to get off the cart because she still hadn't got a hold of the money she wanted. "Grandmother, 200 taels is a lot of money, so you must give us some time to get it all together. It's already late tonight, if there's anything else you need to say, can't it wait until tomorrow? We can get it done then." Madame Zhang had been out and about since dawn and it had taken her several hours to walk into town. She also spent a lot of time waiting outside the melon stand and couldn't bear to spend a little money to eat lunch. After throwing a giant tantrum, she didn't have much energy left in her body. She thought for a bit and decided that if Yu Hai wanted to renege on his promise, she would make him pay. Realizing she wouldn't get anything today, Madame Zhang finally got off the cart and went back home. Lady Fang watched the old lady as a feeling of resentment slowly rose within her. She sighed lightly, "Xiao Xiao, there's nothing wrong with spending some money to fix a problem. However, doing this will only encourage certain people to become even more shameless. In the future, they'll continue to do the same thing to get money out of you, and that will not be good." Yu Xiaoxiao had seen a golden light burst out of the multicolored stone on her wrist when Madame Zhang finally came off the cart. It had shot towards Madame Zhang's head. When she heard her godmother's worried comments, she grinned craftily and replied, "Godmother, don't worry. The money that she wants. She won't be able to get a single copper. Just wait and see what unfolds next." That night, a sneaky figure surreptitiously crept out of the east room of the old residence. A small golden-colored kitten looked at the person contemptuously and proudly raised its head as it followed from behind. "We're going out to see a nice play, not to pretend to be thieves, okay? Is it necessary to act this mysterious?" The little divine stone sniffed with disdain. "Shish. In order to leave the east room, it was necessary to go past the main room." Yu Xiaoxiao had been frightened by the little divine stone's voice and subconsciously glanced towards the Kong bed. Luckily, her parents' breathing pattern remained steady and stable, showing that they were still deep asleep. If she roused her parents, then that would scratch her plans for the rest of the night. Xiaoxiao carefully opened up the door. The old wooden door made a creak noise and Xiaoxiao was startled like a rabbit just waiting to bounce away. She clasped her hands onto her mouth and stared at the Kong bed, waiting for any reaction. Her father flipped over and continued to snore heavily. After that false alarm was over, she quietly snuck out of the door and quickly scuttled through the courtyard. She ran towards the main gate. Yu Heng, who had woken up to go to the restroom, could see a shadowy figure that resembled one of his younger sisters. A feeling of puzzlement settled into his heart. Why would his younger sister not be sleeping in the middle of the night and instead be running around outside? Yu Heng quickly caught up with Xiaoxiao and lightly tapped her shoulder. Xiaoxiao let out a low shriek and covered her mouth. When she saw her older brother behind her, she glared at him in annoyance. Scaring someone too badly could cause them to die, okay. Yu Heng instantly recognized his youngest sister by the look in her eyes. He questioned her somewhat suspiciously, "Why aren't you sleeping? Where are you planning on going?" Xiaoxiao placed a finger to her lips to remind him to lower his voice. She then faced the main room of the house again and watched for a second before she quietly replied, "Don't ask me here, come with me instead." The two of them scuttled under the moonlight and arrived at the main branch's outer wall. Luckily, with her older brother along, Xiaoxiao was able to step on Yu Heng's shoulders and climb onto the wall. When she jumped down, the little divine stone used its spiritual power to steady her a bit and she managed to avoid face planting into the ground. Ever since he had recovered from his injuries, Yu Heng felt like his hands had become more nimble and there was more strength in his body. The little divine stone rolled its eyes. This divine stone's bathing water naturally strengthens and heals the body. He flipped over the wall easily. Following his younger sister's lead, he crawled until he arrived under window of the main room. The weather was slowly warming up and the window to the main room hadn't been closed. With the moon providing some hazy light, he was able to see the two people in the room lying on the Kong bed and hear his grandfather's thundering snoring. Yu Xiaoxiao was also there, pricking up her ears to listen to the sounds coming from the main room. Yu Heng found his little sister's antics quite amusing and lowered his voice. "Little sister, did you especially come here to listen to grandfather snore?" "Shish, don't say anything." Xiaoxiao just finished her sentence when commotion arose within the inner room. Stay away from me." A mournful screech echoed out of the room. Old Yu's noisy snores suddenly stopped and, following that, the sounds of him slipping on clothing could be heard. Wife. Old Yu patted his wife's arm but didn't expect her to violently shake his hand off. Madame Zhang originally had her eyes closed but now they were opened wide, filled with shock. The expression on her face made it seem like she had just seen a ghost. She rigidly stared at the roof beams in horror, as if she had seen something up there. She screamed, "Don't come over. Stay away from me." Old Yu followed his wife's line of sight and looked at the beams. He discovered there was nothing there and thought that his wife was frightened by a nightmare. Because he was afraid of startling her further, he could only quietly say, Wife. Madame Zhang acted as if she was stuck in her own dimension. She not only woke up but also became even more agitated and started swatting the air in front of her. "I'm not afraid of you. You've been dead for over a decade. Come here, I'm not afraid of you." Old Yu looked again at the roof beams and the hairs on his body all raised up. It seemed like his old wife had encountered something that wasn't clean. "Wife, who do you see right now?" Shivers ran down old Yu's spine as he quietly inquired. Older cousin, you had an illness that couldn't be cured, so living any longer wouldn't have changed anything. Your husband was so poor from trying to treat your illness that your home didn't even have an extra grain of rice. If you didn't die, your husband, who's such a good man, would have died of starvation along with you. The frightened expression on Madame Zhang's face had suddenly been replaced by a cruel one. She snarled as she stared at the beams on the room as if she had just seen her archenemy. Within Madame Zhang's consciousness, a ghastly pale woman, who had blood coming out of all of her apertures, was staring at her with a gaze full of hate. The ghostly apparition continuously lamented, I sheltered you out of the kindness of my own heart, why did you harm me? Why did you have to hurt me? You had to die. If you didn't die, your husband would have never looked twice at me. If you died, then everything you had would become mine. Madame Zhang seemed to have lost her marbles under the ghost's constant questioning and suddenly screamed out the secret she had hidden inside for decades. Old Yu was stunned by the malevolent look on Madame Zhang's face and stared at her as if he didn't know who she was. At that time, Madame Zhang, who had been married off to a village far west of them, had been abused by her husband's family. After she finally had enough, she stole a dozen copper coins from the family and left with her son, begging for food, to get to Dongshan village. She sought shelter with his first wife, Madame Zhang's older cousin. He remembered very clearly that, at the time, his kind first wife, Madame Lu, had a weak body and they were very poor. Despite that, she still happily received her younger cousin and her cousin's son. In the beginning, Madame Zhang rushed to do all of the work around the house and treated his son and daughter better than she treated her own son. In addition, she also did her best to take care of her older cousin, who was bedridden. He didn't say anything in regards to this and only spent long days out of the house fishing and gathering seafood to subsidize their income. Under Madame Zhang's tender care, Madame Lu's condition started to improve and even the doctor said that after she finished the last 2 prescriptions she would be almost fully recovered. However, no one expected that, after she finished the 2 medications, Madame Lu's illness would recur. Everything that was of value at home had been sold off, and they had already borrowed money from those who could afford it. Madame Lu continued to take medication but she never recovered again. Her body, which had originally been weak, only managed to hang on for another month or so before death came to get her. Not long after Madame Lu passed away, he felt like that having his home lack a female figure wasn't good. During that time, Madame Zhang had been extremely hardworking and also treated his 2 children well. Thus, he took her as his second wife. In the beginning, she managed to be fair to everyone in the family. However, after his 3rd son was born, Madame Zhang's heart began to change. The change was most marked when their 3rd son left to go to school. Madame Zhang became extremely stingy and would save every copper coin in order to pay for their 3rd son's schooling fees. Yes, that's right, Madame Zhang cackled crazily as she stared fixedly at the roof beam. She acted as if she was talking to someone, my dear sweet older cousin. I was the one who swapped out your medication and let you, who was about to recover, die in the end. I was doing this for the good of your 2 children. If you didn't die, then you guys would have had to sell them to get the money for your medication. Old Yu looked at Madame Zhang, who had a malevolent expression on her face, with shock. Apparently Madame Lu's illness didn't come back, and she was actually killed by Madame Zhang. He would have never expected that the woman who he had slept in the same bed for over 20 years was actually a venomous viper. Outside, Yu Heng and Xiao Cao exchanged stupefied looks. Xiao Cao clasped her hands over her mouth and remarked in disbelief, our biological grandmother was murdered by that old shrew. She murdered our true grandmother and even treats our branch so cruelly. Is she not afraid our biological grandmother would come back and find her? Yu Heng gritted his teeth as he quietly replied, that old shrew has done too many bad things, so the heavens will punish her. Tonight she's acting so weird. Do you think our true grandmother came back to settle the bill with her? Ah, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have switched out your medication and shouldn't have married off your daughter to a widower who lived far away. I shouldn't have restricted your sons and grandchildren's food and expelled them out of the family during their toughest time. I confess to everything. Don't take my soul away, don't take me away. My son will pass the imperial examinations in the future and Become a high-ranking official. I need to become an official's mother. Spare me. The fears within Madame Zhang's heart finally bubbled up, and she didn't try to act nonchalant anymore. She sobbed bitterly as she knelt on the Kong bed and kowtowed furiously towards the direction of the roof beams. A rhythmic knocking sound could be heard. Madame Zhang saw the ghostly Madame Lu in front of her eyes. The other woman had long, messy hair that cascaded down, and she was dressed entirely in white. The apparition's eyes dripped with blood as they fixedly stared at her. Madame Zhang saw the ghost stretch out a hand with long fingernails towards her neck. She immediately felt her breath hitch in her throat and fainted back with her eyes rolling up into her head. The old woman had her own hands around her neck, tightly squeezing. Her face had turned blue from lack of air and her tongue lolled out of her mouth. Although old Yu was incredibly shocked inside, he couldn't watch Madame Zhang suffocate to death. He hurriedly went over and forcefully pried her hands off her neck. Madame Zhang felt as if she was a fish who had been thrown out of the water. She truly thought she was about to die. Regrets swirled within her. At the time she had fled her previous husband's home with her son, even her own parents and older brother refused to shelter her. Only her distantly related older cousin was willing to take her in during her time of greatest need, saving her from the slow death of starvation and sickness. However, she bit the hand that fed her and switched her older cousin's medicine, causing the other woman to pass away. However, this was destiny. Why else did she fall in love with her cousin's husband? If her cousin didn't die, how could she possibly marry a man as kind as her cousin's husband and become the de facto head of the family? Thus, Madame Zhang previously only had guilt within her heart but no regrets. When she was strangling herself, Madame Zhang put all of her strength into it. Old Yu had to use all of the strength in his body to slowly pry her hands from her neck with great difficulty. The old woman gasped heavily for air and turned her head to faintly see old Yu. It was as if she was trying to grasp her last lifesaver. She clutched onto his arm and whined hysterically, "Cousin, you can't blame me. Just blame your husband for being such a good man. He's the model of a good man in my heart. Good-tempered, loves his family, and works hard, that's right. I blame your husband for being too good, tempting me to have bad thoughts. He's the troublemaker. You need to find him. Don't go for me, stay away from me." As she ranted, her eyes roved around crazily. When she saw the blanket on the Kong bed she catapulted herself towards it and pulled it over her body. She hid herself underneath as she trembled from fright. Old Yu looked at Madame Zhang with disbelief. It was said that a married couple was just a pair of separate birds. Once catastrophe arrived, they would fly their separate ways. Sure enough, Madame Zhang finally revealed her true selfish side. When it came to saving her own skin or her husband's, she quickly chose her own and easily shoved her partner, who had been with her for over 20 years, to take the blame. Outside the room, the two siblings, who were eavesdropping, suddenly sensed someone heavily breathing behind them. They plastered themselves against the wall and looked behind them in alarm. To their surprise, they saw their father, who was doing his best to restrain his sorrow as he gripped his hand tightly into a fist. When did their father come over? Did he also hear the old shrew's confession? Tonight, Yu Hai had found out the truth behind his mother's death. In fact, he had called his mother's murderer, mother. For over 20 years, that fact caused his heart to squeeze in pain, and it wasn't a type of pain that any person would be able to endure. The tiny golden kitten, which had followed the two siblings over, had its fur standing straight up in indignant anger. It waved its claws and a tiny glittery golden light pierced through the wall and went into Madame Zhang's head. Ah! Madame Zhang flipped out of the blankets and a more horrified expression appeared on her face. She clutched her clothes and screeched, "Don't take me away. I admit my guilt, I confess to all of it. Just give me one more chance, okay? My youngest son hasn't passed the prefectural exams yet and my daughter is about to get married, they can't go without a mother. Ah. You say your son and daughter cannot go without a mother, but what about my daughter and son who were only 7 to 8 years of age? Ah. They could go without a mother then. If I died and you took good care of my children, that'd be one thing. Wasn't it enough that you had to make my children's lives difficult? You're such a cruel woman, you even forced my son to split from the family with nothing but the clothes on his back. Now, you have the nerve to demand money from him, and you even ask for 200 taels. Within Madame Zhang's consciousness, her long-dead cousin was accusing her and criticizing her with every word. My son's entire family did their best for you, but that still wasn't enough. Why do you still have to be so stingy and greedy? Do you really need to suck every last bit of blood from him? Your children are children, but does that mean my son and daughter aren't children? That's not okay. I demand that you come with me to hell tonight. Someone as evil as you, murdering people and abusing their children, deserves to go to the 18th level of hell. When Madame Zhang saw the two deities of hell next to Madame Lu stringing the chains around her neck, she frantically struggled again. Older cousin, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have been so selfish and killed you. I shouldn't have abused Dahai's entire family. I'll change. I swear I'll change in the future. Give me one last chance to change. I'll never dare to be like this again. Don't take me away. I don't want to go to hell. Rivers of sweat dripped down Madame Zhang's entire body and her white hair stuck up crazily on her head like a bunch of straw. She resembled a malaria patient who was in the throes of sweats and chills and looked like a fish that was about to die. Although old Yu felt deep anger at the knowledge that she was the one who murdered his first wife and abused his first wife's children, she was still the wife he had lived with for over 20 years. His youngest daughter had already delayed her marriage by 3 years waiting for her fiancé's mourning period to be over. If Madame Zhang had something happen to her now, he wasn't sure that Katie would be able to preserve her engagement. When another 3 years passed and her fiancé's family cancelled their agreement, then his daughter's future would be entirely ruined. Old Yu let out a deep sigh. More than 20 years had passed, and he could no longer really remember what Madame Lu looked like anymore. Those who were living still needed to move on. I know you died full of resentment, but if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it all? I know you're a kind-hearted person. You even had to help a stray injured puppy that managed to encounter you. This family temporarily can't be without Madame Zhang. Please be merciful and let her off this one time. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye over her and I will not let her harm Dahai's family ever again. Please do this for the sake of our previous relationship. Let her go. Old Yu seemed to have aged in this short time period. His voice seemed powerless and tinged with deep emotion. Madame Zhang also loudly promised nervously, older cousin, let me go this one time. In the future, I'll live out the rest of my days atoning for my crimes. I make a vow to the heavens, I will never cause Dahai trouble again. I will treat Dahai and his family well. Enough. Yu Hai couldn't handle it anymore and kicked open the door. He rushed in and sneered at Madame Zhang, who was on the Kong bed, kowtowing endlessly. I don't think I can bear taking your goodwill. I am not like my mother, who nurtured an ungrateful tiger in her midst and then was murdered by that thankless wretch. Madame Zhang was disheveled from head to toe and was hunkering down on the corner of the Kong bed. When she saw Yu Hai come in, the pupils in her eyes shrunk. How come Yu Hai is here? Just how much did he overhear? Old Yu coughed and weakly said, Dahai, she's your elder. How is she considered my elder? I don't have any elders who murdered my mother. I truly hate myself for recognizing my mother's murderess as my mother for over 20 years. Hate myself for letting my wife and kids be abused without doing anything. Hate myself for ignorantly giving up all of the money I earned to my mother's murderess to provide for her children. Yu Hai trembled as he howled out his grief. Madame Zhang felt frightened, disappointed and distressed by the look of pure hate that was within Yu Hai's eyes. In the future, she could never use her identity as his stepmother to threaten Yu Hai to do anything for her. She had become his enemy who had slain his mother. The fact that Yu Hai didn't want to take revenge on her for killing his mother was already considered a miracle. Dahai, I raised you and your older sister up into adults. That took hard work. Please remember our old affections and help me plead for leniency to your mother. Don't let her take away my soul. Madame Zhang saw Yu Hai as her last chance for survival and entreated him piteously. Old affections. Perhaps it was guilt or something else. Before Yu Bo was born, Madame Zhang treated him and his older sister pretty well. Everything they ate and wore was about the same as Yu Dashan's. However, once Yu Bo started going to school, Madame Zhang forced Yu Hai, who was only 13 at the time, to brave the dangers of hunting in the mountains. Not only did he have to give her all of the money, but he also had to do all of this on a half-empty stomach. At the time, Yu Hai believed that the family was in poor financial shape, so every day he went into the mountains to catch hares and pheasants while hungry. Despite that, he couldn't bear to eat a single morsel of meat that he caught and sold them all to subsidize the family's income. Later on, he found out that the reason his whole family lived frugally was to save money for Zalbo's school tuition. Since he was pure-hearted and cared about his siblings, he worked even harder to learn hunting techniques from older brother Zhao. Thus, he managed to catch more game and the variety also increased. After he married, his wife and kids didn't receive preferential treatment at home despite him making the most income. Instead, the family used his unquestioning filial piety and his wife's kind-heartedness to make them the overworked servants at home. They did the most work at home but ate the worst food. As the days went on, his wife's body became worse and worse and his children all became emaciated. The whole family was sickly and weak. However, Madame Zhang wasn't even willing to pay for their doctor and medicine fees and his youngest daughter almost died. Old affections. You're talking about familial affections with me. Wasn't I the one who earned almost all of the money that covered youngest brother's school tuition as well as his living expenses in town? Wasn't that a sign of my familial affection? Before we split from the family, my wife worked like a dog despite being sickly. Wasn't that also a sign of our familial affection? When I was seriously injured and near death, older brother Zhao came by with 300 taels that were all taken by you. My whole family didn't say a single word. Wasn't that also a sign of our familial affection? Yes, you raised my older sister and me for a period of 5 to 6 years. However, I used 15 years of hard labor and returned it all to this family. If that wasn't enough, then the 300 taels, which should have been used to save my life, should be more than enough to return your so-called old affections, right? Every single word that came out of Yu Hai's mouth seemed to drip with blood. In that case, I don't owe you anything. On the contrary, you're the one who owes me. You owe me my mother's life. When will you be able to repay me for that? Madame Zhang had gotten used to getting her way at home and didn't expect Yu Hai, who was always the most obedient, to suddenly retort her so intensely. The fears within her suddenly evaporated and she glared fiercely at Yu Hai and shrilly shrieked, "All of the money you made wasn't spent on me. I spent all these years scraping together money and being frugal. Wasn't it all for the sake of the Yu family? Zalbo is your blood brother and has your Yu family's blood. The oldest brother is like a second father. Isn't it right and just that you pay for his school fees?" When he saw that Madame Zhang wasn't a bit repentant about her actions and was trying to twist the logic around, Yu Hai remarked in a voice filled with disappointment, "You're wrong. I'm not the oldest brother of the family. The oldest brother of the family is Chen Dashan, who has already changed his surname to Yu. He also crawled out of the same belly as Yu Bo. That being said, you, as their mother, are still alive and well. After doing all of these calculations, I don't think that I, as the second brother, should be the one raising them." Madame Zhang continued to persist on her stance and pestered him. "I was able to provide for your older sister and you, so why can't you provide for your younger brother? You have money now yet you're so reluctant to take out 500 taels for your younger brother. I was truly blind for raising a person worse than a pig into an adult. I should have just sent you and your stupid mother down to hell back then." "Shut up." Old Yu slapped Madame Zhang forcefully on her face and furiously hollered, "Why do you keep saying that you're the one who raised Dahai and older sister up? Do you know how to fish or farm? Wasn't I the one who earned the money to feed and clothe Dahai and his older sister? Did I ever say a word in regards to you and that good-for-nothing son of yours for eating my food? Ever since our youngest son was born, how have you treated Dahai and his sister? Do you think I'm blind? How do you have the face to boast about what you did?" Madame Zhang held her face that had just been hit and dazedly looked at old Yu. She would have never expected that her husband, who never had a temper, would one day raise his hand towards her. In addition, he would even do it for the sake of that B** teaches children. Madame Zhang exploded and screeched, "Ah!" She flung herself at old Yu and used her long nails to scratch at the old man's face as she screamed, "You hit me! I did all of this for you, ah! It was all for the sake of your Yu family's future. Yu Hai is your son, but doesn't that mean that Zalbo isn't your son, ah! You old bastard, if you actually had the ability, do you think I would have needed to scrimp and save so much, ah?" Under her explosive temper, Madame Zhang showed her true potential. She unexpectedly managed to push old Yu, who had done hard labor all his life, underneath her body and clawed at him furiously. Although old Yu protected his face, a few long scratches that dripped with blood managed to land on him. Enough. Yu Hai caught Madame Zhang's arm and pulled her off of old Yu. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Madame Zhang rolled around on the Kong bed and wailed, "Someone come quickly. Old Yu's family wants to kill me. You two are ganging up on me, an old woman. You guys want my life. You want me to die. They're killing me." Yu Dashan, who had long heard the ruckus inside, rushed into the room despite Madame Li's attempts to stop him. He forcefully pushed Yu Hai aside and placed himself in front of Madame Zhang protectively. He snarled, "Da Hai, my mother is your elder, how could you treat her like this?" Yu Katie was standing outside the room with tears streaming down her face. She cried so hard that her body trembled. She looked at her own mother with eyes that seemed to regard a stranger. Her mother, who had always tenderly loved and taken care of her, had actually murdered her second older brother's biological mother. If second brother reported this to the authorities, then her mother would pay with her life. This kind and weak girl couldn't stand this revelation. Her legs gave out under her as she fainted onto the ground. However, the situation inside was chaotic, so no one noticed her. Yu Hai regarded Madame Zhang, who was still trying to shamelessly wriggle her way out of this situation, with a dead look in his eyes. He calmly stated, "Who's right, who's wrong, we can find out when the authorities make their decision. The price for killing someone is your own life, debts must be repaid, that is the law of the heavens." Madame Zhang abruptly stopped her wails as she looked at Yu Hai in alarm. His one sentence made her feel more afraid than seeing her cousins, Madame Lu, ghost. This case couldn't be reported. She couldn't allow her youngest son, who had a bright future ahead of him, to be stuck with a murderous mother. Her youngest son was going to pass the examinations and become a high-ranking official. "No, Da Hai, you can't do this. You will ruin your younger brother. Zhaobo is your blood-related younger brother. Do you think you can watch with open eyes as you ruin his reputation by reporting this case off?" Tears dripped down Madame Zhang's face as she rushed over to hold on to the corner of Yu Hai's jacket. She desperately hoped that Yu Hai would let go of his desire to report this case. Yu Xiaosao couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped out and loudly proclaimed, "You're wrong. Younger uncle wouldn't have his reputation ruined by my father. The one ruining his reputation is you, his malicious and evil mother. Since you dared to kill someone, then you must be willing to take on the consequences. Don't try to use morality to restrain my father. My father is taking revenge for my biological grandmother. This is the responsibility of every son, so he has no wrong in this." Madame Zhang could only think about her youngest son's future prospects. She sobbed piteously, "Yes, yes. It's all my fault. However, my Zhaobo didn't do anything wrong and my Katie also didn't do anything wrong. My poor daughter, if she had the reputation of having a mother who killed someone, then the Mu family will definitely break their engagement. Her future will be ruined. Zhaobo and Katie are both your blood-related siblings. Feel something for them and let me go this one time. Tomorrow I'll have someone come over to fix your mother's grave and a monk to say the last rites for her. I'll place your mother's placard in the house and burn incense for her, and I'll also visit her grave on the 1st and 15th day of each month. Just spare me this one time." When he saw Madame Zhang's expressions and thought of his younger brother and sister, Yu Hai felt his resolve waver. At this time, old Yu came over with a hand over the cuts on his face and said, "Da Hai, Madame Zhang is truly guilty of a terrible crime. However, even if we sent her to the guillotine, we still wouldn't be able to bring your mother back to life. We need to focus on those living instead. For your pitiful younger brother and sister, please don't bring this case to the authorities, okay?" When Yu Xiaosao saw her father wavering, she decided she needed to step in as she didn't want Madame Zhang to get off that easily. That old hag was truly someone who forgot the pain once the wound healed. If they let her off now, then, in the future, she would likely continue doing shameless things, which was just aggravating to think about. She thought for a bit and then said, "If you want my father to give up on reporting this case to the authorities, that could be done. However, we need to make sure that she truly regrets her actions. Since my biological grandmother came over to find her, it must be because she didn't repent and continued to bully our family. Because she couldn't stand seeing this happen, she came over to aid us, the victims. Xiao Sao paused for a second before she continued, "Grandfather, do you know what she did in town today? She threatened my father in order to have him give her 500 taels. She wanted to use that money as a bribe to allow my younger uncle a backdoor way to enter Rongshuan Academy. If it truly could happen, that would be one thing, as we could take it for younger uncle's future prospects. We would even borrow money to make that happen. However, I asked the headmaster of the academy and he told me that there was no such thing. The academy has already reported this matter to the authorities and I am confident that we will find out the ending very soon. Grandfather, younger uncle is your son, but my father is your son too. Both the palm and the back of the hand are made of flesh, you can't kill one son to pave the future for another. Grandfather, my father already doesn't have a mother anymore. Are you trying to make it such that he doesn't even have a father who loves him anymore too?" Xiao Sao looked at her grandfather with tears shining in her eyes. She was doing this for the sake of her father and her family, who had all suffered through a lot in the past. Old Yu looked at his son, who was much taller than him. In the facial features of his second son, he could see the shadow of his first wife. This son of his had always been sensible since childhood and was the most obedient of all his children. Xiao Sao was right, he couldn't continue to neglect this son just because he was sensible and obedient. That would hurt his son's feelings. Dahai, don't worry, in the future, Madame Zhang won't dare to cause more trouble for you guys. She doesn't have the face to find you all anymore. I'll make sure to keep an eye on her. Old Yu seemed as if he had suddenly aged many years at once, and he couldn't seem to straighten his back anymore. Yu Xiao Sao walked over and pulled on her grandfather's hand. She firmly said, "Grandfather, it's not that we don't believe you. We don't believe her. Empty promises mean nothing, so let's have her draw up a written pledge." Madame Zhang's eyes widened and was about to say something when Yu Hai stopped her and interjected, "How about? I still think reporting this to the authorities is better, right?" The old woman immediately deflated like a balloon. Defeated, Yu Hang ran back home to fetch the paper and brush he usually used to practice writing. With Yu Xiao Sao dictating, Yu Hang wrote down all of the wicked things Madame Zhang had done very clearly. In addition, at the end, he added Madame Zhang's promise, in the future, she would sincerely repent, fix her ways, and no longer cause trouble for Yu Hai and his family. Finally, they had Madame Zhang stamp her handprint on the paper. Why was Yu Hang the one writing? The reason was simple. Although Xiao Sao learned how to read and write the fastest out of all of them, given that she had finished middle school in her previous life, she was usually too busy to practice writing. Thus, her handwriting was quite terrible and looked shoddy. Her characters also had a tendency to be missing certain strokes. That's because she was writing simplified characters, okay. On the other hand, Yu Hang always wrote 2 whole pages of characters every night, no matter how tired he was or how late it was. He had some talent. And, when combined with his tireless efforts, his handwritten words already looked quite presentable. After Yu Xiao Sao solemnly put the written pledge of guilt away, she spoke indifferently to Madame Zhang, "In the future, my whole family and you should just act as if we don't know each other. We won't bother you, so we ask that you don't come over to disturb our peaceful life. This is the most that my father can endure. If you want to continue to cause trouble like in the past, then we can go see the authorities together." Yu Katie, who had previously fainted at the door, had already woken up. When she heard her mother's crime again, she sobbed inside Madame Zhang's arms. Madame Zhang hugged her daughter tightly towards her and glanced briefly at the ghostly, humanoid figure floating near the roof beams. She shuddered and replied, "I've already signed my admission of guilt." "Dahai, shouldn't you tell your mother to go back now?" Yu Hai mournfully looked in the direction that Madame Zhang was facing, yet he wasn't able to see anything. When his mother died, he was only about the age that little Shido was now. More than 20 years had passed since then, so his memory of his mother's loving face had already started to fade away, as if her face had been covered by a thick veil. Now he hoped he could be like Madame Zhang and be able to see his mother again. If he could, he would make sure to carve that image of her deeply within his head. However, why didn't his mother show herself to him? Did she blame him for recognizing her murderer as his mother for over 20 years? Tears of anguish slowly slid down Yu Xiaoxiao firmly held onto her father's large, rough hand with her warm little one, as if she was trying to comfort him. When she saw her father silently stare at the roof beam, shedding tears, Xiaoxiao silently sighed and then spoke to Madame Zhang. As the proverb says, those who don't do shameful things won't have to fear spirits knocking at night. Having a suspicious heart will cause inner demons to appear. All of this was personally done by you. Because you committed crimes against my father and my biological grandmother, your heart was filled with darkness and you suspected everyone. As long as you abide by your promise in the future and no longer continue to harm us, I'm confident that my true grandmother will magnanimously let you go this one last time. May I give you some advice? The gods see everything you do, thus, it's better to avoid doing shameful things. Father, let's go home. After she finished speaking, the three of them left the courtyard with the sound of Madame Zhang's mournful cries behind them. Yu Heng and Xiaoxiao each walked next to Yu Hai, who was in the middle. Xiaoxiao's hand remained snugly within that large palm the whole time, showing her care for him. It was just like that time she faked her illness. Her father had never thought about giving up on her. Xiaoxiao could tell that her father's spirits were low and felt more hate for Madame Zhang. She deliberately transmitted to the little divine stone, we can't let that old witch off so easily. If we don't torment her for a few more days, I won't feel right in my heart. Alrighty, leave it to me. The little divine stone cackled in anticipation as it rubbed its two paws together evilly. Consequently, Madame Zhang had a rough time. For the next few days, she was even afraid to go to bed because every time she closed her eyes she could see her older cousin's eyes that dripped with blood glaring at her sinisterly. The ghost never moved or spoke but it continued to stare at her constantly. Under such a frightening gaze, she really couldn't fall asleep. After suffering from insomnia for a few days in a row, the usually healthy Madame Zhang quickly became wan and sallow. Within a few days, her entire head of hair had turned white and there were more wrinkles on her face. Her eye bags almost came all the way down to the corners of her mouth. It looked like she had aged more than a decade in a short period of time and it was obvious that she wasn't mentally well, but that's all for later. Cower, do you think that your grandmother blames me? Otherwise, why else wouldn't she also show herself to me? Ah! Yu Hai abruptly stopped and looked towards the shadowy mountains underneath the moonlight. The sound of his voice finally broke the dead silence between the three of them. Xiaoxiao hurriedly replied, how could that be true? I think it's more possible that grandmother blames herself. At that time, she had been tricked by that old hag, Madame Zhang, and trusted her completely. On her deathbed, she even asked Madame Zhang to take care of eldest aunt and you. That old witch, Madame Zhang, didn't fulfill her promise to grandmother. Madame Zhang is the one at fault here, don't blame yourself. Yu Hai shook his head heavily and slowly remarked, as her son, I am truly unfilial and such a disappointment. I've almost forgotten what my biological mother looks like. Just as he finished lamenting, a white-colored figure on the little road in front of him slowly materialized. It was a woman with a gentle smile on her face who looked as if she was just shy of 30. Her jet black hair was bound up under a blue and white decorative head covering. She looked at Yu Hai with eyes that were filled with love and gratitude. A faint sigh reached their ears, my dear Hire, it hasn't been easy for you. Mother, Yu Hai managed to choke out a reply. The faint memory of his mother in his mind slowly became more clear. This was the way his mother had looked before she fell ill. Inside his heart, his mother had always been the most beautiful, gentle, and loving woman in the world. Yu Hai wasn't the only one who saw her. Yu Heng and Yu Xiaoxiao could also see her. Xiaoxiao's eyes opened wide as she silently praised the little divine stone in her mind. Little glutinous dumpling, you're too awesome. But, I wasn't the one who did something. What other spirit is playing around here? This divine stone, we'll find out soon. The little golden kitten that was next to her feet raised all of its fur on its back and its tail also went up. It looked as if it was getting ready for a battle at any time. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily bent down to hold onto its tail and then held the little fellow in her arms. It didn't matter if the faint spirit in front of them was actually conjured by the little divine stone or not. It was no longer important as she could tell that the apparition had no ill will towards them. In fact, judging by her father's expression, she knew what was going on. Mother, your son can't make it up to you. Wah! Yu Hai, who was almost 30, knelt down on the small mountain road and started to weep like a child who was lost. The ghostly figure lovingly gazed at Yu Hai, and the wind seemed to transmit the echoes of her voice. No, it was Mother who didn't see clearly and made things difficult for you two siblings. Mother, I'm useless. I couldn't prevent my sister from getting married off to a faraway village. Whenever he thought of his older sister, who had been married off to a widower who lived hundreds of miles away at the tender age of 14, Yu Hai always remembered his feelings of grief and helplessness. Tears once again crowded his eyes. The woman seemed to be unable to contain her feelings, faced Yu Hai, and floated over. She lightly placed her transparent hand on top of his head and gently soothed, "Don't blame yourself. Although it's colder over there, your brother-in-law treats your older sister very well. Right now your older sister has a decent life. Mother only has you and your older sister left, you two need to live well." Yu Hai lovingly looked into his mother's gentle eyes and softly promised, "Mother, I will. Right now, my life is very good. In a few days, I plan on bringing older sister and her whole family over. With her closer, it'll be easier to help each other in times of need." The woman seemed to pause for a moment with her head lowered to think a bit before she finally nodded in agreement. "Your brother-in-law doesn't have anyone left from his side of the family there anymore, so having them come over is good. However, you still need to make sure that both your sister and brother-in-law agree to this first. Higher, do as what you see fit. You've always been dependable, so Mother is relieved. Master, let me go. This ghost died tragically, so it wasn't able to reincarnate and has been left here on Earth as a lost soul. As more time passes, it's possible that grievances may pile up and lead it to transform into a malicious spirit that harms people. I will bring her back into the cycle and let her reincarnate again. That is the right path." When the golden kitten saw that the ghost wasn't a spirit that harmed living humans, it was no longer as against the ghost as when it first saw it. However, the stone still wanted to banish the spirit out of the living world once and for all to secure the future. The woman seemed to be able to hear the conversation the little divine stone had with Xiaoxiao and looked over towards Xiaoxiao. Although it was the first time Xiaoxiao had ever encountered a ghost, the woman's gentle eyes and demeanor made it easy for her to forget that she was a spirit. The woman lightly floated over to Xiaoxiao. She noticed that the little girl didn't seem the slightest bit afraid and her pure and clean eyes gazed at her calmly. The spirit smiled gently. Following that, a voice appeared within Xiaoxiao's mind. "Child, I don't care who you are or where you came from. I hope you continue to have a kind heart and good intentions and live in place of my poor departed granddaughter." Xiaoxiao was suddenly startled and stared flabbergastedly at the ghostly woman with some alarm. She somehow knew that she wasn't the true Xiaoxiao. The woman lightly sighed. "Don't worry, child. I haven't strayed far from here all these years and I know everything that has happened in this family. When my poor granddaughter bashed her forehead on the ground, I personally observed her soul being guided to the underworld by the spiritual guides. I also clearly saw you, a soul from a different world, being reborn in my granddaughter's body. Your soul was a pure white color and didn't have any malice emanating from it, so that was the reason why I didn't try to stop you. I'm glad that I didn't try to interfere at the time. Thank you for everything you have done for this family." "That's right, we're lucky that she didn't try to interfere. Otherwise, Master, your soul would have been scattered away. At that time, I wasn't powerful at all and only had enough spiritual energy to bring you into this world. If she tried to stop us, I don't know if I could have won." The little divine stone suddenly felt a shiver run through its body. When Yu Hai saw his mother's ghost stop in front of his daughter, he noticed that his daughter had a somewhat frightened look in her eyes. He, as the epitome of the perfect father, hurriedly came over and hugged his daughter's small and weak-looking shoulders in an attempt to comfort her. He reassured her, "Cower, don't be scared. She's your grandmother, your true grandmother. She won't hurt you." That woman's voice continued to sound within her mind. "Your father is right. Since fate has brought you here and you were reborn in my granddaughter's body, then I am considered your grandmother. At that time, I didn't try to stop you, so now I naturally won't try to do anything to you." The woman then used a voice that all three of them could hear to say, "Xiaoxiao, you're a good child. Grandmother wants to thank you." Yu Hai hastily interjected, "Mother, that's right. If it wasn't for Xiaoxiao, our family would still be in a lot of trouble. Ah. Xiao Sao is a child who has personally been instructed by the god of wealth. Ah. The woman smiled and nodded her head. The sound of her voice once again surfaced within Xiao Sao's mind. That godly item you have has the ability to let me reincarnate. I've already fulfilled my desires in this earthly realm, so it's about time that I leave. In Yu Xiaosao's consciousness, the little divine stone could communicate with the woman. Saving a person's life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Don't worry, I will help you. Do you want to leave tonight, or? Queen. The little divine stone's words were interrupted by an aged and trembling voice. The 3 people and 1 ghost all looked towards the sound of the voice and saw the figure of old Yu appear under the moonlight. After tonight, old Yu seemed to have suddenly gotten a lot older. The woman in white looked at old Yu with a gaze that no longer had any warmth inside. With a faint gaze, she said, "You Likyu, our marital affection had already been completely wiped out when you remained silent about Madame Zhong's actions. To tell you the truth, I'm really disappointed in you. People often say, with a stepmother, one will also have a stepfather." It turned out to be true. Ah. It was uncertain whether it was due to nostalgia or guilt, but old Yu's face was covered with tears. He said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry that I didn't take good care of our children. I have let you down." Ah. There wasn't any emotion within the woman's voice as she said, "There's no need to say these unnecessary words. I don't feel like listening to them anymore. I don't need your repentance and atonement. The best way to atone for your wrongdoings is to stop causing so much trouble for Hai's family in the future." After that, she looked at Yu Hai with reluctance and said in a soft voice, "Hai, I need to go. Reincarnation is the best ending for me. Don't be sad, you have to stay well." She looked at the kitten in Xiao Sao's arms. The little divine stone understood her meaning. A golden light burst out of the woman's body, and her figure gradually faded away. "Mother," Yu Hai cried out, which sounded even more tragic and mournful in the quiet mountain forest. However, he also knew that reincarnation was the best option for his mother. Although he was reluctant to let her go, it was impossible to let her stay. Old Yu burst into tears, crying bitterly as he muttered, "She still blames me. Ah, still blames me. She's unwilling to forgive me. Queen, I have let you down." Ah. One knelt on the mountain road, while the other stood with his back bent. Yu Hai and old Yu both looked in the direction of the scattered figure for a long time. A cool mountain breeze blew, and Yu Xiaosao sneezed loudly. This sneeze released Yu Hai from his feelings of sorrow. Yu Hai rubbed the corner of his eyes and stood up. He took off his outer jacket and wrapped it around his daughter's body, and then said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Cower, quickly wear this. Don't catch a cold. Father, you should also go back. She still blames me. She still blames me." Ah. As if he had gotten possessed, old Yu kept repeating this sentence. Yu Hai sighed and gently said, "Father, I don't blame you, and mother wouldn't either. Madame Zhong is right about something. Younger brother and youngest sister are also descendants of the Yu family. There is flesh on both the palm of one's hand and the back of one's hand. They're young, so there's nothing wrong with you being partial towards them. Don't think too much and quickly go back." Old Yu raised his head and looked at his son, who was the one that he was the least worried about since childhood, with eyes blurred by tears. If he had paid more attention to his son, would Madame Zhong have second thoughts about her actions? Would his son have suffered less? Would Queen not blame him? There weren't so many what-ifs in life. People must take responsibility for their own actions. Dahai, you have already separated from family, so you don't have to worry about the matters in the family. In the future, just live a good life." Old Yu turned around and walked back along the rugged mountain road. His footsteps appeared very heavy. Yu Hai looked at his father's back, which was no longer tall and straight. He opened his mouth and finally shouted, "Even if I left the family, you're still my father. I will not give you any less of the filial respect that I shall provide you." But, for the things that he didn't need to give, he wouldn't even take out a single copper coin. The father and daughter returned to the old residence while supporting each other. Looking at the 3 tottering mud-brick buildings, Yu Hai suddenly said, "After the autumn harvest, let's rebuild our house. Let's knock down the old building and buy the land next to us, so we can build a spacious 5-room, tile-roofed house. We can expand both the front and rear yards. We have to live a prosperous life so that your grandmother can reincarnate without any concern. Although Yu Xiaoxiao preferred to buy a house and land in town, she had to nod her head in support of him after hearing his words. If we're going to build a house, then we'll have to build the best house in the village. We should also get glass windows like the ones in Brother Han's house. This can brighten up the house as well as keep warm. Okay, let's get glass windows. Yu Hai deeply exhaled, releasing the stuffiness in his chest. Anyone who found out that their mother was murdered by someone would feel uncomfortable within their hearts. Fortunately, his mother had appeared today and told him that she didn't blame him. She also told him to live a good life. Mother, you can rest assured. I will definitely live a prosperous life. The next day, Yu Xiaoxiao stayed at home and had some rare leisure time. The watermelon shop's business was already on track, so eldest maternal aunt could handle the store by herself. Thus, she didn't need to help out and could have a good rest. Around noon, Xiaoxiao's younger uncle, Yu Bo, returned in a dazed state with several bailiffs behind him. As soon as the bailiffs entered the Yu family's main gates, Madame Zhang, who hadn't slept all night, acted like a mouse that saw a cat and immediately hid on her Kong bed, afraid to go out. Madame Li had also timidly shrunk into a ball and said in a low voice, "Da Hai is seriously being too unreasonable. Didn't he say that he wasn't going to report it? Mother, you should quickly hide. A life for a life. If you get caught, you will get beheaded." After what happened last night, there wasn't anyone in the Yu family who didn't know what Madame Zhang had done. Madame Li felt ashamed of her mother-in-law within her heart, but she didn't have even the slightest impression of her father-in-law's first wife, and Madame Zhang was her husband's birth mother, so she naturally wouldn't do anything out of the line. Madame Zhang had been harassed by the ghost for an entire night, so she was on the verge of having a mental breakdown. When she heard Madame Li's words, she walked around in the room and didn't know where to hide. "Mother, we have been deceived. We were deceived." As soon as Yu Bo entered the door, he saw Madame Zhang with disheveled hair and a pale complexion. He was stunned at first, and then he continued to cry. Hearing her younger son's crying voice, Madame Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then she stood up with a loud cry. "Zhaobo, what did you say? That person who said that he would help you enter Rongshuan Academy is a swindler. Then, the 300 taels that I gave you, did you give them to him?" Without even a shred of scholarly aura, Yu Bo had a sullen face as he crouched on the ground and held his head. "That person came to me the day before yesterday and asked me for some money to pull some social connection, so I gave him all of the 300 taels. This morning, the bailiffs came over and said that he was a swindler, and that they had already caught him. Tomorrow, we will need to confront him in court. Then, the bailiffs didn't come to arrest me." Madame Zhang looked out into the courtyard and asked in a low voice. Yu Bo looked at her strangely and asked, "Arrest you? For what?" "They're just going through the regular procedure and coming to summon you to be questioned in court tomorrow. We just got scammed. It's not like we did anything illegal." "You didn't, but I did." Madame Zhang couldn't express her distressed feelings. Last night, after Yu Hai left, the family had a family meeting and decided to take her disgraceful past to their graves. In particular, they couldn't let Yu Bo know so as to not affect his mood for studying. Seeing that his mother was still dazed, Yu Bo hastily reminded her, "Mother, the bailiffs have traveled so far, so we should give them something to drink first. We can't let them work on an empty stomach, so we must take care of their lunch. Second sister-in-law and Xiaoxiao are good cooks. Should we ask them to come help us prepare a table of dishes?" Madame Zhang's heart was even more bitter than a Chinese gold thread. Last night, she had just signed a contract and promised that she would never disturb the second branch again. If she went to ask them to help cook today, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? Yu Hai had evidence of her crime in his hands. With how much that fellow loved his wife, if he found out that she went to order his wife to work right after vowing to leave them alone, he would definitely report her crime to the county magistrate. Madame Zhang hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Your second brother's family is so busy that they wish that each person can work like two people. So, how can we bother them right now? Zhang Quan's wife is also a good cook, so let's just ask for her help." Yu Bo felt even more surprised in his heart. When did mother learn to be so considerate of second brother's family? Did the sun rise from the west today? But, he had also heard in town that second brother's watermelon shop was really busy. His mother was right. Did it really matter who they asked to help cook? Madame Zhang sent Madame Li to invite Zhang Quan's wife over, and then she went to the courtyard and politely greeted the bailiffs. After that, she went to the chicken pen, caught a big chicken, and killed it. She really treasured the few chickens that they raised at home. She wasn't even willing to kill one for the new year, so she had really gone all out today. She took out several eggs, but put them back after thinking about it. She waved her hands to call over her younger son. Zhaobo, do you think that we can get the money that was scammed back? Yu Bo had a troubled expression as he said, logically speaking, I just give him the money the day before yesterday, so it has only been a day. Thus, that guy surely wouldn't have enough time to spend them all. But, he looked outside and whispered, people often say, the entrance of the yamen is shaped like the character 8. Even if one has reason, they should not go inside without money. I reckon that even if the 300 taels are found, they will most likely be confiscated. Madame Zhang's heart was dripping with blood. 300 taels wasn't a small sum of money. It was more than half of the family savings. Without the money that Yu Hai got from catching the bear, there was no way that their family would be able to get 300 taels in this lifetime. She covered her heart as her legs turned limp and she sat down on the ground. Mother, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Yu Bo watched as Madame Zhang clutched her chest and looked as if she had trouble breathing, and he was immediately at a loss. Madame Zhang deeply inhaled several times, and then sat on the ground, crying silently. She recalled the words that Xiaoxiao said that day. What kind of place was Rongshuan Academy? It was a place that all those high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen fought to send their sons into. Not to mention 500 taels, even if 5,000 taels or 50,000 taels was what they needed to get into the school, there would still be people vying for that chance. Such a good thing, how could commoner like them be able to get this chance? Why was she foolish and actually believed that fraudsters' wheedling words? Mother, do you feel a little better now? It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, our family wouldn't have lost such a large sum of money. You also wouldn't have to be so worried. Yu Bo also deeply regretted it at this time. Had it not been for the fact that he was so eager to attend the school, how could he be targeted and scammed? In fact, Yu Bo only gave the swindler 200 taels. He planned on waiting until his mother had collected enough money so that he could give that person the remaining 100 along with the rest of the money all at once. Unexpectedly, that swindler was arrested in just a day. He reckoned that they wouldn't be able to retrieve the money that he gave out, so he didn't give the 100 taels back to his mother and kept it as his own private savings. In terms of money, his mother had always been very generous towards him, but it was more convenient to have some money in his own hands. Madame Zhang fixed the disheveled hair around her temples. Her troubled expression made her look somewhat ferocious. After thinking about it, she still couldn't accept the fact that they had lost the 300 taels just like that. She told Madame Li to help Zhang Quan's wife, and then she went out and walked towards the direction of the old elm tree at the entrance of the village. At that side, old Yu was crouching under the elm tree and quietly listening to the village head and his eldest brother's conversation. Yu Lichun noticed that his third brother's face didn't look very good, so he asked after him in concern. However, he didn't get a reply, which made him feel even more perplexed. The village head and Yu Lichun turned the topic of this year's harvest over to his youngest son, Yu Zhong. I heard that Dajiang is helping with the seafood acquisition and the business is doing very well. Is he really simply helping, or does he get paid? Thinking of the bonus that his youngest son brought home every day, Yu Lichun smiled like a blossomed chrysanthemum flower. Dahai is a kind and upright child. He isn't stingy about sharing his profits and also thinks of his brothers when he has money-making opportunities. This seafood acquisition business with the Zhou family is an opportunity that Dahai gave us, so it's considered a collaboration between our families. As for the income, it's all right. Yu Lichun understood the principle of, one shall refrain from exposing their own wealth in public. If he foolishly told others about the income that Yu Zhong received these past few days, it might lead to envious people causing trouble for them. It was still better to keep a low profile. However, He couldn't control the expression on his face, which didn't look like the face of someone who wasn't making money. The village head stroked his beard and jokingly scolded, "This guy, you won't even tell me the truth. Would I steal your business opportunities?" Yu Lichun chuckled and said, "It really isn't much. It's just a little more than the wage one gets from working at the docks for a day. It can't be compared to your youngest son, who works with officials." The village head's youngest son was the secretary of the neighboring county's county magistrate. He didn't get a high salary, but he considered to be a civil servant. The village chief had always been proud of his youngest son. The two were chatting ardently when Madame Zhang came out of the village. She politely greeted the village chief and her eldest brother-in-law with a nod, and then she said to old Yu, who deliberately ignored her, "Zhaobo's father, bailiffs from the Yamen came to our house and said that they're investigating the case of Zhaobo being scammed. No matter what, you're still the head of the household, so come home to help entertain the guests." Old Yu hummed and hawed, and didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he sighed heavily, slowly got up with his hands clasped behind his back, and walked towards his home. Madame Zhang quickly followed behind him on her bound feet, and the two remained silent the whole way. When they were about to reach home, Madame Zhang finally broke the silence. "Husband, I know that you're blaming me. But it's something that has already happened, and we can't go back to redo it. We still need to continue living our lives. Zhaobo is someone with a promising future. It's just that he has bad luck this year. Didn't the fortune teller say that there will be a high-ranking official in our family in the future? Zhaobo is your son, so you can't disregard his affairs. Help. How am I supposed to help? When you two, this pair of mother and son, discussed behind my back about buying your way into the academy, why didn't you think about discussing it with me, the father? Now that you guys have encountered a problem, you suddenly remember that Zhaobo has a father." Old Yu spoke in a muffled voice. Had it been in the past, Madame Zhang would have already started arguing with him. But, after what happened last night, she no longer had the right to be so bold and confident. Madame Zhang thought about it and said, "Let's put everything aside for now. Zhaobo said that the swindler has been caught already and they just need us, the victims, to be questioned in court before they can convict him. But, the 300 taels, we might not be able to get back. That's Zhaobo's travel expense for when he goes to take the imperial examination in the capital in the future. Things that don't belong to you, even if you get it, you still won't be able to keep it. The 300 taels was supposed to be used to save Dahai's life. Don't you feel guilty for taking the money at all? It serves you right that you can't get it back." Old Yu remembered the time when his second son was lying in bed and on the verge of death, and how they urgently needed this money after separating from the family. However, they had confiscated the money. He felt a mixed sense of shame and remorse within his heart. Madame Zhang had to suppress her emotions in order to not argue with old Yu. She continued to patiently say, "Husband, if there really isn't any way to get the money back, then I will give up on this idea. However, we have a chance to get some of the money back. If we don't make some efforts, Zhaobo wouldn't have any traveling expenses when he goes to take the imperial examination in the future. As his parents, wouldn't we regret for a lifetime?" Old Yu frowned and said, "Didn't the money get swindled away by the fraudster? We can still get it back. Didn't the swindler get caught? The local authorities can definitely get the money back, or at least get a portion of the money back. But, I don't know if they will give the money back to us." Madame Zhang was thinking about how to get old Yu to go to the old residents and ask for their help. With furrowed brows, old Yu brows puzzledly asked, "If the local authorities don't want to give it to us, what can we, common folks, do?" Madame Zhang took this opportunity and said, "We can't do anything, but isn't Xiaoxiao's godfather?" Old Yu glared angrily at Madame Zhang and snorted, "You just made a promise last night. You wouldn't have forgotten about it already, right? At that time, we all agreed to go our separate ways and not disturb one another. It hasn't even been a day, yet you have already forgotten the pain after your scars have healed." Madame Zhang's eyes darted around, and then she squeezed out a few tears and started sobbing. "Old man, I know that I have gone overboard in the past. I have harmed older cousin and I have also wronged Dahai's family. But, no matter what, Dahai is your biological son and blood brothers with Zhaobo. Can they really not be in contact with each other for the rest of their lives? If he helps us with this now, wouldn't Zalbo also take care of his second brother in the future, when he makes a name for himself? By this time, they had already arrived in front of their own house. Yu Bo, who had walked out of the courtyard listlessly, looked as if he had found his pillar of support when he saw old Yu. He choked up as he said, "Father, son is unfilial. I have made the two of you worry about me." Looking at his youngest son, who appeared to have gotten a size thinner and looked haggard, old Yu thought of Madame Zhang's words and his heart had somewhat softened. He sighed heavily and said, "You have to remember this lesson. People shouldn't think of doing dishonest practices. You should focus on studying these days, and then try again during Rongshuan Academy's fall enrollment examination. If you don't pass the first time, then try a second time, a third time, you will eventually get in." Yu Bo listened to his father's teachings dejectedly and nodded repeatedly. However, he didn't have any hope in his heart. After this incident, Rongshuan Academy had probably placed him on the blacklist, so he would never have a chance to enter Rongshuan Academy again in his life. After all, other than talent, Rongshuan Academy attached great importance on one's moral character as their standard for accepting students. When old Yu saw his youngest son looking downcast, he patted his shoulder and said, "All right, it's already a thing of the past, so stop thinking about it. I'll go to your second brother's house and ask if we can get the money back." Yu Bo's eyes flickered, and he suddenly remembered that his niece's godfather was an imperial envoy sent from the capital, which was a position that was even higher than the county magistrate. If he put in a word, the people of the Yamen certainly wouldn't dare to take his family's money for themselves. But, wouldn't that expose the fact that he kept a private saving? "Father, this has to do with my reputation, so it's better if less people know about it," Yu Bo muttered. With shifty eyes, Madame Zhang said, "Son, your second brother isn't an outsider. Moreover, when I went to town to borrow money from him, that girl Xiaoxiao had already guessed that this was a scam. If she hadn't gone to Rongshuan Academy to make a confirmation, we may get deceived even more. Xiaoxiao's godfather has a close relation with the county magistrate, so we should be able to get the money back." Yu Bo wrung his hands in indignation and said, "So, it was Xiaoxiao who reported it to Rongshuan Academy. I was wondering why the academy would report the case. Mother, you're destroying your son's future. Madame Zhang looked at him, confused. "I did it for your good. How did I ruin your future? Just think about it. To let the administrators of Rongshuan Academy know about this matter, which originally wasn't some honorable thing, would I, your son, still have face to study in Rongshuan Academy in the future?" Yu Bo sighed and groaned. Madame Zhang stomped her feet angrily and said, "It's all that damned brat Xiaoxiao's fault. I was wondering why she was being so kind, so it turned out that she was trying to spoil my son's good opportunity. That wicked girl has such a malicious heart. Why didn't the heavens take her away at that time? Enough. You're still blaming others for your own mistakes. I reckon that all the books that you have read over the years have rotted in a dog's stomach. If you're going to continue to be like this, then I think you should stop studying and just come back to learn how to fish." Old Yu tossed his sleeves and stormed towards the direction of the old residence. Yu Bo looked at his father's departing figure and felt wronged in his heart. "I didn't say anything. In the end, it was mother who couldn't accomplish anything and caused trouble instead. It's fine to go borrow money, but why did she have to talk about my matters?" Madame Zhang's whole body was trembling in anger. She pointed at old Yu's gradually fading figure and shouted, "Look, just look at him. Does he even think of you as his son? In his heart, he only cares about the two children that his dead wife left behind. Second son's family are just farming and doing a little business. What good future would they have? Won't they still have to rely on you in order to live a leisurely life in the future? Mother, don't be angry. Your son, will definitely study hard so that, in the future, those people will regret that they looked down on us." Yu Bo was very confident in himself. He was just unlucky this year. Next year, he would pass the examination to become a county official and let his father see him in a new light. Old Yu paced back and forth in front of the old residence for a while before Yu Hang saw him. After being invited into the yard, he saw Xiaoxiao working in the garden. He slightly hesitated, and then went up to help her. "Xiaoxiao, your vegetables have grown really well. Other families' bok choy and spinach have already gone bad and are inedible, but your family's greens are still so fresh and tender. Old Yu was slightly surprised by the vegetables in the courtyard, which were obviously out of season. Xiao Cao smiled and said, "It might be because there's not much wind in the yard, so they're able to last longer. Grandfather, come by the old residence more often when you're free. Little Shito misses you a lot." Old Yu wanted to force out a slight trace of a smile, but he didn't succeed. He didn't know how to ask for her help. They had just agreed to live separate lives last night, yet he had come to trouble them today. Wasn't he just slapping himself in the face? Seeing that he seemed to have a lot on his mind and was hesitating to speak, Xiao Cao asked, "Grandfather, do you need something?" Old Yu gritted his teeth and quickly stated the intention of his visit. As he spoke, he didn't dare to look at Xiao Cao's big eyes, which were so clear that it seemed they could see through one's heart. Since the two families were related by blood, it was impossible for them to completely break ties. Xiao Cao was very clear about this point. Looking at old Yu, who had come here for help for the first time, Xiao Cao sighed heavily in her heart. Just like the old saying, both sides of the hand were made of flesh. For the sake of his younger son, her grandfather was prepared to disregard his own face. Xiao Cao looked at her grandfather, who immersed himself in the field work and didn't dare to have eye contact with her. She deliberately said in a relaxed tone, "Earlier, an uncle from the yamen came over and told me that I need to testify in court this afternoon. I'm really nervous since it's my first time going to court. I'll ask my godfather or godmother to accompany me at that time." Today, her godfather should return from the prefectural city. Her godmother took Sha Furong, who had gotten sick, to the medicine hall in town early this morning. She heard that the little lass had eaten too much red braised pork last night and had a stomachache for the entire night. She was a girl from the capital, yet she had become so gluttonous after just eating several meals of vegetarian dishes. After old Yu heard Xiao Cao's reply, his tense heart felt much more relieved and he also waited in a more relaxed manner. The vegetable garden in Xiao Cao's family's courtyard wasn't very big, so they finished weeding very quickly. After asking, old Yu learned that there wasn't any more work to do, so he got up and said goodbye. "Grandfather, our Dongshan village is located in a remote area. It isn't easy for uncles from the yamen to come here, so you must serve them well. Our family has planted a vast variety of produce. I'll go gather some for you to take back." Despite old Yu's objections, Xiao Cao went to the rear courtyard and picked out some cucumbers, tomatoes, string beans, eggplants, and so on. She thought about it, and then got some 5-spice duck eggs and century eggs from the west room. She put them all in a basket and told old Yu to take them back. Old Yu looked at the muddy eggs in the basket and asked hesitantly, "How do you eat this thing?" With a smile, Xiao Cao took one of the century eggs and broke the outer mud shell. She said with a smile, "Like this, first peel the outer shell and take the century egg out. After that, cut it into pieces and mix it with minced garlic. Forget it, I'll just go with you." "Grandfather, wait for a moment. I'll go get some vermicelli." With Madame Zhang's stingy nature, they probably seldom got the chance to eat vegetables cooked with oil, let alone meat. Since she was already helping them, Yu Xiaocao decided that she might as well be a good person until the end. After all, that Yu Bo was her father's biological younger brother. Not only did she get vermicelli, but she also cut off a portion of the pork belly that was hanging in the well in the backyard. She also took some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar from the kitchen. Old Yu looked at the bundles of ingredients and condiments in his granddaughter's hands and felt too ashamed to lift up his head. Looking at the streaky pork, which weighed more than a catty, he said, "You don't need to bring the meat. Your grandmother, Madame Zhang has already slaughtered a chicken." Xiao Cao smiled and said, "I heard that there were several uncle bailiffs here, so it's always good to prepare more meat dishes. Let's go, we still need to go to town after eating lunch." When they reached the Yu family's house, Xiao Cao greeted the bailiffs with a cheery smile. The young girl originally had a very joyous face and sweet smile, so coupled with her sweetly calling them uncles, she quickly left a favorable impression on the bailiffs. In the kitchen, Madame Zhang, Madame Li, and Zhang Quan's wife were very busy. When Xiao Cao entered the kitchen with the basket of ingredients, she ignored Madame Zhang and Madame Li and greeted Zhang Quan's wife with a smile. "Auntie, I have long heard of your good cooking skills. I must take this chance to learn from you today." Zhang Quan's wife was an observant person. When she saw the weird expression on Madame Zhang's face and Xiao Xiao ignoring them, she knew that there was definitely something going on. However, she wasn't someone who liked to dig into other people's private matters. With a smile on her pale and chubby face, she said, "Just listen to what you're saying. Why would you need to learn cooking from this auntie? Your mother has much better cooking skills than me." "Oh, what's this? It looks very novel." Xiao Xiao peeled the century eggs and cut all of them into 4 pieces. Then, she poured a sauce, which consisted of minced garlic, sesame oil, and soy sauce, on top of them. She had brought over around 10 century eggs, so it was enough to fill up an entire plate. She took a piece and held it in front of Zhang Quan's wife's mouth. With an expression that looked as if she wanted to be praised, she said, "Taste this century egg salad that I made and let me know what you think." Zhang Quan's wife was too embarrassed to open her mouth, so she gently shook her head and said, "I came to help, so I can't steal food right in front of the host." "How is this considered stealing food? Even the head chef of Junshou restaurant needs someone to taste his food. Auntie, quickly try it and give me some feedback." After hearing her words, Zhang Quan's wife finally opened her mouth and ate the piece of century egg. The soft century egg had a chewy mouthfeel when eaten. The yolk inside wasn't completely solidified and emitted a faint fragrance. With the rich flavor of the seasoning, it tasted really delicious. Zhang Quan's wife praised it repeatedly after tasting it. Xiao Xiao deliberately showed a proud expression. If it hadn't been for the oil in her hands, Zhang Quan's wife would have hugged her fondly. Seeing the soft tofu on the kitchen table, Xiao Xiao rinsed the tofu under water, cut up the remaining 2 century eggs, and put them on top of the tofu. After that, she poured a sauce on top and completed the dish, century eggs and tofu. Zhang Quan's wife made the dish, chicken stewed with mushroom, and some wheat flatbread. It was the last stock of wheat flour that the Yu family had, so it caused Madame Zhang to have a burst of heartache. On the other stove, Xiao Xiao made pork stewed with vermicelli, which was a dish the northerners liked to eat. She also cooked several vegetable dishes with oyster sauce. Since the Zhou family's factories started production, Xiao Xiao, as a shareholder, had never lacked condiments such as oyster sauce and MSG. She could also get an unlimited amount of vermicelli and century eggs whenever she wanted. It was said that the money would be deducted from the dividend, but third young master Zhou had always been generous towards her, so he wouldn't really care about such a trivial matter. The bailiffs were very satisfied with this meal and repeated praise that the food was delicious. In particular, head bailiff Yu, who had eaten at Junshou restaurant before, had even said, "I didn't expect that there would be such an excellent chef in this remote village. This culinary skill is almost as good as the head chef of Junshou restaurant. It's nearly impossible to eat the dishes, century eggs and tofu, and pork stewed with vermicelli, outside of Junshou restaurant. I never expected that your Yu family has such connections and are able to buy vermicelli and century eggs, which aren't available on the market." Yu Bo, who was beside them, hastily said, "What connections would my family have? It's just that my second brother has a good relationship with the owner of Junshou restaurant, so he's able to get these vermicelli and century eggs. In order to entertain our honored guest, we have cooked all of them. Your second brother indeed has some connections. Junshou restaurant's oyster sauce dishes is a secret recipe, yet he also got to learn it. Your second brother's relationship with the owner of Junshou restaurant must be really close." Head bailiff Yu put aside his contempt in his heart and revealed a trace of smile on his face. Seeing that the bailiffs were eating happily, Yu Bo became even more enthusiastic. People often said, "It's easy to see the king of hell, but it's difficult to please the little goblins." These bailiffs often used their status to act like a tyrant. Today, it was thanks to his younger niece that they were able to please these fellows. In the afternoon, they wouldn't cause too much trouble for them at court. After eating lunch, Yu Hai, who found out that this daughter was summoned to court this afternoon, quickly loaded the 2 carts of watermelons and followed his daughter and the bailiffs to town. On the road to town, there were also Madame Zhang and her son, as well as old Yu, who followed them because he was worried. They had specially loaded fewer watermelon on the Yu family's horse carriage so that the bailiffs could sit on it. Xiao Cao skillfully sat on the shaft of the donkey cart. When the bailiffs came, they had walked until their feet hurt. Since they were able to get a free ride on a horse carriage on their way back, their originally frustrated feelings had gotten slightly better. So, they didn't make things difficult for them. When they arrived in town, Xiao Cao, Madame Zhang, and Yu Bo were taken directly to the yamen. Yu Hai, who was worried about his daughter, didn't have time to care about his carts of watermelon and rushed to Fang Zizhen's residence in town. It just so happened that he ran into Fang Zizhen, who had just returned from the prefectural city and hadn't even had time to dismount from his horse, in front of the entrance of the Fang estate. This guy was even more of a fool for his daughter than Yu Hai. As soon as he heard that his precious daughter was summoned to court, he promptly turned his horse around and dashed towards the yamen. He was afraid that his daughter would be frightened by the guys in the yamen if he got there too late. The gatekeeper of Fang Estate saw that his master had directly rushed to the yamen without even getting off his horse, so he hastily reported it to the head steward. The head steward naturally knew how important Miss Yu was in his master's heart, but he still needed to inform the madam of the master's return. At this time, Lady Fang was in her sick niece's room. When she heard that her daughter was taken to the yamen by bailiffs, she immediately left behind her niece, who had just taken her medication, changed into the attire of a third-rank noble madam, and went to the yamen in a carriage. When she thought about how scared the delicate and weak Xiao Cao might be in front of the cruel and harsh bailiffs of the yamen, Lady Fang urged the coachman to drive faster. On the other hand, Yu Xiao Cao, the object of her parents' worries, was currently curiously looking around the county yamen like it was some tourist attraction. There was a row of bailiffs standing on each side of the court hall with a wooden rod in their hands, while a wooden desk was placed right across from the entrance. On top of the wooden desk, there was a judge's gavel and a bamboo tube with several wooden sticks inside. Behind the wooden desk, the 4 grand and imposing characters of "Be honest and upright" were written and hung on top. Head bailiff Yu saw that the little girl had no fear in her big, round eyes, but she had an obvious look of curiosity instead. He couldn't help but cough and remind her to kneel down in a low voice. Xiao Cao finally noticed that Madame Zhang and her son had already kneeled down in front of the court hall and were trembling in fear. She scratched her nose, knelt down reluctantly, and muttered, "Wicked ways of the old society." Before transmigrating, except for being punished to kneel by her mom for misbehaving when she was a child, Xiao Cao had never really kneeled in front of anyone before. Ever since she had transmigrated, her poor, little knees had to suffer. During the new year, she had to kneel in front of her elders for New Year greetings. When acknowledging her godparents, she had to kneel down and kowtow. When she accidentally offended the young royal prince, she had to kneel and apologize. She also had to kneel down when she carelessly said the wrong thing in front of Fifth Lord I. She touched her own poor, little knees. Would this cause calluses? Just as she was complaining, she got startled by the shouting of, "The court trial shall begin." When County Magistrate Wu came out from the rear hall, he saw a small, thin figure widening her eyes in shock and sitting on her own legs. She looked just like a frightened little squirrel. He almost didn't maintain his dignified appearance and laughed out loud, but he looked at Xiao Cao with a gaze that was filled with smiles. With her big, round eyes, Yu Xiao Cao stared at County Magistrate Wu, who was dressed in an official's robe, as he walked out of the rear hall in big strides. His appearance really gave off the feeling of someone who sang Chinese opera. She blinked her eyes, shifted into a more comfortable sitting position, and waited for the show to begin. No, for the trial to begin. Bring out the plaintiff and the defendant. A refined-looking old man, who looked like the magistrate's secretary, shouted. Plaintiff, defendant. Did she really not go to the wrong place, and went to the courtroom instead? It must have been the work of her senior transmigrator. Yu Xiao Cao stared at the goatee under the magistrate's secretary's jaw and started spacing out. The old man glanced at the little girl, who was dazedly sat in front of the court hall, and thought that she had been frightened. Shortly afterwards, Rongshuan Academy's headmaster Yuan and head lecturer Liang strolled in leisurely. Seeing the two people, County Magistrate Wu stood up before the desk and politely greeted them with his hands clasped together. Headmaster Yuan and head lecturer Liang also politely exchanged greetings with him. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yu Xiaosao turned her head to look at Headmaster Yuan and winked at him. Headmaster Yuan was stunned at first, and then he slightly nodded at her with a smile. His placating gaze seemed to say, "It's all right. Don't be afraid." But, when he looked at that last Xiaosao again, she was curiously looking around and didn't seem to be scared. After that, a pretentious-looking young man, who was dressed in a scholar's robe and had a scholarly cap on his head, was dragged in by two bailiffs. Might! The bailiffs on both sides hit the wooden rods in their hands on the ground and said at the same time in a resonant voice. Madame Zhang and Yu Bo, who had never seen such a scene before, were so scared that their faces had turned pale and they shuddered as they crouched on the ground. "Daughter, don't be scared. Godfather is here." A loud holler, like that of a large bell, sounded from the crowd outside of the county yamen. Shifting her gaze from the bailiffs to the direction of the voice, Yu Xiaosao saw her godfather pushing through the crowd and coming over in a gallant and spirited manner. County Magistrate Wu was dumbfounded as he watched the imperial envoy walk in imposingly and picked up the witness, Yu Xiaosao, as if he was holding a little chick. After that, he took the secretary's seat and sat down uninhibitedly. Cough, cough. Lord Imperial Envoy, this subordinate official is in the middle of a court trial right now. Can you please? County Magistrate Wu implicitly reminded him. Lord Imperial Envoy, I'm handling a case right now. Can you please not cause trouble for me? Fang Zizhen touched the side of his cheeks, which had grown some stubble since he hadn't shaved for 3 days. He said in a justified and confident manner, you can continue with your trial. This official won't interfere and will only listen on the side. The 50-something secretary of the magistrate, who was beside him, had a distressed face and grumbled in his heart, my dear Lord Imperial Envoy, you stole my seat, so how am I supposed to take notes on the trial? County Magistrate Wu looked at Xiaosao, whose hand was being held by Fang Zizhen and standing beside him, and thought in his heart, you have already taken the witness, yet you're still saying that you won't interfere. Everyone said that the Imperial Envoy pampered his new goddaughter to the bones. Sure enough, the rumors were right off. When faced with Fang Zizhen's nearly shameless behavior, County Magistrate Wu couldn't really criticize and reason with him. In front of the Imperial Envoy, who was originally a military general, he was a scholar who had encountered a soldier, he was unable to reason with him all. With no other choice, County Magistrate Wu ordered a bailiff to bring a wooden armchair for the Imperial Envoy and put it close to his desk. As for Yu Xiaosao, she was just a witness, so he decided that it was fine for her to stand instead of kneeling. As a result, in addition to Headmaster Yuan and Head Lecturer Liang, who both had scholarly honors, Yu Xiaosao was also permitted to stand in court. During the course of the trial, there wasn't any exciting and interesting battle of wits like Xiaosao had imagined. The swindler only had a little bit of guts, and at the beginning, he had wanted to argue against the accusations. However, after the bailiffs glared at him and knocked the wooden rod on the ground, he honestly stated the truth. It wasn't the swindler's first time committing fraud. He took advantage of the eager-for-success mindset of the people who had failed the examination. He vaguely revealed to the students, whose families had decent financial situations and wasn't of any special social status, that he had a method to enter Rongshuan Academy and that there was only one vacancy. However, they had to pay a little fee. Yu Bo was one of the people he had targeted. Why would Yu Bo, who had come from a fishing village, be one of his targets? The answer was very simple. Before the examination, Madame Zhang had transformed her son's entire appearance from head to toe, for fear that he would be looked down upon by others. She had also given him 200 taels as travel expenses. In order to appear well off in front of his classmates, Yu Bo had treated them to several meals at famous restaurants and lived in a good inn. The swindler naturally viewed him, who acted like a nouveau riche, as a foolish spendthrift. It would be weird if he didn't scam him. After hearing the swindler's explanation, Madame Zhang and Yu Bo lowered their heads in regret. One felt that she loved her son so much that she had brought disaster to him, while the other one felt that he had acted overly pretentious and caused unnecessary trouble. The two most important people in Rongshuan Academy shook their heads incessantly as they looked at the pair of stupid mother and son. With this kind of moral character, he still wanted to enter Rongshuan Academy. Dream on. Xiao Sao was practically unneeded during the whole process of the trial. She only had to answer a few simple questions, and then just stand there to watch the show. The performance of the Legend of Ancient Court trial was over in less than 2 hours. The bad guy was beaten with a wooden plank and charged for his crime, while Madame Zhang and her son had both learned a lesson. However, they encountered a small problem when trying to get their money back. Madame Zhang insisted that he scammed 300 taels from them, but the swindler swore to the heavens that he only received 200 taels. So, the two argued ceaselessly in court. With his keen eyes, County Magistrate Wu noticed that there was something wrong with Yu Bo's expression. After a brief interrogation, Yu Bo obediently admitted that he had secretly kept the 100 taels for himself. Headmaster Yuan looked at the ashamed student in front of him with an indifferent gaze. He had seen this student with Yu Fan several times before, but he had only thought that he was overly ambitious at that time. He didn't expect that this person would be so unethical. Not only did he want to enter Rongshuan Academy through a crooked method, but he also didn't cherish the money that his mother worked hard to save up and secretly kept it without his mother's knowledge. Such an unfilial and dishonest man, even if he achieved a scholarly honor in the future, he would just be a horse that brings trouble to its herd. With a toss of his sleeves, Headmaster Yuan went out of the yamen. Fang Zizhen exchanged a few words with the county magistrate, and then left the yamen with his daughter. Yu Hai, who was waiting outside the yamen, pulled on his younger daughter's hands and asked about her well-being. He also stroked his daughter's hair and told her not to be afraid. Lady Fang, who was waiting in the horse carriage, instructed Linglong to go call them over. Upon seeing his wife's handmaid, Fang Zizhen finally realized that his wife had come. He couldn't help but show a slightly silly smile on his face. Yu Xiaosao rode her godmother's horse carriage and arrived at the Fang estate. She walked over a fire brazier and took a bath with Chinese mugwort to wash away the bad luck. In her heart, Xiaosao felt that these were unnecessary since she wasn't the one who caused a lawsuit. She was merely a little witness who was dispensable. But she understood and was very touched by Lady Fang's love for her daughter. So she cooperated and did everything that her godmother instructed. When Sha Farong, who had been left in the guest room, heard the report from her little maidservant, she almost tore up the handkerchief in her hands. "It's that wretch again. For the sake of that damned girl, my aunt has left me, who is sick, all alone. She is only a vulgar peasant girl, yet she has stolen all of my aunt's love and attention. I won't accept this." But what could she do even if she didn't like this situation? She was also only a pitiful girl who was living under someone else's roof. When she thought of her own circumstances, Sha Farong couldn't help but cry. She thought bitterly, if something happened to that damned wretch, then there won't be anyone to steal my aunt away from me, right? A sinister glint flashed over Sha Farong's eyes and she bit hard on her lower lip. Yu Xiaosao's godparents firmly believed that she had been frightened, so they called for a doctor, who took her pulse and prescribed a calming medication for her. After being forced to drink the bitter medicine, she was told to stay at the Fang estate in town for a day in order to observe her condition. The Fang family's residence in town was a large estate with 3 entrances and exits. Allegedly, it used to be the residence of a waning imperial merchant of the former dynasty. It just so happened that it got bought by Fang Zizhen and he directly moved in after hanging the inscription board with Fang Estate written on it at the main entrance. However, he usually stayed at the simple and crude house in Dongshan village. After all, it was the place that his master had once lived in and it was also closer to his daughter. There was a beautiful, big garden in the inner courtyard of the Fang estate. With a winding corridor running through it, there was a pavilion beside the pond and a small bridge above the flowing water. There was a sense of elegance within its extravagance. There were 5 exquisite compounds in the inner courtyard. The biggest one was the main compound, which was where Fang Zizhen and his wife currently live in. Next to the main compound was a small and unique compound that had wisteria flowers blooming beautifully on the walls of the compound. There was only a moon-shaped door separating it from the main compound, so it was very convenient to go back and forth. Sha Farong had taken a liking to the compound once she saw it, but Lady Fang rejected her with the reason that she had already made arrangements for the compound. When she found out that her aunt had given the compound to Yu Xiaosao, her jealousy and hatred for Xiaosao deepened even more. This last Sha Farong still hadn't gotten a clear understanding of her own identity. She had been arranged to stay in the guest compound, which clearly showed that, in Lady Fang's heart, she was just a guest from her maiden family and Xiao Xiao was the actual young miss of the Fang family. Such a gorgeous and complex courtyard, Xiao Xiao had only seen it on television in her past life. Now that she was seeing it in real life, she really had the feeling that she had arrived at a garden of ancient times. Seeing that she was lingering in the garden and busily looking around with interest, Lady Fang thought of her daughter's family background and a sense of tender affection emerged in her eyes. She saw that Xiao Xiao seemed to be quite spirited, so she told Linglong to take Xiao Xiao to tour around all the compounds. "Wife, when did you come over? Why didn't you let me know beforehand?" Seeing that his daughter and the maid-servants had all left, Fang Zizhen immediately hugged his wife and gave her a big kiss on her cheeks. Lady Fang glared at him coquettishly. She made a token resistance, and then chided him, to act so recklessly. "In the daytime, be careful that our daughter will see it." "It's all right. Even if our daughter saw it, she would just pretend that she didn't see anything." "My good wife, why did you come?" Fang Zizhen kissed his wife a few more times. His stubble pricked Madame Shaw's delicate face and caused it to turn red. Lady Fang pushed his face away and glared at him again. She said in a soft voice, "Wasn't I just trying to give you a surprise? But, who would have known that you had gone to the prefectural city and I ended up not seeing you? If I hadn't encountered our daughter at the melon shop, I wouldn't even know where our residence was and I would have no choice but to stay at an inn." Fang Zizhen's heart ached for her and said, "My good wife, it must have been hard for you. Come, let me massage your shoulders." As he spoke, he skillfully kneaded Madame Shaw's shoulders. With one look, it was obvious that it wasn't his first time doing this. Lady Fang narrowed her eyes in comfort. Before she married Fang Zizhen, the sisters and female cousins of the Shaw family all spoke ill of him to her. They said that he was an uncouth fellow who looked like Zhang Fei. He had killed countless people in the battlefield and definitely had a fiery temper. They also said that he might hit people when his temper flared up. With his physique and martial arts skills, he could probably knock someone half dead with one punch, and so on. Fortunately, she didn't get frightened by her so-called sisters at that time. After she got married, Fang Zizhen appeared scary but he was very considerate. Moreover, he really pampered and loved his wife. Some of her sisters in her family seemed to have married well, but they had to serve their in-laws and get distressed by their husbands' concubines. They had to fight and compete with different people every day. She felt tired from just looking at them. In comparison, she was so much happier. Her man didn't have any parents and siblings, let alone troublesome relatives. He was also someone with self-control and integrity. He had never accepted any of the beautiful young women and concubines that his colleagues sent over. For the past 20 years, he only had her. Although they didn't have any children and there would be times when she felt lonely, her husband continued to love and dote on her as he always had. To have such a husband, there was nothing else that she would ask for. After a moment of affection, Fang Zizhen and his wife started talking about their goddaughter, Yu Xiaoxiao. "Chushui, what do you think about our daughter?" Fang Zizhen intimately called his wife's name and asked with slight unease. Lady Fang, who was resting on her husband's sturdy arm, smiled and said, "You have good eyes. She's a lovely and interesting girl." Fang Zizhen finally felt relieved in his heart. He had a silly smile on his face as he proudly said, "Of course, how can there be anything wrong with our daughter? I was thinking, after I complete my assignment here, we should take our daughter back to the capital and raise her to become a noble young lady. Then, we can find a son-in-law to marry into our family and they can give birth to a cute and clever grandson. I have already come up with a name, which is Fang Wulu, one to possess both civil and military skills. My, Fang Zizhen's, grandson will definitely be a general in the future." Lady Fang tried her best to not laugh out loud. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Well, it seems like you have it all planned out already. You have even thought of our grandson's name. But, have you considered the fact that our daughter, Kaur, isn't someone who would allow others to control her? The little lass is a very independent person who makes her own decisions. Based on what I have seen, during these past 2 days, Xiao Xiao makes most of the decisions in the Yu family. I'm afraid that she won't accept the path that you arranged for her. Fang Zizhen suddenly looked like a deflated balloon as he sighed and said, "You're right. When I first took her in as our daughter, I have already thought about taking her back to the capital to accompany you, but I was firmly rejected by her. No matter how good Dongshan village is, there's no way that it can be better than the capital, right? She doesn't want to be a noble young lady in the capital, but instead prefers to stay in this remote and barren place to be an ordinary, little peasant girl." Lady Fang laughed and said, "This is exactly what's so special about our daughter. She is not shaken by poverty, nor is she corrupted by wealth and honors. With her own intelligence and hands, she has made a life for herself. Even I, her godmother, really admire her. Who knows, maybe our daughter will become the second successful career woman of our great Ming dynasty." Listening to his wife's high praise for Xiaoxiao, Fang Zizhen felt even happier than when he had won in a battle. He began endlessly praising his daughter again. Lady Fang quietly listened to her husband talk like he was old Wang selling melons, praising his own products. Hearing him praise their daughter to the skies, a gentle smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She suddenly remembered the invitation on the table and whispered, "Mingzi, Princess Consort Jing invited me to go over for a chat. Do you think it's all right for me to bring Xiaoxiao along?" "Princess Consort Jing, isn't she in the capital?" Fang Zizhen sat up with slight surprise as he looked at his wife's beautiful face and asked. Lady Fang summarized to her husband about meeting Princess Consort Jing's entourage, who were traveling incognito, on the road, and thus they decided to travel to Tanggu Town together. Fang Zizhen nodded slightly and said, "I reckon Prince Jing was afraid that Princess Jing would become ill from staying at home all day, so he told his second son to take her out to relax. After all, Princess Consort Jing's most beloved youngest son had set out on a voyage. So, she must be very worried about him." Lady Fang pulled on the blanket and watched as her husband lay down again, and then said, "That's right. The young royal prince has been gone for half a year. If it was me, I would also be too worried to eat and sleep properly." Seeing his wife's downcast gaze, Fang Zizhen knew that she had thought about her own situation of being childless again. He patted her shoulder gently, took her into his embrace, and said in a gentle voice, "It's getting late. Let's sleep." The night passed by quietly. Xiaoxiao's biological clock prompted her to wake up early. "Young miss, this servant will help you put on your clothes." Seeing the movement on the bed in the inner room, Junju hastily came over to pull open the bed curtains and smiled happily at Miss Xiaoxiao, who was dazedly sitting on the bed with the quilt in her arms. Lady Fang was afraid that her daughter wouldn't be used to staying at an unfamiliar place, so she sent her handmaid over to wait upon her. It was apparent that her madam attached great importance to Miss Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was about to politely decline her, but when she saw Junju holding a set of clothing with complicated patterns that was made of a gorgeous fabric, she couldn't help but frown. "I need to go to the watermelon shop later, so won't it be inconvenient for me to wear this?" Junju quickly explained with a smile, "Madam said that she will take you to visit a distinguished guest later, so you will need to dress more formally. These are all clothes personally made by our madam. If you continue to refuse, our madam will be very sad." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything else. With the help of Junju, she put on the dress that represented the feelings of a loving mother. Hanfu, too, seemed to be the most popular attire in the Great Ming Dynasty. The dress that Xiaoxiao wore was a lavender chest-strapped dress with cloud and butterfly patterns. It was paired with a light yellow shawl jacket on the outside and tied with a band on the chest. The soft colors and fine gauze texture, paired with Xiaoxiao's fair and delicate face, did somewhat give off the feeling of a noble young lady. With her skillful hands, Junju styled Xiaoxiao's hair into lovely twin buns and adorned it with a plum blossom golden wired hairpin with pearl inlays, which showed a sense of nobility within its simplicity. A hint of happiness flashed over Xiaoxiao's heart as she stared at the adorable and slightly playful-looking noble young miss through the hazy bronze mirror. Everyone had a love for beauty, and Xiaoxiao was no exception. When the well-dressed Xiaoxiao appeared in front of Fang Zizhen and his wife, there was a trace of surprise within their eyes. This was exactly how they imagined their daughter would look like. Lady Fang held Xiaoxiao in her arms and couldn't stop looking at her. They were staring so much that Xiaoxiao started feeling embarrassed. After eating breakfast, Lady Fang took her daughter to the county magistrate's wife's seaside residence, where Princess Consort Jing currently stayed. Sha Farong didn't want to miss any of the chances to meet second young Master Zhu, so she also wanted to go with them. However, she was rejected by Lady Fang with the reason that she was still sick. Sha Farong felt even more wronged in her heart. In the past, her aunt would take her along whenever she was visiting someone. Now, she had been robbed of this opportunity by a wretch of a peasant family. How could she not feel hatred? The county magistrate's wife's seaside residence was located between Tanggu town and the docks. Fang Zizhen rode on his horse and escorted his wife and daughter. He felt incomparably contented in his heart and the smile on his face never faded. It wasn't until Lady Fang and Xiao Xiao was invited inside the estate by the servants that he reluctantly left for the harbor. Right now, with freshly prepared tea and snacks, Princess Consort Jing was enjoying the scenery in the garden. At this time, Mei Xiang had an excited expression on her face as she hurriedly sprinted over while holding her muslin dress. Acting so flustered. "Where are your manners?" Lan Xiang, who was slightly older than her, quickly chided her in a soft voice. Mei Xiang grinned at her, and then said to the princess consort with a slightly trembling voice, "Your Highness, the young royal prince, the young prince." She ran over so fast that she was gasping for her breath as she spoke. As soon as she heard news about her youngest son, Princess Consort Jing, who was originally half reclining on the chaise lounge, immediately sat up and asked with a nervous expression, "Yanger, what happened to Yanger?" Mei Xiang took in a deep breath and finally managed to catch her breath. The big smile on her face eased Princess Consort Jing's anxious and tense feelings. "Princess Consort, the young royal prince has sent a letter." Mei Xiang's voice was full of joy. "Yanger sent a letter. Quick, quick, bring it over," Princess Consort Jing impatiently urged. Mei Xiang hastily walked over and nearly tripped on her skirt. Before she had even stopped, Princess Consort Jing had already grabbed the letter in her hands. The letter was sent from Quan Prefecture to the capital, and then delivered here at top speed. Seeing the familiar handwriting, Princess Consort Jing's eyes welled up with tears. She blinked away the tears in her eyes and read the contents of the letter avidly. In Zhu Junyang's letter, he wrote about his life on the ship and some interesting happenings at the sea. He emphasized that he had hunted a shark by himself and made the fins into dried shark fins, which he had sent back to his mother along with the letter. After reading up to here, Mei Xiang and Lan Xiang both jested the young royal prince was so filial that he didn't even forget to bring some good things back for the princess consort. Feeling very happy, Princess Consort Jing ordered, "At noon, make a soup with the shark fin that my son personally caught. It will definitely be thousands of times better than the ones on the market." The two handmaids agreed one after another. Zhu Junyang also said, "By the time mother receives this letter, this child should have almost arrived at the southern seas. 3. I heard that the local customs and practices are quite different from the central plains. There's no winter there, so one wouldn't be able to see snow. The people there have dark skin, high foreheads and broad noses. So, they look slightly different than the people of the central plains. 4. Some people may be uncomfortable with the next sentence, so please skip to the next paragraph if it might offend you. I heard that, on the other side of the boundless sea, there is a race of people who have glistening black skin and looks like a chimpanzee. If there's a chance, this child really wants to go take a look and personally draw some portraits for mother to see. And lastly, he said, with parents around, one shouldn't travel far away. Please forgive this child for being unfilial and unable to stay with you and father. Mother, in the great Ming dynasty, there are still many people who are dressed in rags and have little food to eat. The emperor said that there is an easily grown and high-yielding crop in the west, corn, that can be eaten as a staple food. This time, my task is to bring back the corn seeds and try to plant them. I believe that the introduction and cultivation of corn will certainly benefit the common folks. At that time, there won't be famine in the great Ming dynasty anymore, and everyone will be able to live a prosperous and contented life." Princess Consort Jing started weeping as she read the letter. It has been nearly half a year, yet he had just reached the southern seas. Moreover, he also wants to go to the west. When will my Yanger come back? Lan Xiang quickly comforted her. "Princess Consort, don't be like this. Young royal prince wrote this letter back because he wants you to rest assured. If he knew that his letter has caused you to be sad, with how filial the young prince is, he will surely blame himself. Think about it, the young prince has already reached the southern seas, so it definitely won't be long before he reaches the west. Perhaps, within a few months, the young royal prince will appear in front of you and give you a surprise. Princess consort Jing gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her handkerchief, nodded, and said, "Yes, my son will definitely come back as soon as possible. After finding corn, no matter what, I won't let him travel so far anymore. I miss him so much. Your Highness, the wife of Zhaoyong General has arrived with her daughter." The senior servant, who was in charge of the outer courtyard, hurriedly came over to report. Princess consort Jing finally remembered that she had invited Lady Fang over, so she hastily said, "Quickly bring her in." The gifts that Lady Fang and Xiao Cao brought over weren't rare and precious goods, but instead, they had brought over a gift box set of Junshou Restaurant's limited roasted chicken and osmanthus duck. This was Yu Xiaocao's idea. In Xiaocao's opinion, what valuable goods had the princess consort not seen before? When sending a gift, it was better to choose the right one rather than the expensive one. Last time, when they ate together, the princess consort seemed to have a special liking for the osmanthus duck. So there definitely wouldn't be anything wrong with gifting this. Besides, not everyone could purchase Junshou Restaurant's gift box set. The gift box was beautifully designed, so it was quite presentable as a gift. Sure enough, when Princess Consort Jing received the gift, she was extremely pleased and said that she was very lucky to be able to eat good food today. Upon knowing that it was chosen by Xiao Cao, Princess Consort Jing highly commended the little girl. After that, Princess Consort Jing and Lady Fang began to engage in small talk. Since settling at the seaside residence, she almost never left the house because of her health. She listened as Lady Fang talked about Dongshan village, which was surrounded by the mountains and the sea. It had an amazing scenery, and from time to time, one could also encounter cute little animals. After hearing her description, she really yearned to see it within her heart. After sending off Lady Fang and her daughter, Princess Consort Jing pondered about how this wouldn't be her youngest son's last ocean-going voyage. She knew her youngest son's character very well. Even if she tried to stop him from going, he still wouldn't change a decision that he had already made. I wonder who Yanger resembles. His father was courtly and refined, while she was gentle and demure. Her eldest and second son also had a relatively gentle temper. Only this youngest son of hers was different. He was still fine before the age of 5, soft and adorable. But, after the age of 7 or 8, he seemed to have gotten facial paralysis. He had a cold expression throughout the day, and the gaze in his eyes was getting more and more fierce. It's all his father's fault. Why did he get a martial arts teacher for the kids? Look at how they all turned out. One gave up being a scholar and wants to go to the borders to join the army, while the other one goes out on a voyage without any fears whatsoever. When going on a voyage, it wasn't like he could return in 3 to 5 months. So, how could she not worry about him? Dongshan village was close to the sea, so she could look far into the distance of the sea when standing on the top of the mountain slope. She should be able to immediately see when Yanger returns, right? Thus, Princess Consort Jing made a decision to build a mountain manor on the West Mountains. Although there weren't any hot springs, good farmland, or beautiful environment at the West Mountains, it was a place that made her feel as if she was closer to her youngest son, which was all she needed. Author's note: it's no wonder that the second son felt discontented. As a mother, she's really more biased towards her youngest son. Moreover, she's being extremely biased. Once Princess Consort Jing made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change her mind. As long as it was reasonable, most people were also unwilling to let her down. When the news reached the capital, Prince Jing readily agreed. Not to mention a small manor, even if she wanted to build 3 or 5 mountain villas, as long as the princess consort was happy, would he, the dignified imperial Prince Jing, be unwilling to spend the money to build them. As a result, Prince Jing mobilized a number of landscape architects from the Ministry of Works, hired several famous residential architects in the capital, and sent them all to the small town of Tanggu along with the craftsmen. Taking advantage of his resting days, he took another 10 days off and went to Tanggu town to personally make arrangements for the initial stages of the project. Princess Consort Jing had already decided to build the mountain manor on the hillside near Dongshan village, which wasn't very far from Lady Fang's residence. The doctor who was accompanying Princess Consort Jing also said that it was good for the Princess Consort's health to climb mountains and exercise regularly. Imperial Prince Jing naturally wouldn't disagree. He personally took the landscape architects and craftsmen, and chose a place on the West Mountains with excellent feng shui. 1. It faced the south with its back towards the north. After that, he recruited more workers from nearby villages. Within a few days, construction began in full swing. On the way back to Tanggu town, Prince Jing was afraid that the bumpy mountain road would make his precious princess consort uncomfortable, so he ordered a group of people to repair the road. Stonemasons were especially hired to fix the most rugged section of the mountain road. Even if they had to carve it out, they had to carve out a smooth and level road. When a generous reward was offered, brave men were bound to come forward. Prince Jing's estate didn't lack money, so they were able to offer a high salary. Although there was a limited construct period, it still attracted a group of people. The road construction progressed very quickly. By the time Xiaoxiao's family's watermelons got off the market, there was a smooth road that went directly to the town from Dongshan village. It used to take a horse carriage over an hour to reach town, but now it took less than 45 minutes. All the villagers in the vicinity praised Imperial Prince Jing for doing a good deed. Speaking of Dongshan village, when they heard that a prince was going to build a manor in their village, they felt both honored and slightly perturbed. They were afraid that the high-ranking official would take a fancy to their small plots of land and snatch it from them. Seeing that the nobleman had selected a place on the West Mountains, the villagers of Dongshan village gradually felt relieved. Now, the village head of Dongshan village walked everywhere with a ramrod straight back. Their Dongshan village must be a precious area with excellent feng shui. Otherwise, why would so many members of the imperial family like this place so much? The village head had interacted with the steward of Prince Jing's estate several times. He felt that the servants of Prince Jing's estate were quite reasonable and didn't have the bad habits of the servants of other noble households. The village head had privately sent the steward a lot of good things and asked him to put in some good words about Dongshan village in front of his masters. As the saying goes, it was easier to enjoy the breeze while leaning against a big tree. In the future, if some tactless people came to cause trouble in Dongshan village, the people in the mountain manor wouldn't ignore it, would they? The mountain manor of the Prince Jing's household was busy with construction. After over a month of bustling business, the Yu family's watermelons had finally been completely sold out. That night, when Yu Xiaoxiao took out the account book and added up the total, the whole family had a stunned expression on their faces. With the mystic stone water as a cheat, each melon field had yielded more than 10,000 caddies of watermelons. Thus, the 3 mu of land had produced more than 35,000 caddies of watermelons. In addition to selling them at their own melon shop, they also sold a portion to Wang Ergo and Xiaoxiao's maternal uncles at the wholesale price. They had sold nearly 10,000 caddies of melons as wholesale. If they calculated it based on 1 caddy cost a 150 copper coins, then it would be a total of 1,500 taels. The remaining 25,000 caddies were retailed at the watermelon store for a slightly higher price. In this way, based on Xiaoxiao's simple calculation, they had earned an income of nearly 10,000 taels. Yu Hai swallowed his saliva hard and took a deep breath. It had been very busy this past month, but he never expected that growing watermelons would be so profitable. Xiaoxiao took out a stack of banknotes. Every day, she deposited the store's daily profit into the town's bank. The smallest amount of 1 banknote was 100 taels, while the largest was 500 taels. She had taken out a very thick and heavy stack of banknotes. Seeing the banknotes, the Yu family felt a slight sense of surreal in their hearts. Half a year ago, they were still living in poverty and didn't even have enough coarse grain to eat. Now, they had become rich people with 10,000 taels of silver. Even in town, 10,000 taels was also considered quite a large sum of money for a family to possess. Yu Xiaoxiao saw the stunned expressions on her family members and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, what are you guys planning on doing with this money? Do you want to save it in the bank, or use it to purchase a house and land?" Yu Hai thought about it and said, take some out to repair the old residence. As for the rest of the money, should we buy some good farmland near the town? Our family's 3 mu of land is too little. If we buy more land, we can plant more watermelons next year. With her lips pursed together, Madame Lu smiled and said, if there are suitable stores, we can also buy a few. Xiao Xiao's 2 stores are located in a good area. It's also easy to rent out. Our melon shop has just closed, but there are already people asking if we'll rent it out. By just collecting a year of rent, we can get an income of around 1,000 or so taels for 1 storefront. If the children have 2 stores each, they won't have to worry about their livelihood in the future. Yu Hai slowly nodded his head in agreement. Then let's purchase a few more stores. I think we can also buy a house in town. In the future, we will probably spend more time in town, so at that time, we will also have a place to stay. However, this is our ancestral home. Even if little Shido makes a name for himself through his studies, he still needs to come back to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors. Yu Hai was still somewhat strong attached to the place where he was born and raised. Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, let's expand the old residence in fall. However, the most important thing right now is to plow the land and grow some sweet potatoes. Yu Hai nodded repeatedly and said, that's right. I was so happy that I almost forgot about it. It's early summer now, so if we plant sweet potatoes, we can harvest them before it starts to snow. In fact, it was a really good idea to plant watermelons. It doesn't affect the farming season at all. The next day, Yu Heng asked Xiao Xiao to help collect marine goods at home while he went to work on the fields with their parents. After they dug out the melon seedlings, they used a whole 2 days to plow their 3 mu of land. Xiao Xiao had also taken up the task of breeding the sweet potato seedlings. This was mainly because she wanted to use mystic stone water to breed the seedlings. Thus, being responsible for this task would make it more convenient for her to use her cheat. After all, it was a little late to grow the seedlings now. Xiao Xiao cultivated a piece of land near her house to grow the seedlings and asked Yu Hai to enclose the area with a bamboo fence to prevent small animals from the mountain from destroying the crops at night. She took out the carefully selected sweet potato seeds and neatly arranged them on the plowed land, and then covered them with an even layer of soil. After planting the seeds, Xiao Xiao immediately watered the field with water that was mixed with an appropriate amount of mystic stone water. Fortunately, it was early summer now and the temperature was rather suitable for the germination of sweet potato seeds, so she didn't need to do anything to keep them warm. When helping his daughter breed the seeds, Yu Hai kept nagging about how they should have thought about growing the sweet potato sprouts first, wondering whether this would delay the farming period, and so on. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had the little divine stone as her secret weapon. While it normally took people over a month to breed the seedlings, it only took a dozen or so days for her to accomplish the task. In addition to the contribution of mystic stone water, the little divine stone had also helped out a lot. Under Xiao Xiao's order, it used its powers on the growing sprouts every day. The strong energy accelerated the growth of the sweet potatoes. Half a month later, when Yu Hai was urged by his daughter to gather the sweet potato sprouts and plant them in the fields, he asked in surprise, how did the sweet potato seedlings grow so fast? Has it even been 20 days? Cower, your breeding method is pretty good. It saved a lot of time. Yu Xiaoxiao answered vaguely, it's probably because we got relatively suitable temperature and rainfall recently. There's good weather for the crops, so the seedlings grew relatively faster. It looks like it's about to rain. Let's work faster and try to plant all the sweet potatoes before it starts raining. Yu Hai stopped thinking about the matter regarding the growth period of the sweet potato seedlings. He swiftly gathered the first batch of sweet potato seedlings, transported them to the plowed fields, and planted them. With the whole family working, they finished sowing the sweet potato seedlings in less than a day. It rained that night, so they didn't even need to water the fields. After being nourished by the mystic stone water, the sweet potato seedlings were not only resistant to drought and high temperature, but they were also resistant to diseases and insects. The sweet potatoes in the Yu family's fields looked different every day and grew very well. The villagers all praised Yu Hai for being an excellent farmer. In the following days, Xiao Xiao's family lived very happily. Madame Zhang still had some lingering fear, so she didn't dare to come cause trouble. Although Madame Li occasionally came over to shamelessly cotton up with Madame Lu, she was afraid to act maliciously due to the pretense of Xiao Xiao's godparents. Lady Fang had basically settled down in Dongshan village and rarely returned to the estate in town. The two families lived close by, so they were having more and more interactions with one another. When the Yu family was busy, Lady Fang would also change out of her lavish clothing to help collect vegetables, tend the vegetable gardens, and whatnot. After more than a month of quiet life, Lady Fang fell in love with this relaxing and comfortable lifestyle. Every day, she would climb the mountains, stroll on the beach, accompany the children to collect seafood by the sea, and then turn the seafood that she personally collected into a sumptuous meal. Lady Fang felt extremely relaxed, both physically and mentally. She was much happier than when she had to put on airs to entertain all kinds of people in the capital every day, whether she liked them or not. It might be due to the environment or her mood, but with the addition of the nourishing soups that her goddaughter prepared for her every day, Lady Fang, who had unwittingly stayed at Dongshan village for 3 months, felt that her health had gotten a lot better. Many of the minor female health illnesses that she had in the past seemed to have disappeared since she started living in Dongshan village. Her skin had gotten more fair and smooth, and she appeared several years younger. Last time, the county magistrate's wife said that she didn't look like someone who was 34 or 35 but instead appeared to be under the age of 30. Dongshan village was seriously good place to nourish oneself off. Fang Zizhen firmly believed that Xiao Xiao was their lucky star. Ever since he ate the food cooked by Xiao Xiao, he felt that even the best chef in the world couldn't compare with his daughter's cooking skills. Furthermore, after his wife came, his filial daughter had begun to prepare medicinal meals for them. His daughter's medicinal meals were much more effective than the prescriptions given by those imperial physicians and famous doctors. After being on the battlefield for many years, he had gotten many internal injuries. In the past, he would experience bone-piercing pain during cloudy days, when he caught a cold, or when he was too tired. After being nurtured by his daughter, even when he took a cold bath in the cool pond, he would only feel refreshed and didn't feel anything else at all. His daughter said if he nursed his health for a period of time, his old wounds and illnesses could be cured and perhaps, he could give her a younger brother. Ahem. The matter of giving birth to a child depended on the heavens. Though he said that everything depended on fate, he always felt that life wasn't perfect without a child of his own. He was especially mindful of this matter because he was the reason that his wife wouldn't have any children to bury her when she died in the future, which also made it hard for him to lift his head in front of many of his colleagues. A fortune teller had once said that he had a lot of setbacks in his life, but there was always someone to help him turn the calamities into blessings. If his daughter could cure his unmentionable illness, she was truly his noble benefactor. However, it wasn't that he didn't believe in his daughter. She had studied medicine with the village doctor for a period of time, so she should be capable of preparing medicinal meals to nourish one's health. Even the imperial physicians were unable to cure his infertility, which he had gotten after years on the battlefield. His daughter was only 10, so could she be better than those old imperial physicians whose hair and beards had gone white? But his daughter wanting to help him nurse his health was a display of her filial piety. He must support and cooperate unconditionally, and never show a look of doubt, so as to avoid making his daughter sad. Therefore, Fang Zizhen and Lady Fang happily enjoyed the medicinal meals personally cooked by Xiao Xiao every day. The medicinal meals prepared by Xiao Xiao didn't taste like herbal medicine at all and actually tasted very good. So, they ate it very readily. After planting the sweet potatoes in their family's fields, Xiao Xiao was very idle with nothing to do. The work at home had been divided among the family. Yu Heng was still responsible for collecting the marine goods for the Zhou family's condiment factories with third uncle. Xiaolian went to the docks every day to sell braised food, while Madame Lu was in charge of the vegetable garden and housework. Her father, Yu Hai, either helped his wife tend the vegetable garden, or at the invitation of his close friend, Lu Xuanju, went out to the sea to catch some valuable fish to improve their meals and subsidize the family. Although the family no longer lacked the money that he earned from selling fish, he still really enjoyed his original profession. In this way, Yu Xiaoxiao was the only one in the family with nothing to do. Therefore, when she found out that her godfather was unable to father children because of his old wounds, she focused all her attention on her godparents' health. She strived to get a younger sibling by next year. Little Shido was already 6 years old. It wasn't a bad idea to have another soft, little bun in her family. All right. Due to this single thought by their daughter, Yuhai and Madame Lu were also forced to join in on drinking herbal soups every day. Although Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't very confident in her own medical skills, she was full of confidence in the little divine stone. Back then, without the little divine stone, it would have been very difficult to save his life, let alone his leg. Her godfather's infertility wasn't innate, but instead it was an injury left from the battlefields. Compared to when her father got bitten by a bear, this matter was simply a piece of cake. As a result, she eagerly devoted herself to cooking medicinal meals every day. Although she had the little divine stone as her cheat, in order to make it more effective and to pull the wool over other people's eyes, she specially went to town to discuss her godfather's pulse with the famous physician, Dr. Sun. They worked together to come up with the most helpful prescription for his body. Dr. Sun had an extremely deep impression of the Yu family, especially the little girl in front of him. She had been ill since she was in the womb, which was the most difficult to treat. She should have been bedridden and relying on medication for survival. Moreover, even with the best medicine, she wouldn't be able to live past the age of 10. However, look at her now. Not only did she have a healthy glow on her face and was alive and kicking, but she had also seriously studied medicine. Next, he had to mention the little girl's father. At that time, half of his body had nearly been destroyed by the bear. Even if he severed the leg at that time, it would still be very hard to save his life. But now, not only did he keep his life, but his leg was also fine. He traveled between Dongshan village and the town every day in a swift and vigorous manner, looking very spirited. There was also this little girl's mother, who had been left with a chronic illness because she didn't get to properly recuperate during her postnatal confinement period. In addition, she had suffered years of exhaustion and malnourishment, so she had been left with many health problems. The most crucial thing was that, according to his diagnosis, the wife of the Yu family already had initial symptoms of tuberculosis. During this era, it wasn't very easy to treat tuberculosis. Moreover, it was not only contagious, but people could also die from it. But, look at her now. After recuperating for a period of time with his prescription, all her health issues were gone, and even her tuberculosis was cured. He almost thought that his medical skills weren't very good and misdiagnosed her. Not to boast, but his, son Zongcho's, medical skills would be considered top-notch even if he entered the imperial hospital. Perhaps not up to 10,000 of patients, but he had definitely examined thousands of patients and had never been wrong. However, it was only for the 3 members of the Yu family that all his diagnosis turned out to be wrong. Could it be that the Yu family were blessed by the gods? Or was there a way to bring the dead back to life? Then again, the Yu family were just ordinary fishermen. If they really knew some method of resuscitation, how could there be no news over the years? In this case, it could only be said that the Yu family was probably blessed by the deity of luck, and thus they were not fated to die off. The ancients held more awe and revere towards demons and gods. Although Dr. Sun was a physician, he was still unable to break away from these conventional beliefs. As a result, regarding Yu Xiaoxiao's consultation, he did his best to help her. During their discussion, Dr. Sun couldn't help but be astonished by Yu Xiaoxiao's unique views on some medical practices. Xiaoxiao only had some superficial knowledge on medicine in her previous life, but there were endless methods to stay healthy online, which was something that she had also studied for a period of time. Many health care techniques of later generations were the results of thousands of years of studies. It was no wonder that even Dr. Sun, who was a famous doctor, had great admiration for her. After a period of discussion, Dr. Sun's attitude towards Xiaoxiao had also changed unconsciously. Sometimes the treatment plans that Xiaoxiao suggested weren't quite mature enough, but it gave him a lot of inspiration. Thus, every time Xiaoxiao came over, Dr. Sun would personally receive her even if he was busy. This made his disciples and their students very puzzled. With teacher, medical skills and fame, even when noble lords and officials from the capital came, he still looked cold and indifferent. What is so special about this little girl to make teacher treat her differently? In order to treat her godfather's old illness, Yu Xiaosao often traveled back and forth between Dongshan village and the Tongren medicine hall in town. On this day, Xiaosao drove her donkey cart and galloped on the flat and broad official road. There were actually some benefits with Imperial Prince Jing constructing a mountain manor on the West Mountains because they at least made the road from Dongshan village to town much better than before. Especially the section of mountain road that passed through the West Mountains, she no longer felt like she would puke out her guts from the bumpiness of the road. Xiaosao had to make at least 7 or 8 round trips a month on this mountain road, so she had long been familiar with this road. After being raised by her, this donkey, named Little Gray, had become full of intelligence. It didn't need anyone to guide it and could reach home from town by itself. Sitting cross-legged on the donkey cart with her head bowed, Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but laugh out loud when she thought about what Dr. Sun said about her godfather's medical case. After 3 months of her hard work, her godfather's body had finally been regulated to become vigorous and fierce. Cough cough, forgive her for using the wrong words. However, it was true. Dr. Sun said that her godfather's old disorder had been cured and he would have children sooner or later. During these past 3 months, her godparents had treated her even better than they would treat their own biological children. Her father often grumbled sourly, "Old Fang has done everything that a father can do, and thus I, the real father, have become a mere ornament." Her godmother took care of her in every way possible, from her clothes to her shoes and socks. She sewed them herself and never asked other people to help her. Not only was her godmother keen on dressing her up, but she would also teach her some rules and etiquettes of noble young ladies. This couple wished that they could just dig out their hearts and give them to her. The only thing that she could do for her godparents was to help them recuperate their health so that they could give birth to a blood-related child to make up for the regrets in their hearts. Her godparents may say that they didn't have much hope, but she could clearly feel their desire and anticipation for a child. Since she said that she could cure godfather's unmentionable illness, her godparents didn't distrust her because she was a child, but actively cooperated with her instead. They also had more vitality and liveliness in their speech and behavior than before. Yu Xiaosao was thinking about the silly smile on her godfather's face when he heard that he could have his own children. Suddenly, Little Gray gave out a warning-like neighing. The donkey cart shook violently and Xiaosao almost rolled off of the cart. Little Gray usually pulled the cart in a very smooth and stable manner. This had never happened before, so what was wrong today? Xiaosao raised her head and prepared to check out the situation, but a sense of danger emerged in her heart. 2 dark shadows darted out of the nearby mountain forest with gleaming long swords in their hands and rushed straight towards her. Yu Xiaosao was rather agile and quickly rolled off of the cart. The long swords slashed on the cart, leaving 2 deep marks. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the corner of Xiaosao's forehead. If she had moved slightly slower, then the long swords would have landed on her small body instead of the cart. They were seriously trying to kill her. Yu Xiaosao's heart beat violently and even the color on her face had changed. She looked at the clothes on her body. It was rather plain and simple. She had never exposed her wealth in town, so it was unlikely that they were killing her for her money. She forced herself to calm down, looked at the 2 masked men in black in front of her, and asked loudly, "Who are you people? I'm just a child of a fishing family, and I don't have any grudges with you guys. Could it be that you have mistaken me for someone else?" The masked men looked at one another. The shorter one laughed grimly and asked, "Are you Yu Xiaosao of Dongshan village?" Xiaosao's heart sank. Since they were able to say her name, it was impossible that they had gotten the wrong person. After she looked around, her heart turned completely cold. This was the most remote section of the mountain road. On one side was a steep cliff, while a dense forest was on the other side. It was the best place to murder someone and then destroy the corpse. The 2 masked men blocked all her routes of escape in front and behind her. The thickets of the forest next to her was even taller than her, so it was nearly impossible to quickly jump in there and hide. The cliff on the other side was even worse. If she jumped, she would definitely die without a corpse. What should she do? Was she going to die today? Yu Xiaosao secretly took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "That's right, I am indeed Yu Xiaosao. However, I don't think that I have ever done anything ruthless and unlawful. I also don't recall having any enemies. Why are these 2 strong warriors attacking me with weapons without any reason?" The taller man had a slightly sharper voice, which sounded grating on the ears. Haha, someone spent 200 taels for your life. As for who it is, go and ask in the underworld. Little glutinous dumpling, are you there? If you don't come out now, then your master is going to die. Yu Xiaoxiao desperately called for the little divine stone within her heart. This little fellow usually jumped out when it wasn't needed, so please don't let her down at such a critical moment. Ah. The little divine stone's voice slowly emerged within her mind. Humph. Don't call me little glutinous dumpling. What kind of stupid name is that? It's not impressive at all. Change it. Is this the time to be worried about your name? Do you want me to die so that you can change your master? Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she forgot about being scared. Her fierce expression made the two bandits look at each other again. They were very baffled in their hearts. Was this little lass so scared that she had turned into a fool? The little divine stone slowly said, of course I would like to change to a more powerful master, but it's hard to bind with people who aren't in the same magnetic field. Ah. This divine stone has no other choice but to accept you as my master. There's nothing I can do. Ah. Since you can't change your master, shouldn't you hurry up and help me? Yu Xiaoxiao was about to die from anger because of it. This tactless thing, it was such a critical moment right now, yet it was still dawdling. The little divine stone replied in a leisurely and unhurried manner, don't worry. My help won't be needed. You're really lucky, so there's no way you will die. At this moment, the bandits had already lost their patience. They raised their swords and rushed towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao was so scared that she immediately got under the donkey cart. The bandits missed their target and were about to bend down to stab her under the cart when the sound of horse hooves came. A clear voice shouted, to rob and assault people in broad daylight, do you really think that there's no law in the great Ming dynasty? Her savior had finally appeared. Yu Xiaoxiao was so excited that she burst into tears. Author's note, are you sure it wasn't because you were scared? She breathed a long sigh of relief and relaxed her stiff body under the donkey cart. The bandits looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a white horse galloping over at full speed. With the neighing of the horse, an agile figure jumped off the back of the horse and landed near the cart. The bandits were only ordinary hooligans in town. When that person approached them, they were swayed to commit a crime at the sight of money. Moreover, they had heard that the target was just a weak little girl, so they agreed to take up this job. Although they looked savage and cruel, they were actually very nervous. They usually just engaged in some small-scale bullying of the weak, gang fights, and so on. It was actually their first time being hired as hitmen. At this time, seeing that this deed had been exposed and that the person who came seemed to know martial arts, they naturally didn't dare to fight him. Thus, they immediately picked up their swords and ran at a speed that was even faster than a rabbit. From afar, Zhu Jiangxi had seen the two masked bandits in black aiming their broadswords at the little girl. Thinking that the bandits had blocked the road in order to rob her, he hastened his beloved steed and rushed over. He had prepared to fight for justice, but unexpectedly, the two cowards had run away in fear before he had even stood still. But, since he had encountered this situation, how could he allow the bandits to get away? With a few strides, he had caught up with the bandits. He had expected a fierce battle, but who knew that they were like a pewter spearhead that shone like silver, impressive looking but useless. They were defeated and captured in a few moves. Zhu Jiangxi felt unsatisfied. Weren't they too easy to defeat? Two streams of tears flowed down the bandits' faces. Big brother, can you not hit so hard? When Yu Xiaoxiao came out from the bottom of the cart, she saw this scene. A bandit was kicked away by a handsome guy in white, hit a big tree and bounced back. He was spitting blood while lying on the ground and unable to stand up for a long time. With his arm twisted, the other bandit was being pressed face down on the ground. Hearing a clear, cracking sound, she reckoned that his arm was probably useless now. After taking a closer look, she felt that this handsome guy in white looked rather familiar. Wasn't he one of Princess Consort Jing's sons? Anyways, he was definitely the Princess Consort's son. She hadn't expected that a young master of the Prince Jing's estate would actually be skilled in martial arts. Oh, aren't you General Fang's goddaughter? Who did you offend? You have actually attracted such a fatal disaster. After getting a good look of the dirty face of the little girl who crawled out from under the cart, Zhu Jungxi was surprised to realize that she was an acquaintance, so he asked. Yu Xiaoxiao dusted off her body and mumbled, I want to know, too. Who exactly wants this little life of mine? Zhu Jungxi frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. You come from an ordinary family, so if it was for money, they wouldn't have chosen you. Little girl, think carefully, who have you offended recently? Or who has a grudge against your family? Yu Xiaoxiao scratched her own face with her index finger, leaving several gray marks on it. She furrowed her brows and wondered, if it's someone who hates them, then Madame Zhang can be considered one. However, Madame Zhang is only a village woman, so she isn't bold enough to hire a hitman. Moreover, with Madame Zhang's stingy character, there's no way that she would be willing to spend money to hire a hitman. As for other people who has a grudge against us, I really can't think of anyone. Seeing that the little girl had turned her own face into a dirty little kitten, and with a troubled expression, she still couldn't think of anything for a long time, Zhu Jungxi decided to give up and said, forget it. I reckon we should just take these two to the yamen. After getting flogged, I'm sure they will honestly tell the truth. This hero, please spare our lives all. Please have mercy on us. Upon hearing that they would be sent to the yamen, the bandits panicked. They would get beheaded for the crime of murdering someone for money. The taller bandit sobbed loudly, this lowly one deserves to die. I have been momentarily led astray by the money and accepted this job. This lowly one swears that this was my first time doing this. This lowly one doesn't dare to do this again. This hero, please show mercy and let this lowly one go. The shorter bandit quickly kowtowed and said, that's right, that's right. This lowly one will definitely turn over a new leaf. Please be merciful and forgive this lowly one this time. Yu Xiaoxiao snorted and kicked the bandits, who were tied together like a sticky rice dumpling, fiercely. Then she shouted angrily, let you guys go. If it wasn't for young Master Zhu's timely arrival, would you have spared me? Speak, who ordered you to come? Zhu Jungxi looked at the little girl in front of him with slight admiration. Had it been another young girl who experienced the dangerous situation earlier, she would have already burst into tears due to fright. There was no way that she would be able to face the bandits directly and interrogate them calmly. The taller bandit quickly cried, the person who approached us was a young girl who appeared like a maidservant. She offered us 200 taels and told us to ambush you here. If we can throw you and the cart off the cliff and make it seem like an accident, then the 200 taels will be ours. Little lady, please show mercy and don't send us to the yamen. This lowly one doesn't dare to do this again. Make it seem like I accidentally fell off the cliff. You guys were holding broadswords and flinging them at me as if you wished you can cut me into pieces. That doesn't seem to match with what you're saying. Yu Xiaoxiao calmly looked at the bandits, who had ugly and cunning appearances without their masks, and asked. The taller bandit hastily shook his head and said, the broadsword is just used to frighten people. The edge of the blade isn't sharpened. After thinking about it, we thought that, little lady, you're just an inexperienced little girl, so it would be easier to act after you faint from being scared. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the broadsword and looked at it. It really hadn't been sharpened. The bandits wanted to commit murder on the road with unsharpened swords. How ridiculous. It was no wonder that they immediately ran away when young Master Zhu appeared. Speak up. Who sent you guys? Leniency towards those who confess their crimes and severe punishment to those who refuse to do so. If you come clean, perhaps this lady's heart will soften and let you guys go. Yu Xiaoxiao just wanted to know who would be so cruel and want her life. With a panic-stricken expression, the taller bandit repeated, it was really a maidservant who came to look for us. This lowly one also doesn't know who she is. But, based on her attire, she should be the servant of a rich family. Maidservant of a wealthy family. She only knew a few wealthy households in town. However, she seldom came in contact with them, let alone have any grudges against each other. So, who would hire someone to kill her? The shorter bandit was obviously a cunning man. His eyes darted around, and then he asked, are you really going to let us go if we tell you who hired us? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up and asked, you know. The shorter bandit nodded and said, at that time, that maidservant only gave us half of the money and said that she will give us the rest after the deed. This lowly one was more cautious and afraid that she would stand us up after we completed the job, so I secretly tailed the maidservant. She walked around town several times, and then entered an estate. Entered an estate? Whose estate? Yu Xiaoxiao's heart tightened and asked. A trace of slyness appeared in the shorter bandit's eyes and he bargained, "It's natural that I will tell you if you let us go." "Let you guys go? If you're lying and don't actually know who hired you guys, then who should I look for after releasing you two?" Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't stupid, so of course, she wouldn't be deceived by him. However, she promised, "Don't worry. As long as I can find the mastermind, I promise that I won't send you guys to the yamen, nor will I kill you." The shorter bandit was also just taking a gamble. He looked at young Master Zhu, and after he received his guarantee, he said, "That maidservant went inside through a side door and it seemed like there was someone helping her." There was no sign on the small door, so this lowly one went around to the front entrance and saw the two big characters written on top. "Stop trying to create suspense and just say it. Whose residence did she enter?" Yu Xiaoxiao's voice was fierce, but she had a petite figure and was staring at them with her adorably big eyes, so it didn't seem intimidating at all. The shorter bandit continued to haggle, "You have to promise to let me go after I say it. Otherwise, I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." Yu Xiaoxiao was so angry that she started to smile. She sneered, still refused to say, "All right, young Master Zhu, please accompany me to the county yamen. This kind of ferocious bandit needs to be sent to the yamen. With the methods used by the people of the yamen, I'm sure that they will be able to make you talk." "Don't, please don't." The shorter bandit saw that the little girl's face had turned red from anger. If she really sent him to the yamen, then he would definitely be killed. He might still have a chance to stay alive in this young girl and her family's hands, so he hastily said, "I'll tell you." Under Yu Xiaoxiao's watchful eyes, the shorter bandit obediently explained, "The maidservant entered a residence called Fang Estate. It looked quite impressive, so it should be a very wealthy household. At that time, I regretted that I didn't ask for more money." Fang Estate. In town, besides her godfather's residence, there probably wasn't another family called Fang Estate, right? A maidservant from her godfather's household wanted to kill her. Other than that girl Sha Furong, there probably wasn't anyone else, right? With her brows wrinkled tightly together, Yu Xiaoxiao had to reevaluate that girl Sha Furong in her heart. She knew that Sha Furong had always disliked her. However, she had never taken her godmother's niece too seriously. She felt that it was just the jealousy of a young girl who couldn't obtain the favor of her elders. She hadn't expected a little girl under the age of 10 to be so cruel and want her life. Zhu Zhengxi asked in surprise, "Fang Estate? Isn't that General Fang's residence in town? Isn't General Fang your godfather? I heard from my mother that your godparents dote on you down to their bones. How can they allow a maidservant of their own household to harm you? This guy is definitely lying. Young master, please spare our lives. This lowly one swears to the heavens that the maidservant really did enter a house called Fang Estate. The shorter bandit hastily defended himself. After Yu Xiaoxiao carefully inquired about the figure and appearance of the maidservant, she felt even more certain within her heart. For this trip, Sha Furong had only brought along one second-rank maidservant from the capital, whose name was Zixiang. She had been serving Sha Furong since she was still living with the Sha family, so she could be considered one of her most trusted servants. Most of the servants in the residence in Tanggu town were older servants who had transferred over from the general's estate in the capital. Thus, Zixiang was the only one she could use. Whether it's the truth or not, we'll know after my godfather finds that person and asks. "Young Master Zhu, please help me put them on my donkey." By this time, my godfather should have returned to Dongshan village already. Yu Xiaoxiao felt that it was necessary to teach Sha Furong a lesson. This Sha Furong was so insidious at such a young age. She paid someone to murder her just because her godparents treated her slightly better. In the future, if her godmother got pregnant and this vicious girl did something to harm her godmother, then even crying would be useless at that time. Young Master Zhu was worried about leaving an 8 or 9-year-old girl alone with two vicious bandits. Thus, he decided to be a good person to the end by escorting the little girl back to Dongshan village and handing her over to General Fang before returning to town. After this hold-up, The sky had already darkened. Fortunately, it was a smooth official road all the way, which she was familiar with, and the speed of the little donkey didn't decrease at all. When they were close to arriving at the entrance of the village, they heard the sound of horses' hooves rushing over. The tall figure on the horse shouted, "Is it Xiao Sao?" Xiao Sao quickly replied, "Godfather, it's me." A moment later, the figure of Fang Zizhen riding on a tall steed appeared clearly in the dimming night. He came to Xiao Sao's side and looked her up and down for a long time before he finally relaxed and chided her, "Why did you come back so late? Don't you know that your family will worry?" Xiao Sao felt wronged inwardly, but before she got to speak, Zhu Zhengxi had quickly cupped his hands in a greeting and said, "General Fang, your daughter encountered bandits on her way back and suffered a fright, so you should stop scolding her." What kind of bandits would be so bold as to rob my Fang Zizhen's daughter in broad daylight? I reckon that they want to die earlier. Upon hearing his words, Fang Zizhen instantly erupted in fury. His voice, which sounded like a large bell, vibrated throughout the mountain forest and caused all the night birds to fly away in panic. Godfather, Xiao Sao had never experienced such a dangerous situation before. Seeing her godfather being genuinely worried about her, her eyes were sour, and her voice trembled as if she was crying. Fang Zizhen hastily got down from his horse and hugged his daughter in his arms, feeling heartbroken. He said, "Daughter, don't be scared. Godfather is here. Godfather will skin that damned bandit and avenge you." The corner of Zhu Zhengxi's mouth twitched. Was it really all right to say such a gruesome thing in front of an 8 or 9-year-old little girl? He looked at the originally strong girl crying in General Fang's embrace, and sighed in his heart, she is a young girl after all. No matter how calm and strong she appeared, she would also show her weak side in front of her family. Seeing the little girl was crying so much that she started hiccuping, he told General Fang about how the bandits had said, and then said, "If the bandit isn't lying, then there's a rat in your household." General Fang should make a thorough investigation to prevent these incidents from occurring again in the future. When Fang Zizhen, who was busy wiping his daughter's tears, heard this, he stopped the movement of his hands, stood up straight to look directly at Zhu Zhengxi, and solemnly said, "Thank you very much for your help today, second young master Zhu. Mingzi will personally visit you on another day to express my gratitude. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and I will never allow the pest who wants to harm my daughter get away with it." Zhu Zhengxi politely exchanged a few words with him, and then quickly bid his farewells to return to town. When they got back to Dongshan village, Fang Zizhen was full of murderous intent as he picked up a bandit in each hand and threw them on the ground harshly. He stepped on one of the bandit's legs, making the sound of bones cracking. The taller bandit, whose bone had been fractured after being trampled on, screeched as if he was a pig being slaughtered. Seeing Fang Zizhen's face, which looked ferocious and was full of stubbles, the shorter bandit's face turned ghastly pale due to fright. He kowtowed repeatedly until his head started bleeding. He repeatedly begged for mercy, "My lord, please spare my life. My lord, please spare my life." With his large pair of bell-like eyes, Fang Zizhen suddenly glared at him and shouted, "Speak. Who ordered you guys? If you want to harm my Fang Zizhen's daughter, then you'll have to consider whether your life can bear it." The shorter bandit quickly said, "It was a young girl from the Fang estate. She gave us money and asked us to throw this little lady off the cliff and make it seem like an accident. She said that she will give us the other half of the money after we finish the deed." After saying that, he honestly and thoroughly described the young girl's appearance again. Lady Fang, who had come out after hearing the movements, still had lingering fears as she held Xiao Sao in her arms and gently placated her. There was a burst of fear within her heart. Such a clever and sensible daughter, she almost couldn't see her anymore. Lady Fang hugged Xiao Sao even tighter. Linglong, who was beside Lady Fang, heard the bandit's description of the maidservant and exclaimed in surprise, "There's a red mole, about the size of a grain of rice, on the corner of the mouth. Isn't that Zixiang who serves Miss Shaw?" Beside her, Junju gently pulled on her sleeve. Seeing the expression on her madam's face, Linglong quickly stopped talking. Miss Shaw usually didn't get along with Miss Cower, but she wouldn't go as far as to want her life, would she? Lady Fang had a grim expression, and a violent storm was raging within her heart. "I never expected this. I have raised a cruel and savage wolf beside me. In the past, when she was childless, she wanted to a niece from her maiden family as company. At that time, the 7 or 8-year-old Shah Farang appeared sensible and lovely, so she was chosen. She knew that the little girl usually had some little ideas in her mind. In an environment like the Shah families, those without even a little bit of a scheming heart wouldn't even know how they ended up dead. She also knew that Lass didn't like her goddaughter. She had originally thought that it was just the jealousy among young girls and that it wouldn't be anything serious. However, she never expected that the little girl had such a sinister heart and actually wanted to take her daughter's life. Older cousin's maidservant. I have no enmity with her. Why would a little maidservant want to kill me? Where did she get so much money to hire a hitman? Yu Xiaoxiao feigned a confused expression and weakly asked. Fang Zizhen clutched his hands so tightly that there was a cracking sound. He picked up the front collar of the shorter bandit's clothes, as if he was holding a dead dog in his hands, and shouted, When did the maidservant go look for you guys? What time did you guys agree on to get the rest of the money? Being held by the collar, the shorter bandit's eyes had directly rolled to the back of his head as he stammered, It was yesterday afternoon. She said that this little lady would go to town alone today and return in the evening, which would be a good time to act. We agreed to collect the money on the day after tomorrow. She said that she needed to confirm that we have accomplished the task before giving us the money. Cough cough. The bandit was about to be strangled to death when Fang Zizhen finally loosened his hands. He fell heavily on the ground and coughed violently. Fang Zizhen looked at Lady Fang, and after a brief deliberation, he asked, When did your niece go to town? Lady Fang looked at him gloomily and replied with an expressionless face, Yesterday morning. She said that she wasn't feeling well and wanted to see a doctor in town, and then she went to town with that maidservant Zixiang. I offered to go with her, but she declined. Yu Xiaoxiao knew that her godmother must feel extremely bad in her heart, so she quickly grabbed her hand and looked at her with concern. Lady Fang looked down at her daughter's eyes, which were as pure as the clear night sky, and forced out a faint smile to show that she was fine. Yes, to be born from such a family, although she was protected by the matriarch, it wasn't like she didn't know anything about these dirty matters. Lady Fang was accustomed to seeing people of the inner courtyards killing others by underhanded means, so she swiftly adjusted her state of mind. Her goddaughter had just suffered a fright, yet she still wanted to comfort her and was worried about her mood. She didn't adopt her in vain. It won't be older cousin, right? Older cousin is still so young, so how can she do such a sinister thing? Godfather, godmother, perhaps we have wrongly accused her. Yu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes and feigned a doubtful expression. Fang Zizhen furrowed his brows and sneered, Whether it's her or not, we'll know with a test. Coward, don't go back tonight. I'll act out a scene with your father. That night, the entire Dongshan village had been alerted. Why? Yu Hai's daughter went to town, but still hadn't returned when the sky had completely darkened. All the men of the village held torches and searched along the official road that led to town. Halfway on the road, they discovered the remains of the donkey cart hanging on the cliff and the shoe of a young girl. What a pity. She was such a lively and cute little girl. She had lost her life at such a young age. Many of the villagers silently educated their children in private. In the future, when traveling on that section of the mountain road, one had to be extra careful so as to not fall all the way down the cliff like the daughter of the Yu family. On the second day, a tiny corpse, covered by a white cloth, was placed in the Yu family's courtyard. The entire Yu family was shrouded in a grieving atmosphere. When the news traveled to the Yu residence, Madame Zhang lifted her brow and nearly laughed out loud. She deserved it. That unfilial wretch always went against me. It seems like even the heavens finally couldn't stand it anymore, right? Old Yu, on the other hand, hastily walked towards the old residence with unsteady steps. When he entered the yard and saw the figure covered by a white cloth on a wooden bed, he muttered, What happened? The road has already been fixed, so why did she still fall off the cliff? My granddaughter, why do you have such a pitiful life? With his head lowered, Yu Hai squatted beside the wooden bed motionlessly, as if he was a sculpture. He didn't dare look up for fear that others could see through him. Under the white cloth was the haystack that he made with grass last night. Old Fang said that he had to feign a sorrowful expression, but how was he supposed to pretend awe? Yu Heng, who stood on the side, rubbed his eyes hard until they turned red before he lifted his head and called old Yu, grandfather. Xiaolian was really crying. She thought of how she had this lingering sense of fear yesterday that something was going to happen. Sure enough, Xiao Cao had encountered bandits and nearly lost her life. Her younger sister was so clever, lovely, and capable. Yet that vile person actually wanted to harm her younger sister. When they found the real culprit, they should also let her get a taste of being thrown off a cliff. Little Shido sobbed loudly. Second sister, second sister, little Shido won't let you go. Second sister, please open your eyes and look at little Shido again. He was howling without tears. As for Madame Lu, since she didn't know how to act, the family was afraid that she would slip up and they wouldn't be able to find the real culprit. Thus, they told her to hide in the room, and to the public, they said that she was so sad that she had fainted from crying. Fang Zizhen and Lady Fang also stayed beside the tiny body. One was filled with righteous indignation and vowed to avenge his daughter, while the other silently wept and fell beside the bed several times. As someone from a big, noble family, who wouldn't have a little bit of acting skills? Lady Fang's crying was so genuine that several women in the village also wept unceasingly and repeatedly comforted her. Seeing this mournful scene in front of him, old Yu deeply sighed and squatted on the ground holding his head silently. Although he usually didn't take much notice of this younger granddaughter of his, if she really died, he still felt very sad in his heart. At noon, the people who came to help had mostly left. A familiar horse carriage stopped in front of the Yu family's house, and a slender and delicate figure came down from the carriage. She stumbled into the house and cried sadly, "Younger cousin. Why did you suddenly leave like this?" Lady Fang raised her head and looked at her niece with her reddened eyes. Her gaze was deep and calm. "Farong, you came back. Are you feeling better now? Also, how did you know about your younger cousin's accident?" Farong's whimper paused briefly before she swiftly recovered and sadly said, "Aunt, don't be too mournful. As soon as I entered the village, I heard someone talking about younger cousin's matter. It's such a pity for younger cousin to encounter such a disaster at a young age. Younger cousin, how can you bear to let aunt see her child die before herself? She was truly a great actress." Tears kept seeping out of her eyes as if they were free. Xiao Cao, who was hiding in the storage room, watched Farong's series of performances with great admiration. Sure enough, none of the people who had experienced the infighting of the inner courts of ancient times were easy to deal with. Since the deceased was underage and a girl, she couldn't be buried in the village's ancestral grave, nor could they make any grand arrangements for her funeral. They could only select an area in the common grave at the south side of the mountain, roll her body up in a straw mat, and bury her in a pit. Farong took part in the whole process. After she personally saw the corpse being buried, she made an excuse early in the morning the next day and quickly rushed to town. Fang Zizhen and the Yu family took the two bandits and followed Farong to town. The two bandits, who had been arranged to hide in the dark at the Yu residence by Fang Zizhen, had confirmed that Zixiang, who was beside Farong, was the person who made the deal with them. To catch a thief, one must find the evidence first. In order to prevent Farong from quibbling, Fang Zizhen and the Yu family caught them red-handed as Zixiang gave the rest of the money to the bandits. When the Fang Zizhen couple, Yu Xiaocao, and the rest of the Yu family brought the two bandits and Zixiang in front of Farong, this young girl, who was only 13, had actually wanted to continue making excuses. She looked at Zixiang with deep pain and scolded in a tone as if she hated the iron from not becoming steel. "Zixiang, you have done wrong. Although we're as close as sisters, I never expected you to avenge me in this way. Younger cousin didn't get along with me and stole a lot of things that originally belonged to me, but I really never thought about taking her life. Lady Fang looked at her silently, sneered, and said, "Farong, you said Xiao Cao stole the things that originally belonged to you. I want to ask you, what exactly did she take from you? When did our Fang family's properties become the Shaw's?" Farong could still calmly change her words at this time. "Aunt, it's niece's mistake. This happened because Zixiang saw that younger cousin has taken all of aunt's doting love and felt angry for me, so she ended up doing something wrong. Please aunt, for the sake of niece, let her die painlessly." Zixiang opened her eyes wide and had an astonished expression on her face as she looked at her selfish young miss speaking. The young miss was planning on putting all the blame on her. She was being wronged. When young miss ordered her to do it, she had tried to persuade her against it. But at that time, young Miss's heart had already been blinded by hatred and jealousy, so she wouldn't listen to anyone. She didn't know how the young miss found the two ruffians in town. She took out her savings and instructed her to hire the two ruffians as hitmen. How did she ended up being the mastermind now, while the young miss turned into an innocent person? She had wanted to defend herself, but she noticed the young miss's warning gaze. Zixiang felt a burst of coldness in her heart. She was the child of servants of the Shah household. Her parents and younger brothers were all in the hands of the Shah family. If she told the truth, not to mention whether she could avoid being punished for her crime, but it would also implicate her family. Zixiang's heart was like dead ashes, utterly dissipated. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. She trembled and said, this lowly servant deserves to die. This lowly servant couldn't bear to see the young miss being wronged, and this committed this hideous crime. This lowly servant deserves to die. Wronged. My Fang family provides you with good food and drinks. Every season, you receive the same amount of clothes and jewelry as the family of officials. When did I, your aunt, ever treat you unfairly? As if she didn't hear Zixiang, pleading guilty, Lady Fang stared fixedly at Sha Farong and felt a sense of coldness in her heart. After being exposed for doing something wrong, she could still calmly push it off to others and let a maidservant, who was as close as sisters with her, become her scapegoat, yet she didn't even feel a sense of guilt and shame at all. She had raised an ungrateful and vicious person. These years, she had treated this niece of hers too well and raised this 13-year-old girl to become too ambitious and greedy. Sha Farong hastily said, although aunt and I don't have a mother and daughter relationship, we have feelings that are akin to a pair of mother and daughter. Niece has always been grateful within my heart. With a voice that was like heavy water, Lady Fang interjected, you're right about that. After all, we're not mother and daughter. Your surname is Shah, not Fang. Everything that belongs to the Fang family has nothing to do with you in the future. You have to be clear about this. There was finally a change in Sha Farong's complexion. With a pale face, she stammered, why did aunt say that? Niece has never dared to have such wishful thinking. It's good that you know it's wishful thinking. Xiao Sao is the goddaughter that I recognized. If the Fang family doesn't have any descendants in the future, all of the Fang family's properties will belong to her. As for you, you're merely a relative from the Shah family who's temporarily staying at the Fang family's house, and that's all. What rights do you have to compare with Xiao Sao? Lady Fang was obviously very familiar with the infighting of the inner courts. She directly attacked the vulnerability of the opponent. After all, Sha Farong was just a teenage girl. She couldn't control the anger in her heart anymore. The expression on her face became ferocious. Why? Aunt, I have accompanied you for so many years. Am I not better than a peasant girl who you have only known for less than half a year? Aunt, think about it. Who was the one beside you when you were lonely during these past few years? Who was the one by your side when you were sick? Who was the one who acted silly to cheer you up when you were sad? What's so good about this stupid girl of humble origin? Why are all of you treating her so well and doing so much for her? I can't accept this. How is she better than me? After her niece revealed her true colors, Lady Fang still looked calm and indifferent. The indifference in her eyes gradually stopped Sha Farong's clamor. Lady Fang sighed and said, Farong, you seem to have forgotten what your parents said when I brought you over. You were only a pastime they gave me. If you didn't do the things you just mentioned, do you think that there's still any value in you staying in the Fang household? Older aunt. Sha Farong's face was full of disbelief. She never thought that her aunt, who had loved and doted on her, would say such hurtful words. With a face of remorse, Lady Fang continued, perhaps, over the years, I have been so kind to you that you have forgotten your duty and identity. Did you always wanted to become the young miss of the Fang family? Think about it. If I wanted to accept you as my daughter, I would have fulfilled your wish many years ago. Why would I wait until now? The bubble of hope within Sha Farong's heart had been burst, and her heart was filled with despair. She rushed towards Xiao Sao like a crazy woman, but got pushed away by Fang Zizhen and fell heavily on the ground. She cried in despair, "Why? Why? How am I inferior to her? What exactly is so good about her?" Lady Fang looked at her with pity and slowly said, "She may not be as beautiful as you, nor does she have your elegance and poise, but there's one thing that you can never compare with her. Because she is purer and more genuine than you. Her heart is cleaner than yours." Sha Farong crawled over, clung onto Lady Fang's leg, and shouted, "Aunt, it's all Zixiang's idea. It has nothing to do with me, Aunt." Lady Fang looked down at her and slowly shook her head. "Farong, you really disappoint me. It seems like, after bringing you up for all these years, I still wasn't able to get rid of the things that you have learned from the Shaw family. I shouldn't have let you go back to the Shaw family so often. At the Shaw residence, your parents frequently inculcated the idea that everything in the Fang family will be yours in the future, right? As a result, you want to remove all the obstacles that is obstructing your path to achieve your goal, right? Auntie." Sha Farong was still trying to put up a last-ditch fight. Lady Fang blocked her with one sentence, "Farong, do you think Aunt is stupid? The maidservant merely receives a few hundred copper coins in a month. How would she be able to take out 200 taels of silver to help her master vent her anger?" Sha Farong's voice stopped abruptly and her complexion was gray with defeat. Sha Farong naturally ended up being sent back to the oppressive Shaw family. Since she was abandoned, she naturally wouldn't be able to live well. After she reached adulthood, she was married off to a high-ranking official's stupid son. She was unhappy in that marriage and died before she reached the age of 30. When she was in despair, she would often recall back to the mistake she had made that night, and her heart would always be full of deep remorse. If she wasn't muddle-headed by jealousy, then she would have still been the niece that her aunt doted on. As long as she was well behaved, her aunt would have arranged a good marriage for her and prepared a considerable amount of dowry. She would have a husband who loved her and respected her. She would give birth to a group of cute babies. At the time of her death, Sha Farong seemed to have seen a different life. When Yu Xiaoxiao reappeared in front of the villagers of Dongshan village after the case was over, the villagers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Wasn't the Yu family's second daughter buried in a mass grave? How could she still be alive? Could it be that she still has a grudge, so that her deceased soul has not yet dispersed? After she scared another group of little girls in the village to tears, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen had no choice but to go to each and every family to explain the situation to them. They explained that Xiaoxiao had encountered bandits and was rescued by the second son of Prince Jing's estate. In order to draw out the people from behind the scene, she had feigned death. After the villagers understood the matter, they all sighed and were very happy that Xiaoxiao was all right. Only Madame Zhang secretly cursed in her heart, saying that Xiaoxiao was a scourge who wouldn't die in thousands of years. The days passed by one, and it was already midsummer. There weren't many children in the fishing village who didn't know how to swim. When the tide was low, one could always see a few heads bobbing up and down in the water, just like a nimble little dolphin. Yu Xiaoxiao learned to swim in her previous life. There was a large pond in the village, and in the summer, children liked to jump into the pond and play while the adults watched over them. After a while, everyone liked to dog paddle a few times in the pond. Sometimes, the adults also liked to swim back and forth inside the pond, or they would give their children some pointers in regards to swimming. In her previous life, Xiaoxiao's father was one of the best swimmers when he was young. Xiaoxiao and her younger siblings had learned their swimming skills from him. Unconsciously, it had already been a year since she transmigrated. Everything in her past life was gradually fading from Xiaoxiao's heart, only an everlasting imprint was left behind deep within her heart. The most important thing was to cherish her current life. She should live in the moment and cherish the things in front of her. Xiaolian, Xiaoxiao, let's go diving in the sea to catch abalone. We would be able to receive a few taels of silver if we catch a high-quality abalone. Zhou Shanhu bounced in from outside and opened her outer garment mysteriously, showing Xiaoxiao and her sister the diving suit she was wearing. The Great Ming dynasty had greatly improved the status of women, which had also impacted the small fishing village of Dongshan village. No one would say anything if a young girl went to the sea wearing a tight diving suit before she reached adulthood. Thus, it was common for a little girl like Zhou Shanhu to have her own diving suit. The diving suit was similar to the one-piece wetsuit in her previous life. It was usually made of sea fish skin, jellyfish skin, or shark skin. It was waterproof and warm in the sea. However, the method to making them had been lost in later generations. Xiao Xiao was very interested in the diving suit, so she touched it again and again. Zhou Shanhu proudly said, "My father just bought me this diving suit this year. The diving suits made from sea fish skin is only worth barely a few taels of silver. I wonder how many taels of silver would be needed to make one from jellyfish or shark skin." "Xiao Xiao, your father is the best at hunting sharks, why don't you ask him to make you one?" Xiaolian smiled and said, "Younger sister, father secretly made me a sharkskin diving suit for me last year. If you like, you can try it on." As the weather got warmer, it was harder to preserve meat dishes, so they stopped selling braised food. As a result, Xiaolian had been home doing nothing for the past 2 days, which was something that she wasn't used to. She had been thinking about asking Xiao Xiao to help her come up with another business, so that she would be able to earn some money to spend. In order to cultivate his children's independence, Yu Hai decided to allow his children to run their own business. All the money they earn would belong to themselves. For example, all the money Yu Heng earned from collecting seafood and Xiaolian earned from selling braised dishes all belong to them. Although they may still be young, they both have a considerable amount of money saved up. However, the two of them were used to giving their younger sister the money they earned. So Xiao Xiao helped them open a bank account. When she received 100 taels from them, she would deposit it into their bank account. Whenever the siblings got together to talk about their savings, little Shido would noisily complain that everyone was earning money, and that only he had money going out but not in. He was very frustrated and believed that he was the most useless one of his siblings. Yu Xiaoxiao comforted him, "Shido, you are the one with the most prospect in our family. In the future, the one earning the most will be you. Think about it, no matter how much money we make, we're still little ants that can be easily crushed in the eyes of those influential officials. If you study hard and become a big official in the future, wouldn't you be able to shelter your older brother and sisters? You are now at the investment stage, so you will receive the returns in the future." Her reasoning allowed little Shido to stop thinking about running a small business after school. In order to not make little Shido feel left out, Xiao Xiao also helped him open a bank account and would deposit 10 taels of silver into his bank account each month. Little Shido knew that his second sister was the richest person in the family. She received dividends from Junsho Restaurant and Zhou family's factories, and she also received rent from 2 of the shops in town. She was a wealthy little lady, so he didn't refuse it. After Xiao Xiao heard that there was a sharkskin diving suit at home, her heart felt itchy and she urged Xiaolian to take it out for her to try. Although Xiao Xiao had grown in the past year, her current height wasn't much different from Xiaolian's height last year. Xiaolian's diving suit from last year was a perfect fit for her. Xiaolian watched as her younger sister put the diving suit over her undergarments and then put her outer garment over it. Seeing how eager she was, she quickly tugged her and said, "Younger sister, you haven't learned to swim yet. Just stand by the edge of the water, don't enter the water." Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "What's so difficult about swimming? I'm so smart, so how can such a trifling matter stop me?" "You'll see." Xiaolian didn't feel relieved at all. After she bid her mother goodbye, she followed behind Xiao Xiao and Shanhu as the two of them chattered. The 3 of them arrived at a secluded place by the sea. Zhou Shanhu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so she took off her outer garment, plunged into the sea, and swam far away. Her swimming skills was not bad. After she wiped away the water on her face, she waved her hand towards Xiao Xiao and shouted, "Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. The water isn't deep here, you can descend into the water bit by bit." Yu Xiao Xiao took off her outer garment and stuffed it in Xiaolian's hands. She smiled and said, "There won't be any problems. You can watch over me by the shore. If something goes wrong, you can come in and fish me up." Xiaolian reluctantly sat by the reef on the shore as she watched her younger sister slowly descend into the sea. The sea right now was very gentle, and there were clear ripples on the surface of the blue sea. Although it was morning, the 2 girls didn't feel cold at all while wearing their diving suits. "Younger sister, don't go further in, you don't know how to swim." When Xiaolian saw that only Xiao Xiao's head appeared on the surface of the water, she quickly stood up and shouted loudly towards Xiao Xiao. However, her voice came to an abrupt stop and her eyes widened in surprise when she saw Xiao Xiao's adept swimming style. Was her younger sister a genius? How was she able to learn without a teacher? After having already swam a circle, Zhou Shanhu swam closer Xiao Xiao's side for fear that an accident might occur since this was her first time in the water. But after she saw Xiao Xiao's skilled dog paddle, she smiled and said, "Xiaolian said that you don't know how to swim. She's worrying over nothing. Aren't you pretty good at swimming? There aren't many people here, so I think we should be able to find some abalone at the bottom of the sea. Let's swim a little further before diving." Yu Xiaoxiao followed Zhou Shanhu as they swam further into the sea. Suddenly, Zhou Shanhu plunged into the sea and there wasn't any movement from her after a long time. Xiaoxiao panicked and busily buried her head into the sea to figure out where Zhou Shanhu was. Although she could swim, she didn't know how to dive. After fluttering about for a while, she still couldn't dive in. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter could be heard. Xiaoxiao quickly lifted her head up. Zhou Shanhu had appeared not far from where she was. One of her hand was holding a dark sea cucumber, while she used her other hand to point her finger at her, laughing until tears was about to come out. Yu Xiaoxiao swam to her side and splashed some seawater at her face. She angrily said, "What's so funny? I just don't know how to dive, teach me quickly. Your appearance from before looked exactly like a drowning duck as you fluttered about." It was so funny. Ha ha. Zhou Shanhu let out another burst of laughter. Yu Xiaoxiao waited for her to finish laughing before she modestly asked her to teach her how to dive. Zhou Shanhu had good diving skills, and she was also a competent little teacher. Yu Xiaoxiao was also a fast learner, and soon mastered the trick to diving. With one plunge, she was able to reach all the way to the bottom of the sea. Zhou Shanhu looked as if she had suffered a blow. It's true that, once a disciple has learned, the master will starve. If you pick a high-quality abalone later, don't forget to give me a bonus. After she finished speaking, she held her breath and plunged into the water. The little girl's diving skill was pretty good. This time, she went down for 2 to 3 minutes before she resurfaced again. Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hand at Xiaolian, who was on the shore, and then she took a deep breath and dived down. The sea was clear and transparent and the reefs at the bottom of the sea was clearly visible. Occasionally, a multicolored fish would swim past the reef, and a small sea crab was startled by her that it drilled itself into the sand. Xiaoxiao was amazed by this interesting scene. She lingered at the bottom of the water until she couldn't hold her breath anymore. Then, she would push herself up and rush to the surface of the sea. Zhou Shanhu's small head appeared after it collapsed for a while. She shouted towards Xiaoxiao, "How is it? Did you harvest anything?" Xiaoxiao shook her head and disappointingly said, "There's nothing." Zhou Shanhu smiled and comforted her. "Maybe it's because we're too close to the sea, so there's nothing good around here. Other people are professional divers, so they can submerge underwater for several minutes. Do you want to look further in?" Xiaolian continued to gather goose barnacles by the shore when she saw that her younger sister's swimming skills were very good, and that Zhou Shanhu was looking after her too. Younger sister seemed to like to eat goose barnacles with soup. After their family separated from the main branch, she didn't have any time to gather seafood, so she rarely had the chance to eat the seafood soup made by her younger sister. Xiaolian put her younger sister's outer garment on the dry reef to dry, then she stooped over and busied herself. Xiaoxiao had gradually swam into the depths of the sea, but her ability to hold her breath wasn't that great. She often had to come up to take a breath when she had just reached the seafloor. She felt very discouraged because she had busied herself for a long time, yet she still didn't get any harvest. The little divine stone's mocking voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "I reckon that even if you dawdled until dusk like this, you probably still won't get any harvest. Do you want this divine stone to help you out?" Xiaoxiao was somewhat exhausted as she treaded water and asked impatiently, "No kidding. If you were able to help, why didn't you say so earlier rather than watching me from the sidelines? What's with your attitude? This divine stone is unhappy, I'm not helping anymore." The little divine stone proudly and lovably snorted, giving off an unhappy appearance. "If you don't want to help me, then don't. I don't care." Xiaoxiao didn't try to please its temper. Who was the master in this relationship? She took a deep breath in and dove underwater again. The little divine stone was speechless for a long time by her words. It really wanted to just wash its hands of her and ignore her. However, it had reached a bottleneck at a critical point right now. If the little divine stone helped its master, then it could absorb the spiritual powers from heaven and earth, recovering its full power. Although the little divine stone was still angry, it still helped Xiaoxiao. The little divine stone condensed a protective screen of spiritual power around Xiaoxiao's body. It seemed as if she was wrapped in a transparent bubble. The seawater couldn't get close to her and the pressure from the surrounding water disappeared instantly. Xiaoxiao held her breath and looked at the magical scene happening in front of her. It seemed as if she had entered a fantasy world. The transparent bubble slowly sank down. The cute little fish in the surrounding curiously swam toward her. They gently touched the spiritual barrier with their mouth, but it seemed as if they had touched a transparent film. They could see it but could not enter it. Xiaoxiao was so entranced at that moment that she forgot to breathe, and her face turned red. She thought that she should hurriedly go up and to take a breath when the little divine stone's annoying voice appeared again. "You're so stupid. You can breathe freely in my spiritual barrier. Alas, why do I have such a stupid master? Forget it, go and suffocate to death." Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in her mind and tentatively breathed in. Sure enough, fresh air filled her lungs and her stuffy chest. She extended her hand out of the bubble-shaped spiritual barrier and discovered that she wasn't obstructed by the barrier. She looked around and tried using her mind to control the bubble to float toward where a fat sea cucumber was. Just as she thought, she had quickly arrived next to the sea cucumber. As soon as she reached out, she caught the squirming sea cucumber. The size of this sea cucumber is pretty big, so the grade of this product should be good. We finally got some harvest. Xiaoxiao put the sea cucumber into the bamboo basket tied around her waist and advanced further into the depth of the ocean. However, in order not to worry Xiaolian who was at the shore, she would occasionally emerge from the sea to breathe and then descend into the sea again. Thanks to the little divine stone's spiritual barrier, her speed was no longer hindered by the sea, so she was much more agile now. The little divine stone had nothing to do, so it guided Xiaoxiao to capture the more valuable seafood like sea cucumbers, abalone, and armored lobsters. These all became goods in Xiaoxiao's basket. The seafloor was like a big treasure field that had yet to be exploited by humans as it completely presented itself in front of Xiaoxiao. The bamboo basket on Xiaoxiao's waist was relatively small, so it couldn't hold much. She began picking and choosing on the ocean floor. One moment she disliked this sea cucumber for being too small and another moment she disliked this lobster for not being fat enough. She specially picked only the best quality seafood. If other people knew that the things they've wished for but couldn't get was being discarded like trash, Xiaoxiao likely would have received a multitude of glares. Just as the bamboo basket she brought could no longer hold any more, a distant group of huge, dark shadows swam towards her. Xiaoxiao was shocked and thought that she had encountered a group of sharks. She was about to run away when she was teased by the little divine stone. "Why are you running? You really are a coward. It's a pod of dolphins. They are very docile, and they won't hurt people." Dolphins. She had only watched dolphin performances on television before and knew that they were adorable sea creatures. She floated quietly at the bottom of the sea as she looked at the shadows in the distance. Sure enough, when the group of black shadows approached, she finally saw their appearance. Their bodies were glossy and bright with a graceful physique, their movements were light and quick, and their snouts were bent into a curve like they were smiling. The dolphins seemed to be very interested in her, and they swam around her. There was a cute little blue dolphin that lightly bumped its head against her just like a child asking for a caress. Xiaoxiao smiled lightly and reached out to touch the little dolphin who wasn't afraid of people. The little creature didn't dodge away from her touch, and it gently pecked her palm with its mouth. The ticklish feeling made Xiaoxiao smile. Xiaoxiao changed the shape of the spiritual barrier so that it clung onto her body like a second skin, while allowing it to supply her with oxygen. She wrapped her arm around the little dolphin's body, and the little dolphin brought her along to travel freely around the seafloor. The scenery at the bottom of the sea was unobstructed through the transparent barrier. There were various kinds of corals on the seabed reef. Some of them looked like red antlers, some looked like pink flowers, and others looked like purple cactuses. There were all kinds of colors and shapes that one would have never imagined. The sight of the coral dazzled Xiaoxiao's eyes. All kinds of small fishes shuttled around Xiao Xiao. Some of the fishes were covered in multicolored stripes, some were wearing a red hat, some looked like military flags in Beijing operas, and some looked like a round hedgehog. They all surrounded her, refusing to leave. With the help of the little dolphin, she became a guest of the sea. As she enjoyed the scenery around the seafloor, she had picked up many high-quality abalones and now had a large harvest. Xiao Xiao was playing happily with the dolphin and she forgot the time. After Xiaolian dug a lot of goose barnacles and was prepared to head home for lunch, she looked at the sea. Besides Zhou Shanhu occasionally floating to the surface of the sea, there was no movement from her younger sister for a long time. The wicker basket in Xiaolian's hand fell onto the ground and she threw herself into the sea without wearing a diving suit. She crazily swam in the sea. Xiaolian's swimming skills were pretty good, so in a short time, she reached Zhou Shanhu. When Zhou Shanhu revealed herself from the water, she was caught by Xiaolian. "Did you see my younger sister? When was the last time you saw her?" Xiaolian's voice was trembling as she urgently asked. Zhou Shanhu was alarmed. She looked around and saw that the sea was calm. She thought about it and said, "I think the last time I saw her was about half an hour ago. When I surfaced from the water, I thought that we had just missed each other, so I didn't pay much attention." Xiaolian's complexion was deathly white and said in a sobbing tone, "I looked around for a quarter of an hour and I didn't see my younger sister surface from the water. Something must have happened to her. I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been digging for goose barnacles. This is the first time that my younger sister went into the sea. I should have been watching attentively over her the entire time so that if anything went wrong, I could immediately search for her in the sea. What should I do now? I don't even know when the accident happened. No, I have to look for her." Zhou Shanhu also lost her head. The sea was so big, and they didn't know where and when the accident happened. How could they find her? Each year, it was not known how many people had been swallowed up by the sea. "Xiaolian, don't be too anxious. Maybe Xiao Xiao had just swum to someplace further. Look. There is a shadow that looks like a person. Let's go see if it's Xiao Xiao." Zhou Shanhu was pleasantly surprised when she found a small head popping up from the water in the distance. After a moment, it dived into the water again. A spark of hope was ignited in Xiaolian's heart. She tried to calm herself down. She couldn't panic because her younger sister was still waiting for her to find her. The two worked hard and swam in the direction of the place where the shadow had surfaced. Aren't you the little girl from Dongshan village that sells braised food? Why didn't you wear a diving suit before you entered the sea?" Xiaolian was disappointed to find that it was a teenager with dark skin and a handsome appearance. Xiaolian burst into tears. "Younger sister. Something must have happened to my younger sister. If something happened to her, then I don't want to live either." Wah! The youth looked at Xiaolian as he was at a loss as to what to do. Could it be that he said something wrong and made this little girl cry? "You, don't cry. Do you need me to help with anything?" the young man asked with concern while frowning. Zhou Shanhu was sobbing beside her. Her younger sister had been diving with me, but she has yet to surface from the water for a long time. Have you seen a little girl that looks a lot like her? The suntanned youth's expression became solemn. He slowly shook his head and said, "This place is relatively remote, so there are only a few people who come here. I didn't see anyone else besides the two of you. But, don't cry, I'll help you look for her. Maybe she had swam to someplace further away. My younger sister, this is her first time diving. She had never learned how to swim before. I deserve to die. Why didn't I stay beside her and watch over her?" "Woo woo!" Xiaolian gasped for breath as she cried. The suntanned youth's heart sank even further. If it was her first time diving, then she definitely wouldn't have swum too far. It wasn't a good sign if she hadn't surfaced from the water for a while. But seeing the two crying little girls in front of him, the young man still comforted them. "Don't cry anymore. I'll look around nearby, maybe I'll find something. You can just wait here." The little girl had cried until her eyes were swollen. If she dove into the water like this, it was hard to guarantee that an accident wouldn't happen. Only after he let the other little girl watch over her did he begin swimming into the distance. He dove again and again into the water, looking for the little girl. It was already half an hour later when Yu Xiaoxiao realized that she had stayed underwater for too long. The little dolphin seemed to have perceived her intentions, using its back to help her float to the surface. It let out an ah sound. It seemed as if it was urging her to stay. Xiao Cao discovered that she had already drifted far away from her original position. She grinned at her new friend and said, "Xiaobu, can you carry me along?" Xiaobu was the name that she had given to the little dolphin. With the little divine stone providing the directions and the little dolphin speeding her along, Xiao Cao appeared in the line of Xiaolian's sight just as the other girl was going to collapse from shock. "Look, what's that? It's not a shark, right?" Zhou Shanhu shouted with surprise. She was the first to spot a dark shadow cruising along in the distance. The extremely tan youth, Zhuang Xiaomo, gazed in that direction as he squinted his eyes to carefully look. He shook his head and replied, "That doesn't look like a shark. In the water, sharks have a triangular-shaped fin that pops out. That shadow, it looks like a person to me, however. The speed and the positioning of that shadow doesn't resemble a person swimming. It's quite strange." Zhou Shanhu felt as if her mind was exploding as she exclaimed, "Then what you're saying, could it be a mermaid? Don't the legends all say that mermaids swim very fast in the ocean?" Zhuang Xiaomo looked at her as if she was a crazy person and scoffed. "The legends also say that mermaids only appear in the moonlight, sing tantalizing songs to tempt people, and fog their minds." Little sister." The sound of Yu Xiaolian's gleeful shout suddenly interrupted the dispute between the two. They both looked over with astonishment at the figure that was speeding over. Sure enough, it was Yu Xiaocao, who had been missing for the past hour. She was still quite a distance away, so they couldn't tell just what exactly she was lying on. However, the object was swimming quite quickly. "Xiaolian, Shanhu," the sound of her voice echoed from the distance. Yu Xiaocao had one arm around the little dolphin's dorsal fin while the other arm was forcefully waving in the air. Zhou Shanhu swam forward a few strokes and screamed in excitement, "Ah! Xiaocao is riding a fish. Xiaolian, are you sure that your younger sister isn't the daughter of the Dragon King of the ocean? Otherwise, how could a fish listen to her commands?" Zhuang Xiaomo looked at the little girl, who was riding a dolphin through the choppy waves in the distance. He couldn't help but be a bit stunned by the sight. Goodness gracious, this little girl absolutely wasn't an ordinary little girl. Otherwise, how could she manage to tame a free and unconstrained dolphin? Tears of gratitude pooled within Yu Xiaolian's eyes. She swam forward towards her younger sister's direction with great effort. The little dolphin's speed was quite astonishing and, within moments, it arrived in front of the other three children. The creature was a bit timid and stopped outside touching distance of them as it opened its mouth to make a few whistling noises. Yu Xiaocao softly stroked its slippery head and soothed, "Don't be afraid, they won't hurt you." "Thank you, Xiaobu." She slid off the dolphin's back and swam over to Xiaolian. Her sister firmly knocked a fist on her head. The other girl reprimanded her, "Who told you to swim so far? If something happened to you, how was I supposed to inform our parents and your godparents? In my opinion, bringing you along to swim in the ocean was the worst idea I've ever had." When Yu Xiaocao noticed Xiaolian's eyes were red with emotion and seemed quite angry, she hurriedly placated her sister, "Xiaolian, don't be angry. In the future, I won't dare to do this again. I was so busy having fun with Xiaobu that I lost track of time. I promise I won't do this again. Just forgive me this one time." Zhou Shanhu glanced at the little dolphin again, who was gleefully swimming back and forth nearby. Her eyes glistened with excitement as she remarked somewhat enviously, "Xiaocao, is Xiaobu the name of that little dolphin? It's so cute. You're too amazing, you even know how to tame a small dolphin. Quickly teach me, just how did you manage to do it?" Yu Xiaocao ignored her as she continued to soothe Xiaolian's ruffled feathers. Finally, she managed to tease her sister into laughing. Xiaocao secretly wiped the invisible sweat that was on her forehead. Normally, Xiaolian also had a temper, but she usually never revealed it around her. Zhou Shanhu continued to pester her in an attempt to get the secrets to taming a little dolphin. Yu Xiaocao opened her eyes wide and looked at the other girl innocently. She vaguely replied, "What? We have to tame them? But Xiaobu came over itself to play with me. Xiaobu is a dolphin that likes humans, it's very obedient and sweet." Zhuang Xiaomo and Zhou Shanhu both had a "you're trying to trick us" expression on their faces. Although dolphins had mild personalities, they were quite cautious and only watched ships in the sea from far away. Naturally, the older generation had once told stories of dolphins saving drowning people, but they hadn't heard of anyone actually having an encounter with them. If you don't believe me, that's okay. Xiaobu, come over and greet everyone. Yu Xiaosao waved her hand, and the little dolphin, who was drifting about on the side, cheerfully swam over towards her. It used its snout to gently touch her wrist. As if it could understand what she was saying, it straightened up in the water and waved one flipper towards Zhou Shanhu and the others. Wow, Xiaobu is too cute. I almost want to raise one for a pet. Zhou Shanhu carefully came closer to the dolphin, and, when she saw that the creature didn't reject her presence, she tried to gently use her hand to pet its back. The little dolphin cleverly stayed next to Xiaosao and allowed the other kids to touch it. Yu Xiaosao gently rubbed the little fellow's head with the hand that had the mystic stone, and a bit of spiritual power slowly poured into the animal's body. The little dolphin's eyes lit up and became even more close with Xiaosao. Xiaolian watched the interactions between her younger sister and the dolphin and felt even more certain that her younger sister wasn't an ordinary person. Could it be possible that she was the reincarnation of a little immortal girl? Zhuang Xiaomo also came up to touch the dolphin. As he felt the animal's glossy skin, he spoke to Zhou Shanhu. Dolphins are considered creatures of the ocean, so they can only live freely in the deep waters. Keeping a dolphin as a pet isn't necessarily a good thing for the animal. Xiaosao gave the tanned youngster a look of approval as she asked hesitantly, Xiaolian, he is. Zhou Shanhu interjected talkatively, his name is Zhuang Xiaomo and he lives in Wuliu village. He's one of the diving experts I was talking about earlier. He can hold his breath underwater for around 7 to 8 minutes and is quite famous in the nearby villages. Zhuang Xiaomo grinned at her honestly and replied, I know of you two sisters. At the docks, your braised food is very famous. I haven't seen you at the docks these past couple of days. Are you not doing the business anymore? Whenever she spoke about her own business, Xiaolian couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. The weather's gotten hot, so it's hard to keep meat from spoiling. After the hottest day of the year passes, then we'll decide. My little sister and I are both discussing whether there are any other opportunities we can take in the summer. Ideally, we'd sell something that fills the stomach while cooling a person off. When Xiaosao noticed that there was a bit of exhaustion on Xiaolian's face, she hurriedly smiled and said, if there's anything we need to talk about, we can do it on shore. What's the point in bringing ourselves any longer in the water? The little dolphin lingered behind her reluctantly. Xiaosao turned her head around and waved a hand at it. Xiaobu, go back home. In the future, I'll frequently go into the water to find you. The little dolphin rubbed its head on her a few times, flicked its tail, and swiftly swam back toward deeper waters. That little human girl had a smell on her that was just too irresistible. It really wanted to stay next to her forever. It was a pity that humans had to live on land and it couldn't leave the water, so sad. When they arrived on the nearby reef, Xiaolian's clothes were completely wet and clung to her body. Zhuang Xiaomo turned around with a red face. Xiaosao pulled Xiaolian into a nearby area that was a bit more hidden and had her sister change into her clothes. She then wrung Xiaolian's clothes dry and draped them over her swimsuit. What's this? Yu Xiaosao noticed that there was a lot of red-purple vegetation floating in the nearby water by the reefs. To her, it somewhat resembled a type of seaweed she had eaten in her previous life at a restaurant. But that couldn't be right. Wasn't this type of seaweed only found growing on rocks deep in the ocean? How did it end up floating all the way up to the surface? Xiaolian bent over to scoop some up and looked at it herself. She shook her head. I don't know what this is, but I'm sure it's some type of sea vegetation. Not sure if it's edible or not. They didn't know when Zhuang Xiaomo came over to look, but he also looked at the vegetation and said, that should be red marine algae. It's edible. You can season it with some salt and vinegar, and it tastes pretty good that way. However, you rarely see it in shallow waters. Having so much here is a bit weird. Yu Xiaosao was already definitively sure that this dark purple seaweed was Geladium amansi, also known as red marine algae. Her eyes lit up and an idea immediately popped into her head. In her previous life, she had sold starch jelly in her shop and had especially looked for recipes online to make it from scratch. Among all of the recipes she found, there was one type that used red marine algae as its raw ingredient. The process was quite simple. The algae had to be simmered over low heat for a few hours until all of the seaweed melted into a liquid. After it cooled, the mixture would solidify into a semi-transparent jelly consistency. However, red marine algae only grew in the deep sea, and it was quite troublesome to harvest. Thus, it commanded a high price at the markets, so she ended up renouncing her idea to make marine starch jelly and decided to use sweet potato starch and mung bean starch as the raw ingredients instead. She also felt that it was somewhat strange to see so much red marine algae out on the open water. It grew in deep waters, so how could so much appear near the shoreline? In the past, she had also never seen such a phenomenon either. In the end, it didn't matter. All of this was the raw ingredients for her to make a lot of money, and it was all free. If she didn't take advantage of it, she'd be silly. Shaolian, I have a use for this red marine algae. Let's gather as much as we can before we go home. Shanhu, could you help us get a few baskets? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she stared at the red marine algae. Zhou Shanhu readily agreed and bolted off quickly. Since Xiaoxiao said that there was a use for the red marine algae, then she absolutely had thought of another method to create something new to eat. If she helped Xiaoxiao to harvest more, then Xiaoxiao would definitely treat her fairly as she had a generous personality. Once the thought of eating a new delicacy surfaced in her mind, Zhou Shanhu ran even faster. Harvesting red marine algae wasn't difficult at all. That was because in the shallow waters, it was quite easy to recognize and all they needed to do was to bend down and pick it up. The red marine algae had a deep purple color and glistened gently in the light. Although it was a vegetable, it looked more like a shiny, beautiful coral specimen instead. It also resembled a shrunken version of tree canopies as the tiny branches intertwined with each other. The resulting pattern didn't look at all messy and instead resembled a mane of beautiful hair. Once someone grabbed a handful, it seemed to shimmer gently in the air. The algae was flexible yet strong. If you cut off a branch, it felt very tender and soft, as if you could probably hear it tinkle as it fractured. A careful look at the cut part would reveal that the inside was a milky white color. The nutritious colloids of red marine algae were all hidden within the pure milky centers. When Zhou Shanhu came back with a few baskets, Fang Zizhen and Yu Hang had also followed her from behind. Fang Zizhen had come back from the docks earlier and noticed that his goddaughter wasn't at home at noon. He was just about to go out and find her when he ran into Shanhu, who was carrying a few baskets from home. For Yu Hang, noon was also the most leisurely time of the seafood wholesale business, so he also came over to bring the baskets to his sister. By the time the rest of them arrived, the twin sisters and Zhuang Xiaomo, who was free labor, had already picked up a large pile of red marine algae. Fang Zizhen and Yu Hang always followed Xiaoxiao's commands without any hesitation. The two of them placed the gathered seaweed into their baskets and hauled it back home. They then ran back to help the children gather more algae. Yu Xiaoxiao was so excited from picking up seaweed that she had even forgotten to eat lunch. Today's harvest was quite good. Satisfaction bloomed within Xiaoxiao's heart as she looked at the bamboo baskets bursting full of seaweed that were neatly lined up in the courtyard. If only red marine algae could be harvested on a regular basis, then she would really make bank. Fang Zizhen was busy shoving the delicious and satisfying red marine algae salad into his mouth. He looked at the baskets full of seaweed and asked, "Daughter, this red marine algae tastes quite good, but I don't think we can use all that's been gathered off. Even if we ate it every day for every meal for the next couple of months, we still wouldn't be able to finish all that is here." Xiaoxiao had already entered the kitchen to stoke the fire. She peeked her tiny head out of the room and smiled mysteriously at Fang Zizhen. "Godfather, save some room in your tummy. In a bit, there will be something delicious coming out." Fang Zizhen rubbed at his belly and grinned. "Godfather's stomach can stretch and shrink as needed. Even when it's full, I can still eat a couple more bowls. Don't worry, I will be able to taste your new food." In fact, the process for making starch jelly was quite simple. The important part was to have a good control of the stove's heat to allow the ingredients to simmer slowly for at least 4 hours. Following that, once the red marine algae completely melted into a liquid, all you needed to do was to filter any residue out and let it solidify into translucent starch jelly. Starch jelly made from algae was more clear and felt more cool than jelly made from sweet potato starch or mung bean starch. It was very similar to agar jelly. After the marine starch jelly was made, Xiao Xiao was planning on dressing it with garlic paste, hot chili oil, minced pickled mustard, sesame oil and some other spices. The resulting combination would definitely stoke a person's appetite. Yu Xiao Xiao was not only going to try to make marine starch jelly, but she was also going to try to make a batch of sweet potato starch jelly and mung bean starch jelly while the seaweed was simmering on the stove. Using mung bean starch was a bit inconvenient. First of all, the mung beans had to be soaked in water until they swelled. After soaking, they needed to be ground into a thick mung bean slurry and filtered to allow the starch to settle out. Although these steps seem easy, putting them into practice was another matter. Filtering. The slurry had to be done a dozen times before you could let the starch settle. Afterwards, you also had to carefully pour out as much liquid as possible before you dried the mung bean starch under the sun. Only when the starch was completely dry could it be used. Making mung bean starch jelly required using the correct proportion of starch to water. The water needed to be warmed up until it was tepid and then the starch could be added in until it was thick and viscous. A pot of clean water had to be boiled and then the sticky starch mixture had to be dropped in before agitating vigorously to prevent it from sticking to the pot and burning. Once the starch became cooked, the thick mixture had to be poured into molds similar to those used in tofu making. Then it had to cool undisturbed until solidified into its final shape. Most of the work involved in making mung bean starch jelly was from the consecutive filtering steps required to produce the mung bean starch. Thus, sweet potato starch jelly was much easier to make. After all, they already had a supply of ready-made sweet potato starch, whether it was in Xiao Xiao's home or the Zhou family's vermicelli factory. With sweet potato starch on hand, the rest of steps to make starch jelly was pretty much the same as the ones used to make mung bean starch jelly. Sweet potato starch jelly had a slight red color while being translucent, resembling sparkling and icy red jadeite. Mung bean starch jelly, on the other hand, had a bright white color and was as soft as gelatin. No matter what type of starch jelly it was, they were all tender and tasty and were very effective in cooling down someone and quenching thirst. With Xiao Xiao's secret dressing on top of the sparkling and translucent starch jelly, someone eating a bowl of it in the heat of summer would feel incredibly refreshed. The taste was so addictive that people wanted to eat some continuously. That evening, everyone in the Yu family ate a bowl of the tender starch jelly. With the slightly moist sea breeze billowing around them, they felt quite satisfied and pleased. Xiaolian refilled her bowl again and poured the seasoning on top while smiling. "Little sister, this starch jelly is really very suitable to eat during summer. Tomorrow, let's bring some to the docks to sell. I'm sure it'll be very popular." Fang Zizhen didn't end up eating dinner as his belly was so stuffed that it bulged. He commented, "Daughter, what's in that little head of yours? Just where do all of these odd ideas of yours come from? I never would have expected that sweet potato starch and seaweed picked up from the beach could be used to make something so delicious. Haha, I must have done many good deeds in my past life in order to have such a good goddaughter like you. You really make me proud. Wife, tomorrow, when you go into town, bring some over to Princess Consort Jing and her second son. They should also get to try our daughter's food." Fang Zizhen had always been a rough person. Under the influence of the atmosphere in Dongshan village, he no longer used genteel forms of address to speak to Lady Fang. Instead, he used the exact same terms that Yu Hai and the other villagers used, such as wife. However, after getting used to it, it sounded quite amiable and intimate. Starch jelly was quite delicious, so Lady Fang ended up eating 2 large bowls despite her attempts to restrain herself. She reluctantly set down the ladle and lightly laughed. Aren't you just trying to show off that you have a good daughter in front of Princess Consort Jing? I know your ways." Fang Zizhen chuckled and didn't even bother to hide his true goal. What was the point in trying to hide the fact that he had a talented and capable daughter? He wanted everyone to know that he, Fang Zizhen, had a clever daughter who was godly at cooking. Xiao Xiao smiled brilliantly at her godfather and then continued to discuss the business of selling starch jelly with Xiaolian. Since they were planning on selling starch jelly, they also needed to prepare bowls and spoons for the customers. Naturally, They also needed to get a couple tables and stools as they couldn't let their customers squat on the ground to eat the food. Thus, they also needed to get a tent. It was the height of summer now and there wasn't any shade at the docks. Who would ever want to eat food under the blazing sun? Yu-hai, who was quietly listening to his daughter's discussion, decided to interject at this time. Tomorrow, I'll bring the materials over and I'll craft a grass shack. As for the chopsticks, bowls, and spoons, there are shops at the docks that sell those. It's only the tables and stools that might be difficult to get on short notice. Xiaolian suddenly thought of something and clapped her hands. That's right. Grandpa Lu mentioned that his son had made a bunch of money from doing business and was planning on having him move in so he could provide for his old father. They need to sell their noodles stand to someone. If we take it over, wouldn't that solve our tables and stools problem? Xiao Cao thought for a bit and then nodded. Okay. Other than starch jelly, we can also sell cold noodles. I know a couple methods to make cold noodles, and they should taste pretty good. Tomorrow, Father can first build the awning. Grandpa Lu's grass shack doesn't let in the wind, which is fine in the winter, but in the summer, it gets a bit stuffy. Okay. The sun is still up right now so I'll go chop down some bamboo. Yu-hai was the type of person to do what he said, so he promptly stood up. Yu-heng followed him from behind and said, I'll go cut some long grass. With another way to make money, Yu Xiaolian became much more exhilarated and exclaimed in excitement, tomorrow, let's take everything we need to the docks and shoot for an opening before noon. That's right, tomorrow, we should go to the docks earlier. I need to buy bowls, chopsticks, and spoons from a store and you can start making the starch jelly. Since this business is a collaboration between us two, let's split the money 50-50. Is that okay? Naturally, Xiao Cao wouldn't refuse the proposition. However, it was likely that she and Xiaolian wouldn't be able to handle making both the starch jelly and cold noodles. It might not be a bad idea to bring in their eldest maternal aunt into the mix. Ever since the melon store closed, their eldest maternal aunt wasn't able to find a suitable job, so she would only occasionally go to the docks and sell some food. However, now her family had a bit more breathing room. When she was helping with the melon store for over a month, she found out she had more work than she could handle, so she also brought her oldest daughter over. Once it ended, Xiao Cao simply stuffed 50 taels into her hand to show her gratitude in helping with such a tough job. A healthy man in his prime doing hard labor in town wouldn't be able to earn 1 tael for a month's work. Madame Han felt that she didn't have a difficult job working in the melon shop. All she had to do was move the melons to the shelves and man the cash box. When Xiao Cao gave her 50 taels for her work, she was scared and astonished. How could she possibly take that much money? That being said, Xiao Cao's eldest maternal uncle also made a lot of money from selling watermelons in the prefectural city. All of this was a result of Xiao Cao's kindness and benevolence. As her family's circumstances became better, she never forgot to help them either. Liu Pei and his brother had gone back and forth to the prefectural city at least 10 times in the past month. The first time they went to the prefectural city, they almost had an evil tyrant bully them out of their goods. Luckily, Fang Zizhen had quickly arrived to save them and caught the bully and his minions. The criminals were given to the authorities and Fang Zizhen also brought the 2 brothers to meet the prefectural magistrate. News traveled quickly, whether intentionally or not, among the wealthy and powerful families of the prefectural city. All of them soon knew that the Liu brothers, who sold watermelons, were under the protection of the imperial envoy, General Fang. Naturally, from then on, no one tried to bully the 2 brothers with their wealth or status. There were a lot more people with money in the prefectural city. As soon as a wagon full of watermelons arrived at the gates of the prefectural city, all of the melons were quickly sold out to the servants of these wealthy families. Even though the watermelons cost 2 times more than the ones sold in Tanggu town, their sales never slowed down. Within a month, the 2 brothers earned 700 to 800 taels each. Prior to this, the Liu family often didn't even have 7 to 8 taels to take out, let alone 700 to 800 taels. Now that they had a monstrous sum of money on their hands, neither of them really knew what to do with it. Later on, Xiao Cao gave them some financial advice. The 2 brothers then decided to use their money to invest in the shops that were going to be built at the new harbor. Currently, more and more people were traveling through the presently crude docks. Once construction was finished on the new harbor, then real estate prices would definitely skyrocket. With Xiao Xiao's godfather around, they also didn't need to fret about whether they'd be able to buy the shops in good locations. Originally, Xiao Xiao wanted to ask third young Master Zhou for help in buying the stores, but she suddenly remembered she could give this task to her godfather. Her thought process was simple: with my current income, buying 10 shops wouldn't be a problem now. Anyway, back to the topic. Thus, Xiao Xiao combined her money with the rest of her family's, and the next day Yu Hai took his 2 daughters along with 2 carts to the docks. Fang Zizhen rode his horse leisurely behind them. Yu Hai sat on the cart's handle as he drove the horse cart that was piled high with the construction materials needed to build a shack. Xiao Xiao and her sister were on the donkey cart, which was piled up with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. Baskets full of seaweed were also balanced on the cart. That's right, they were planning on making marine starch jelly first. After all, they didn't have to spend any money on the raw ingredients. When they finished their supply of seaweed, they could consider making sweet potato starch jelly then. Mung bean starch jelly was deemed too difficult to produce on a mass scale, and it was also the most expensive method too. Thus, the 2 sisters decided not to use mung beans. Before they headed out this morning, Xiao Xiao especially visited the Zhou family to have Zhou Shanhu help them pass the word along to the village children that the Yu family was buying red marine algae in bulk for the long term. They set the price of 1 copper coin per catty of seaweed, and there was no limit on how much you could sell to them. Yesterday they were able to gather a dozen or so baskets full of seaweed from that one place, so it was likely other stretches of beach also had more. In this season, the village children usually had nothing to do. If they worked hard at gathering seaweed, even a half-grown child could gather more than a dozen catties of seaweed in a day. Nowadays, the people in Dongshan village were no longer as poor as church mice, needing to scrimp and save every copper. Thus, the adults were now able to allow their kids to have a stash of a dozen or so copper coins for pocket money. Naturally, the village children were even more enthused at the prospect of gathering seaweed for more personal money. Xiao Xiao, Shaolian, you guys brought so much random stuff over, what are you trying to do? Brother Six leisurely strolled over when he saw the 2 sisters bustling around. He was dressed in light summer robes and continuously fanned himself with his sleeve. After getting some pointers from Xiao Xiao, his business office at the docks was already in its beginning stages. He had almost 100 dockworkers under his supervision, and nearly all of the business on the docks had been dominated by him. Foreman Sun was his right-hand man. A few other friends of his, who had been with him in the past, had also been promoted to management positions. Now, the only thing Brother Six needed to do was oversee the overall situation. There was no need for him to be involved in every little thing. Thus, the person who had the most free time on the docks had to be him. Xiao Xiao had already made a batch of starch jelly at home and had also prepared all of the condiments. When she saw Brother Six come over, she decided to make him her first guinea pig. She filled one of her numerous crude-looking porcelain bowls with the hot and sour starch jelly and handed it over to him with a smile. Brother Six naturally took it over and looked down at the bowl filled with translucent starch jelly. The clear white jelly contrasted quite nicely with green slivers of cucumber and bright red chili oil. It was a scene that roused a person's appetites. After silently swallowing down a mouthful of saliva, Brother Six scooped up a bit of starch jelly with a spoon and impatiently delivered it into his mouth. The spicy and sour taste combined with the tender and fresh texture provoked his taste buds. He had been feeling a bit listless and out of sorts from the scorching hot weather. Unexpectedly, this one spoonful of starch jelly revived his appetite. After gobbling down a large bowl of starch jelly, Brother Six still desired to eat more. He let out a long sigh and grinned. Xiao Xiao, are you planning on selling this at the docks? Pretty good. It whets the appetite and is a perfect food for the summer. In fact, if you were able to use some fresh cold well water with it, it would taste even more refreshing. This year, the summer heat had been particularly fierce and hot. They had just passed early summer, yet the temperature was as hot as if they were by an active volcano. The cruel rays of the sun made the sand on the beaches uncomfortably warm. Even the sea breeze that blew over was also tepid and sticky. These circumstances made life difficult for the dockworkers. Under the burning sun, the workers labored tiredly with sweat dripping down their bodies like rain. Those who had slightly weaker bodies couldn't persist and often fainted from the heat. Naturally, everyone's appetites were affected by the heat. Very few people lined up to buy some piping hot noodle soup at noon, and the peddlers of steamed rolls and appetizers didn't have many customers either. None of the food at the docks could rouse a worker's appetites. Every day there were some people asking for a day off out of the men working under Brother Six. Naturally, this affected their office's work. Now, with something here to raise people's appetites and also cool them down, it was absolutely a good thing for them. Cool water from a well. The docks were on land not suitable for digging a well. Anyone who needed fresh water needed to haul it over from afar, so where could she get an easy supply of well water? However, this difficulty wasn't going to stump Yu Xiaosao. Her eyes flickered as she calculated. She decided to go the oyster sauce factory, which was right next to the docks, to visit. She needed to borrow some saltpeter. Although there wasn't a supply of well water at the docks, she did have the method to make ice cubes. Starch jelly mixed with ice cubes would be even more cooling and refreshing than well water. In actuality, Brother Six was well aware of the circumstances at the docks. He was only mentioning the idea without much thought. However, he wouldn't have expected that his one sentence would enlighten Xiaosao and allow all of the dock workers the opportunity to eat iced starch jelly. At the docks, the workers nearby were all dripping with sweat as they transported cargo from the ships. In order to finish the preparations in time for lunchtime, Xiaosao's family bustled around. Xiaolian drove the donkey cart to the market at the docks to buy bowls, spoons, chopsticks and other necessities using the money from her private purse. Meanwhile, Yu Hai was nervously building the straw shack. Currently, all they needed was an awning that could provide some shade, so it was quite simple to construct. He just needed to anchor the bamboo poles in the corners, craft the canopy, and the structure would be ready to use. After Fang Zizhen finished his patrol at the docks, he came over to help Yu Hai build the shack. Yu Xiaosao exploited her godfather's beloved steed and rode it into the direction of the condiment factory. Third young Master Zhou had recently went to the capital and was busy organizing the opening of the second branch of Junshou restaurant as well as the condiment shop. Currently, the person in charge of the factory was head steward Zhou. Steward Zhou was well aware of Xiaosao's relationship with his master, so when he found out she needed some saltpeter, he naturally didn't say another word and gave her enough to last more than a month. Xiaosao politely thanked him with a couple of sentences to express her gratitude and then swiftly rode the horse back to the docks. With Fang Zizhen and his two subordinates helping, the awning was almost completely finished. The awning was constructed right next to Old Lu's noodle shack. Today was Old Lu's last day at the docks. He was planning on terminating his business at the docks, whether or not he was able to transfer his noodle stand. In the summer, it was the off-season for the noodle stand's business. Furthermore, his son was urging him to leave and live together. Thus, when Yu Hai proposed buying the store from him, Old Lu easily sold it at a low price and only asked for enough money to cover the remaining ingredients and silverware. By the time Xiaosao got back to the docks, she saw that the ownership of their neighboring noodle stand had already been transferred over. Thus, she set up all of the tables and stools and moved the starch noodles and condiments over to a suitable place. Next to the noodle stand, Old Lu had a giant jar that held the water he used to make his pasta. The jar was still partly filled with whatever water was left over from the past 2 days. Xiaosao added the correct proportion of saltpeter to the jar of water. Before long, a layer of thin ice gradually started to form. Xiaosao hurriedly placed a steel bucket she brought from home, which held starch jelly, into the vat. Steel conducted the chill quickly, so the starch jelly became iced rapidly. The two men, Fang Zizhen and Yu Hai, had just finished building the shack, and they wiped the sweat off their faces before they took the proffered iced jelly from their daughter's hands. Eating something so cold really cooled them down from head to toe. It was very refreshing on such a day. When Yu Xiaosao saw that the supply starch jelly she brought was dwindling, she had Yu Hai light the fire at the noodle stand stove and simmered another pot of seaweed. The dock workers had to do hard labor under the blazing sun and she thought that they didn't have it easy. Thus, she added a couple drops of mystic stone water into the water. Don't look down on those couple drops, it was enough to hydrate a hard-working laborer and strengthen his body. In addition, the mystic stone water had an unexpected effect on the simmering seaweed. Originally, making starch jelly with the algae took around 4 hours. However, after adding the mystic stone water, the seaweed seemed to melt more easily and dissolved before 2 hours were up. Starch jelly could be made much faster. When Yu Xiaosao saw that it was still early, she had her godfather take the rest of the flour from the noodle stand and mix it into a large batch of dough. Yu Hai was very good at rolling out noodles as he was a man who was used to doing hard labor. He had a lot of strength in his hands, so the noodles he made were even more springy than usual. Xiaosao's two fathers were revolving around her orders in delight. Even the sweat rolling down their bodies didn't dampen their happiness a bit. Before long, a pot full of noodles were done cooking. Xiaosao took out a basin of ice water from the water jar and plunged the finished noodles into the icy water. At this time, Xiaolian had rushed back with the donkey cart full of utensils that she bought at the markets. Everyone from the Yu family busily started washing all of the bowls and other utensils. This attracted a bunch of visitors over. The first to arrive was Old Hao, who had already been promoted into a foreman. He found a spot to rest under the awning and used the lapel of his inner clothing to wipe his sweat. He smiled at Xiaosao. "Xiaolian, what delicious food did you bring over today? Let's forget about the braised pig head meat. It's a bit too greasy for this type of weather and I have no appetite." Xiaosao smiled sweetly at him and replied, "Uncle Hao, you recognize the wrong person. I'm not Xiaolian. Uncle Hao, today we didn't bring braised food as it's too hot right now to safely let dishes with meat sit out for too long. However, today we made starch jelly and cold noodles. Both are perfect foods for whetting the appetite in the summer. Do you want to try a bowl?" Old Hao was Xiaosao's very first customer from the start, so he had a firm belief in Xiaosao's culinary skills. He nodded and grinned. "Oh, it's Xiaosao. Ah. Look at me, I can never tell apart you two sisters apart. What did you say? You have food that'll stir the appetite. Give Uncle Hao a bowl then. These past few days have been so damn hot a person could roast to death." Ah. Xiaolian, who had just finished scrubbing the bowls and utensils clean, hurriedly went to the large vat. She stepped on a stool and retrieved a block of starch jelly. With quick movements, she sliced the jelly into small rectangles and placed the pieces into a bowl. Xiaolian then sprinkled some cucumber slivers on top and seasoned the bowl with Xiaosao's pre-made sauces. After that, she personally placed the bowl of starch jelly in front of Old Hao and smiled, "Uncle Hao, take a bite and see how it is. If you prefer a stronger taste, there's some more vinegar and chili oil on the table and you can add them yourself." Old Hao was astounded to find that the starch jelly in front of him seemed to faintly give off cool air. Unexpectedly, his previous listlessness and dizziness suddenly disappeared. He couldn't bother to use the spoon and instead slurped a large gulp from the side of the bowl. A comfortable chill slowly spread down his throat and into his body. The older man acted as if he was Zhu Baji, one eating a ginseng fruit. Within a few large mouthfuls, he was able to clean out the entire bowl of starch jelly. Following that, he slowly let out a long breath. It felt as if all of his pores had opened again and a cooling feeling settled into his body. That taste was seriously too refreshing. "Xiaolian, give your Uncle Hao another bowl." When the other people under the awning saw Old Hao eating with delight, they all asked for the price. One after another ordered a bowl for themselves. Old Hao hurriedly flagged down the suddenly busy Xiaolian to order another one. Xiaolian acknowledged his request and swiftly prepared several bowls of starch jelly with seasoning. She passed the finished bowls over to her father. Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen had suddenly been demoted into waiters. However, there was nothing to be done. Their business was just doing better and better every day. The two fathers bustled around busily as they both happily thought, "My daughter is truly too awesome. No matter what she does, she always manages to make a hit." Xiaosao's cold noodles had also started making rounds. Compared to the fresh and tasty starch jelly, cold noodles were superior in one way: they quelled hunger better. As for the taste, with Xiaosao making it, of course it would be good. She mixed the noodles cooled with ice with some crispy cucumber slivers, thin slices of scallions, minced garlic, aromatic vinegar, and chili oil. The combination truly stirred the appetite. However, compared to starch jelly, which was new and novel, the cold noodles had much fewer customers. However, The first batch of starch jelly quickly sold out before second pot of simmering starch jelly was finished. Thus, the cold noodles became the dockworkers' new favorite, even in the scalding hot weather. Despite the lack of appetite around, after eating a bowl of refreshing cold noodles, everyone felt much more energized and lively. The blazingly popular business made the Yu family run around without stopping. Yu Hai continuously kneaded noodle dough while Xiaoxiao stood next to the stove. Sweat dripped off her body as she cooked the noodles, ladled them up and iced them. Shaolian serviced customer after customer that lined up. Luckily, the dock workers had staggered the times of their lunch breaks. Otherwise, the few of them wouldn't have been able to keep up even if all of them grew 2 extra heads and 4 extra arms. The workers all rushed in between shiploads to snatch some time to eat a meal. Through the grapevine, the whole docks soon knew that the Yu family's 2 sisters had come out with a new novel dish. This food not only tasted delicious but also relieved the heat.